This striking woman was born into a family of spies in North Korea and spent half her life in espionage. Her most powerful asset was her beauty, allowing her to spend nights with over 100 high-ranking South Korean officials. She gathered extensive intelligence for North Korea but ultimately surrendered to South Korean authorities. What could lead such a ruthless and alluring spy to break down into a vulnerable figure in a South Korean courtroom? On September 10, 2008, the Seoul court in South Korea held a special public trial. Unlike typical sessions, anyone wishing to attend this trial had to register 2 to 3 days in advance. Citizens and media underwent thorough background checks, with final admission decisions resting with the South Korean prosecutor's office and security agencies. These strict security measures were due to the defendant, Won Jong-hwa, being a spy accused of stealing and transmitting critical intelligence to North Korea during her 7-year stay in South Korea. Her espionage was viewed as a national security threat, so public hearings were usually prohibited. However, given the severity and significance of this case, the court decided to allow public access to raise awareness. At the trial, she made her first public appearance, looking drastically different from the composed, beautiful spy she once was. She seemed weary and anxious, with a gaunt expression as she spoke her first words. Shocking many who struggled to believe this was the same woman who had operated as a spy for years. Prior to the trial, reports indicated that she had submitted 2 letters of surrender to the South Korean government, sparking considerable debate. The question arose, why would a seasoned spy suddenly confess after being captured? Was she genuinely remorseful? Or was this merely a tactic to disarm the government? One had a prior criminal record, so the court scrutinized her behavior meticulously this time. In 50 minutes, 261 pieces of physical evidence were presented, all meticulously detailed, proving one's guilt. Born in 1974 in North Korea, one's parents were both spies. A few months after her birth, during a mission, her father was killed when one was only 2 years old. To alleviate the burdens of life, her mother remarried a man named Kim Dong-soon, also a North Korean agent who became one's stepfather. Subsequently, her mother had 2 more children. In this new family, one felt truly unhappy. She rarely received love from her stepfather, and her mother, busy caring for the younger children, also had little time for her eldest daughter. Gradually, one became somewhat rebellious and extreme. In North Korea, descendants of martyrs received special treatment. Thus, as a young girl, one was not lacking in material comforts. She received a good education and was praised for her intelligence. In 1988, while attending university, she was awarded the prestigious Red Flag Honor, a distinction reserved only for the most outstanding students. In her second year, due to her strong academic performance, one was sent to a specialized political and military university in Pyongyang earmarked for spy training. She embraced all aspects of the training from taekwondo to driving and shooting, undergoing intensive spy training. One also studied Korean and Japanese in detail to prepare for future espionage missions against South Korea and Japan. In addition to learning the languages, she also delved into local dialects and the geography of both countries, meticulously researching local cuisine and customs. After 3 grueling years, the naive young girl had transformed into a determined, beautiful, and cold-hearted spy. In 1992, Won Jong-hwa was about to graduate and officially start her espionage career. However, during a training session, she suffered a severe injury that left her with permanent brain and leg damage. This meant that she was no longer qualified to work as a spy, rendering her 3 years of hard training futile. Reluctantly, Won was discharged and returned to civilian life. North Korean agents typically enjoy high social status and special privileges from the government, including housing and vehicles, benefits that one would have received, but her dream was now shattered. Tragically, in 1994, a famine erupted in North Korea, severely affecting even the capital Pyongyang, where many died of starvation. Returning to an ordinary civilian life, one had no skills to support herself. She did not want to seek help from her stepfather, so she relied on government food aid. However, as the famine worsened, sometimes leaving her without food for a month or 2, she often resorted to planning supermarket thefts with friends. Despite her injuries, One's skills far surpassed those of an ordinary person, and she usually succeeded in these thefts, which gave her a sense of self-satisfaction. However, during one heist, Wan was caught and sentenced to 2 years in prison for theft. After serving her sentence, Wan's criminal record made it impossible for her to find a legitimate. Her friends were arrested to protect her, and she alone drove off in a truck carrying 5 tons of zinc. In North Korea, smuggling even a kilogram of precious metal is a serious crime, let alone 5 tons. Realizing she would face life imprisonment if caught, Wan took some of the zinc and smuggled it directly to China, assuming the role of a refugee fleeing the famine. For 2 years, Wan hid in a small town in Jilin, China. Initially, she sold the stolen zinc for a sum of money. Then, undaunted by hardship, she started a small business there, living a financially worry-free life. However, Wan felt profoundly lonely and helpless in China, constantly missing her family and friends in North Korea. She began to think of ways to send letters home, hoping they could plead for her pardon under North Korean law and allow her return. Unbeknownst to Wan, when she fled to China 2 years earlier, she had become a target for the North Korean spy organization in China, hoping that this former elite agent could be turned into an intelligence spy. After 2 years, Wan's status as a refugee was accepted by China, yet her loyalty remained with North Korea. The North Korean Secret Service believed the time was ripe, so they contacted Wan to draw her back into the fold and continue her espionage activities from within China. Since the onset of the severe famine in North Korea during the 1990s, many had fled the oppressive political system and dire poverty, including high-ranking government officials and businessmen, whom the North Korean government labeled as defectors. However, North Korea would never allow their escape to go unchallenged. They sent spies to capture these defectors and forcibly repatriate them to face imprisonment, forced labor, and other punishments. Wan's first assignment as a spy from 1999 to 2001 was to monitor these defectors in Manchuria, China. Over those 2 years, she utilized her identity and exceptional skills to gather information on over 100 defectors, providing their addresses to the North Korean government. The majority of these individuals were subsequently arrested and incarcerated in labor camps in North Korea. The North Korean security leaders recognized Wan's unique strengths. Her bold personality and lack of discipline from a young age set her apart from traditional North Korean women, especially in matters of gender relations. During her surveillance work, she freely used her beauty to gather information, viewing sleeping with men as a means to an end. With her petite and attractive appearance, Wan was a type favored by many men. Realizing this, the security office decided to relocate her to a more suitable environment for her mission, South Korea. In October 2001, Wan received orders to infiltrate South Korea. Her operations in South Korea were to be facilitated by her stepfather, Kim Dong-soon. After receiving her orders to gather some information about South Korea, she proactively approached a Korean businessman operating in Manchuria, China. After establishing a relationship, Wan obtained the information she needed. However, she soon discovered that the businessman had no intentions of returning to South Korea, meaning she could not use him to cross the border. Deeming him of no further value, she found a reason to part ways with him. Not long after their breakup, Wan discovered she was pregnant. As she was about to abandon the baby, the North Korean security agency intervened. They believed keeping the baby would be more advantageous for Wan, and she followed their advice. Next, she met and became acquainted with a South Korean man at a dating service. He was captivated by Wan's feminine charms, and they smoothly progressed to sleeping together. A month later, Wan informed him that she was pregnant and wanted him to take her to South Korea to marry. This man, completely unaware that the child in Wan's womb was not his, had no idea that after marrying him in South Korea and acquiring citizenship, Wan would file for divorce. After her successful divorce and the birth of a daughter, Wan began to plan her espionage activities. This time, she had 2 main missions. The first was to acquire the identities of North Korean defectors, key targets such as Hwang Jong-yeop, the former secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea, and the defector leader Kim Hyun-hui with instructions to assassinate if necessary. The second mission was to steal information from the South Korean military and intelligence agencies. One believed that compared to being a divorced mother, her identity as a North Korean defector could help her gain access to the highest echelons of the South Korean government. She proactively surrendered to the South Korean National Intelligence Service, claiming to be a defector from North Korea and hoping to start a new life with the support of the South Korean government. South Korea has always been lenient towards defectors from the North. After verifying one's claims, the South Korean government approved her application for permanent residency. One immediately contacted her stepfather and asked him to prepare some capital to start a seafood business, using it as a stepping stone to enter the South Korean upper class. In a society where the boundaries between money and power are blurred, one quickly succeeded and established herself within the elite, becoming a beautiful and successful businesswoman. Gradually, many influential figures in the South Korean military and political spheres began to take notice of her. On one hand, they sought financial support from one. On the other, many high-ranking officials were drawn to her beauty and desired a closer relationship. One was always ready to please and adept at using her beauty to exchange information. Occasionally, she would use her seafood business as a pretext to travel to China. However, the real purpose of these trips was to relay important information back to the North Korean security apparatus operating in China. In 2004, one was tasked with assassinating 2 South Korean agents. She prepared a syringe and poison, but just before the night of the operation, the North Korean security agency reconsidered, fearing that the assassination could expose one's identity. Moreover, they believed that she would be more effective at gathering intelligence as a beautiful operative. Ultimately, the North Korean security agency temporarily called off the operation. One continued to leverage her beauty to gather intelligence. She capitalized on her divorce status by registering with a dating agency, subsequently dating South Korean military personnel and politicians. Whenever she encountered resistance, she used her charm to seduce them. Ultimately, one successfully used her allure to extract information from over 100 South Korean soldiers and relay it back to North Korea. On her final date, she met Captain Park, who was in charge of military secrets and information regarding North Korean defectors. At 25 years old, he was relatively immature and inexperienced. One repeated her strategy, moving in with him. Captain Park, who was anxious about being involved with a woman 7 years his senior, complied with almost all of one's requests. As a result, she successfully obtained personal information and addresses for Hwang Jang-yeop, Kim Hyun-hui, and others. Hwang Jang-yeop, a former minister of the North Korean Workers' Party, was a key figure who had defected to South Korea and was under tight military protection, making him nearly impossible to approach without an introduction. Therefore, one turned her attention to another North Korean defector, Kim Hyun-hui, the leader of a group of defectors in South Korea. Kim Hyun-hui often met and was close to Hwang Jang-yeop, and the security surrounding him was not as stringent. With the help of Captain Park, one managed to arrange a private dinner with Kim Hyun-hui. Throughout the meal, she made every effort to please and entertain him, persuading him to drink to lower his guard. As the alcohol took effect and Kim Hyun-hui became slightly inebriated, one, trained and disciplined, remained sober. In the drunken haze, one embraced and kissed Kim Hyun-hui, then proposed to him and requested a meeting with Hwang Jang-yeop. However, amidst the excitement, Kim Hyun-hui sensed something was amiss. His instincts still sharp, he pushed one away and later took a taxi home. This mission not only failed, but also aroused Kim Hyun-hui's suspicions, prompting one to tread more cautiously. Later, Kim Hyun-hui confided his suspicions to Captain Park. While Park was aware of the issues, he used this information to keep one close. He had long suspected one of being a North Korean spy, but had fallen in love with her, which altered his judgment. Park told one that her cover was blown, but he would help her conceal her identity. For the first time, one felt a genuine emotional stir, having someone support her without ulterior motives. However, for her, relationships among young people were just ordinary. At a time when Captain Park's love for her deepened, it also presented an ideal opportunity to infiltrate the South Korean military. Won knew the South Korean military invited North Korean defectors as security consultants to brief them on the political, economic, military, and cultural aspects of North Korea. Captain Park was the officer in charge of this sector. Won wanted Park to add her to the list of instructors. This was a dangerously bold move. If discovered by the South Korean government, she would undoubtedly face rigorous investigation, and her spy identity could no longer be concealed. But one knew that to catch a tiger, one must enter the tiger's den. To obtain the information, she had to take the risk. From November 2006 to May 2007, Won gave speeches in South Korean military zones. In her presentations, she extensively used North Korean films and television that praised North Korea, disseminating its political ideology. At the same time, she also mastered a significant amount of information about the South Korean military. Won's audacious and frequent actions eventually aroused suspicion. However, she never underestimated her beauty, viewing it as a sharp weapon. She used it to bribe many officials, thereby quashing any doubts about her. The North Korean Security Office tasked her with a new mission to gather intelligence in Japan. Won reverted to her old methods, starting to date Japanese men. She made 3 trips to Japan to collect intelligence, but relying on Captain Park's protection over the years made her actions increasingly bold, also increasing her risk of exposure. The South Korean government grew suspicious. This time, while on a mission in Japan, she was detected by South Korean intelligence engaging in purpose-driven dating activities. Over the years, South Korea had detained Won. The government suspected and curtailed her activities. But it was not until then that she realized she had been compromised. Won prepared to leave South Korea to urgently flee to Japan. When Captain Park learned that Won was planning to leave, he too offered to accompany her. Regrettably, by the time everything was prepared, it was too late. On July 15, 2008, Won was arrested by the South Korean police. This time, the arrest of the North Korean spy attracted significant media attention. They harshly criticized North Korea in every statement and demanded answers from the North. On September 4th, the Central Committee of the Workers' Party of North Korea officially responded. They claimed Won was called a defector because she had fled North Korea long ago, fearing criminal charges. She was considered North Korea's most significant criminal, and they suggested the espionage might have been her own doing in collusion with South Korea to slander North Korea. The implication was a denial of Won's role as a spy. After being imprisoned, she was uncooperative and in poor spirits, surviving only on nutritional solutions. To get her to cooperate, South Korean intelligence sent a special counselor to advise her. They presented her with an offer from the South Korean government stating that if Won voluntarily confessed and surrendered to South Korea, the court would consider reducing her sentence. Additionally, social welfare agencies would help take good care of her daughter. Perhaps it was her daughter who rekindled Won's will to live, or perhaps it was North Korea's actions that left her desolated. Unable to endure both physical and mental torture, Won proactively signed a confession. She also wrote 2 letters of surrender to South Korea, hoping she and her daughter could continue living there in the future. On September 10, 2008, Won Jong-hwa was publicly tried. She silently listened as the judge read her charges. Only when she heard that Captain Park had also been arrested did her expression change. Her body shook uncontrollably. Perhaps she had once thought about spending the rest of her life with him, but now those thoughts were just distant wishes. After an hour of trial, Won was in tears as she was taken away. On October 15, 2008, the Seoul court in South Korea delivered its final verdict on Won Jong-hwa. She was sentenced to 5 years in prison for violating South Korea's national security laws. Won did not contest the verdict. 5 years later, the once sensational spy was released. She reunited with her daughter. The South Korean government also upheld its commitments, allowing her and her daughter to continue living in South Korea. Now, Won is trying to lead a normal life and has no thoughts of returning to North Korea. What do you think about this North Korean spy case? Share your thoughts in the comments below this video. On the evening of September 15, 2023, Hawk walked into his living room and discovered his wife, Sarah, lying motionless with blood streaming from her body. Stunned, He fought to suppress his scream and quickly dialed 911. Unbeknownst to him, this call would unravel everything he thought he knew about his wife. Sarah Thompson, born in 1992 in a small Texas town, had always been a bright and ambitious student, consistently aiming for success. In high school, she was a standout athlete, earning a scholarship to the University of Texas at Austin, where she majored in marketing and graduated with honors in 2014. Afterward, Sarah secured a position at a renowned marketing firm in New York City, swiftly gaining recognition as an emerging talent in the field. In 2016, her life changed when she crossed paths with Captain Hawk, an active-duty Marine officer. Hawk, whose full name was Ethan Hawkins Wilson, had been committed to serving his country from the age of 18, driven by a strong desire to make a difference. He quickly rose through the ranks, earning commendations for his bravery and leadership skills. During his time in the military, Hawk served multiple tours in combat zones where he honed his skills as a strategist and tactician. He was decorated with several awards, including the Bronze Star and the Purple Heart. They met at a charity event in Manhattan, and Sarah was immediately drawn to Hawk's charisma and sense of purpose. Despite the danger and uncertainty of his job, Sarah felt a deep connection to Hawk, and they quickly fell in love. As Hawk deployed to various hotspots around the world, Sarah supported him from afar, visiting him whenever possible. She was proud of his service and admired his bravery. In 2018, Hawk proposed to Sarah during a surprise visit to her family's ranch in Texas. They married in a beautiful ceremony surrounded by friends and family. Sarah's marriage to Hawk was, by all appearances, perfect. They were the picture of happiness, always smiling and holding hands in public. Hawk was a devoted husband, always making time for Sarah despite his demanding schedule as a Marine officer. Sarah, in turn, was a supportive and loving wife, always there to encourage and comfort Hawk whenever he needed it. Together, they were a force for good in their community. Sarah volunteered at the local animal shelter, helping care for stray animals and organizing fundraising events. She also participated in Hawk's charity work, supporting veterans organizations, and helping to raise awareness for military families. Sarah's contributions to the community didn't go unnoticed. She was praised by her neighbors and friends for her kindness, generosity, and dedication. She and Hawk were the golden couple, the ones everyone looked up to as a model of marital bliss. But beneath the surface, Sarah felt a growing sense of discontent. She loved Hawk, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. She felt like she was just going through the motions, playing the role of perfect wife and community volunteer without any real sense of purpose or fulfillment. But what the world didn't know was that Sarah had a dark secret. Behind the facade of her perfect marriage and idyllic life, Sarah harbored a desire that she dare not speak aloud. She was attracted to women. For years, Sarah had suppressed her feelings, convinced that they were wrong, and that she needed to conform to societal norms. She had grown up in a conservative community where same-sex relationships were frowned upon, and she had internalized those beliefs. But as she grew older, she couldn't shake off the longing. She began to feel like she was living a lie, like she was trapped in a life that wasn't hers. So she started to act on her desires, secretly meeting women and engaging in clandestine affairs. She was always careful, always looking over her shoulder, always making sure that no one was watching. She used pseudonyms, fake profiles, and secret meetings to keep her true self hidden. Hawk, oblivious to his wife's secret life, continued to adore and trust her. He had no idea that the woman he loved was leading a double life, one that could potentially destroy their marriage and reputation. He thought she was happy, content with their life together. And in many ways, Sarah was. She loved Hawk, but she couldn't help how she felt. Sarah's affairs were always discreet, always hidden from prying eyes. She was careful to cover her tracks to ensure that her secrets remained safe. But the weight of her deception was crushing her, threatening to expose her at any moment. She felt like she was living on borrowed time, like it was only a matter of time before her secrets came to light. And then she met Emily, the wife of Pastor Theo. Emily was beautiful, charming, and kind with a quick smile and a sharp wit. Sarah was immediately drawn to her, and as they spent more time together, she found herself falling deeply in love. But their love was forbidden, a secret that could never be revealed. Sarah and Emily first met at a church function in the spring of 2022. Sarah, attending the service with her husband, Hawk, was immediately struck by Emily's beauty and poise as she led the congregation in prayer. Emily, the pastor's wife, was radiant as she spoke about faith and love. Their eyes met, and Sarah felt a spark of attraction she couldn't ignore. After the service, they exchanged pleasantries, and Sarah found herself drawn to Emily's warmth and kindness. They started running into each other at church events, and Sarah would find excuses to linger just to be near Emily. As they spent more time together, their friendship blossomed into something more. They started meeting for coffee, then lunch, and eventually long walks in the park. Sarah was drawn to Emily's intelligence, passion, and compassion. Emily, too, felt a connection she couldn't explain. As they spent more time together, their friendship deepened, and they found themselves lost in conversation, sharing their hopes and dreams. They'd steal glances at each other during church services, their hearts racing with excitement. Their love affair flourished, despite the danger and secrecy. They'd send each other love letters, hidden in hymnals and secret messages. They'd steal moments together, always looking over their shoulders, knowing that their love was forbidden. For the first time in her life, Sarah felt like she was living her truth. She was in love with a woman, and she couldn't deny it anymore. Emily felt the same, and together, they knew they'd face whatever came next as long as they had each other. Pastor Theo had always trusted his wife, Emily, implicitly. However, over the past few weeks, he had begun to notice a change in her behavior. She was receiving mysterious phone calls, often stepping away to answer them in private. She was also spending more time away from home, claiming to be visiting friends or running errands. At first, Pastor Theo brushed off his concerns, thinking Emily was just going through a phase. But as the days went by, her secretive behavior continued. He started to notice that she was dressing more provocatively, wearing makeup and perfume when she left the house. One evening, Pastor Theo followed Emily, curious about her destination. He trailed behind her, watching as she met a woman at a coffee shop. They hugged, and Emily handed the woman a small package. Pastor Theo's mind raced with possibilities, wondering if his wife was involved in something illicit. As the days passed, Pastor Theo's suspicions grew. He began to wonder if Emily was having an affair, if the mysterious phone calls and secret meetings were evidence of a relationship with another man. He felt a mix of emotions: anger, hurt, and betrayal. Despite his concerns, Pastor Tao didn't confront Emily directly. Instead, he started to distance himself from her, throwing himself into his work at the church. But the tension between them grew, and their relationship began to fray. Unbeknownst to Pastor Theo, Emily's actions were not what they seemed. Yes, she was hiding a secret, but it wasn't what he had in mind. It was one that would put her and those around her in grave danger. Pastor Theo's suspicions led him to snoop through Emily's phone, searching for evidence of an affair. He scrolled through her texts, his heart racing with anticipation. That's when he saw it, a conversation with Sarah, a woman he knew from his church. Sarah was an active member, always volunteering and participating in church events. Pastor Theo had considered her a friend, and now he felt betrayed. He continued reading the texts, his eyes widening in shock. The messages were explicit, detailing a romantic relationship between Emily and Sarah. Pastor Theo couldn't believe what he was reading. His wife, the woman he had trusted and loved, was having an affair with another woman. He felt a mix of emotions: anger, hurt, and confusion. How could Emily do this? How could Sarah, a member of his church, betray him like this? Pastor Theo's mind raced with questions, but he couldn't shake off the feeling of betrayal. He continued reading the texts, learning more about the affair. Emily and Sarah had been seeing each other for months, sneaking around to avoid detection. They had even talked about leaving their spouses and starting a new life together. Pastor Theo felt like his world was crumbling around him. He didn't know what to do or who to turn to. He was torn between his duty as a pastor and his personal feelings of betrayal. His anger and hurt consumed him, leading him to make a fateful decision. He decided to confront Sarah at her home, determined to put an end to the affair and protect his marriage. On the afternoon of September 15th, around 1 p.m., Pastor Theo arrived at the Wilsons' residence, his heart racing with anticipation. He rang the doorbell and Sarah answered, looking unsuspecting. Sarah had even offered him some sliced fruits with a fork placed beside it, in a tray to make him feel comfortable. The conversation started calmly, but quickly escalated into a heated argument. Pastor Theo demanded that Sarah leave his wife alone. He claimed that she was the servant of the devil who had come to destroy his church, but she refused, standing her ground. The argument reached a boiling point, and Pastor Theo's anger got the better of him. In a fit of rage, he grabbed the fork in the tray and stabbed her in the stomach. Sarah crumpled to the floor in shock with blood slowly dripping from her, and she slowly went unconscious. Pastor Theo was shocked, realizing what he had done. He tried to revive her, but it was too late. He realized she was not breathing and assumed her dead. Panic set in as he tried to process what had happened. But as he looked around the room, he knew he couldn't erase the evidence of his crime. He had made a terrible mistake, one that would haunt him forever. He left in a hurry, but composed himself when he got outside to avoid suspicion. That evening, Hawk walked through the front door of his house, expecting a warm welcome from his wife, Sarah. But as he entered the foyer, he was met with an eerie silence. He dropped his keys on the console table and made his way to the kitchen, thinking maybe she was busy cooking dinner. But the kitchen was empty, and the house felt still. He walked through the living room, noticing that the TV was off, and the room was messy. That was unlike Sarah, who always kept a tidy home. He walked around. He almost slipped as he stepped on a liquid coming from behind the couch. And as he reached behind it, he froze. And as he was met with the sight that made his blood run cold. Sarah lay on the floor, a pool of blood spreading from her stomach, her face in a surprised expression. Poch's world came crashing down around him as he stood there frozen in horror. He approached Sarah's body, feeling for a pulse, but there was none. He shook her gently, but she didn't respond. The room was in disarray with signs of a struggle. Hawk's mind struggled to comprehend the scene before him. His instincts kicked in, and he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed 911. He reported the incident, and the operator assured him that help was on the way. Within minutes, Hawk heard the distant sound of sirens. The police and ambulance were on their way. He stood frozen in the bedroom, his eyes fixed on Sarah's lifeless body. 20 minutes later, the quiet neighborhood was transformed into a bustling crime scene. Police vehicles, ambulances, and forensic vans filled the compound. Officers in uniform and plainclothes swarmed the area, securing the perimeter and beginning their investigation. Detective James, a seasoned homicide investigator, took charge of the scene. He began surveying the area, taking note of every detail. The forensic team started processing the crime scene, collecting evidence, and documenting every aspect. Fingerprint experts dusted surfaces while DNA specialists collected samples. Photographers captured every angle of the room, and videographers recorded the scene. The ambulance crew waited patiently to transport Sarah's body to the morgue for an autopsy. Hawk was ushered into the living room, where he was asked to wait. Detective James and his team began canvassing the neighborhood, searching for any potential witnesses or surveillance footage. They knocked on doors, asking residents if they had seen or heard anything suspicious on the day of the murder. The detectives also sought out CCTV footage from nearby homes and businesses, hoping to catch a glimpse of the perpetrator. They spent hours reviewing the footage, but so far, nothing seemed to show any suspicious activity. As they went door to door, the neighbors seemed reluctant to get involved. Some claimed they hadn't seen or heard anything, while others simply shut their doors, not wanting to engage with the detectives. Mrs. Patty, one of their neighbors, peeked through her curtains, eyeing the detectives warily before quickly closing her door. Mr. Sean, a man in his late 50s, seemed more willing to chat, but claimed he hadn't noticed anything unusual, except for the fact that he had seen a man and a woman visiting the Wilsons that afternoon. Finally, someone gave him a lead. He was persistent, knowing that someone might have seen something crucial. He made a mental note to revisit some of the neighbors, hoping to catch them in a more receptive mood. The team encountered a mix of reactions, from curiosity to hostility, but they continued their search for any lead, no matter how small. The next day, Detective James and his team arrived at Wilson's residence to conduct a formal interview. As they sat him down, Hawk's mind was still reeling from the events of the previous day. Detective James and his team asked Hawk to provide a detailed account of his movements on the day of the murder. Hawk explained his morning run, his visit to the gym, and his lunch meeting with a client. The detectives verified his alibi, confirming that he was indeed at the gym and the restaurant at the times he claimed. Next, they showed Hawk the CCTV footage they had obtained from the neighborhood cameras. The footage revealed two individuals visiting the Hawkins residence at different times during the day. Hawk's eyes widened as he recognized the two visitors, Pastor Theo and Emily, the pastor's wife. Detective James and his team summoned Emily for questioning as the CCTV footage showed her visiting the Hawkins residence on the day of the murder. Emily arrived at the police station. She looked anxious, fidgeting with her hands as she waited to be called in for questioning. The detectives asked Emily to explain her visits to the Hawkins residence. She hesitated, choosing her words carefully, explaining that she had gone to see Sarah to discuss personal issues. She claimed that she had happened to find the door unlocked, and since nobody responded to her knocks, she entered but found her dead. She further added that she didn't inform the police because her reputation in the church would be blemished if her members find out that she was a suspect in a crime. The detectives pressed Emily for more information, asking about her relationship with Sarah and if she knew her husband had come earlier before her to see the victim. Emily tensed, and she told them she was just friends with Sarah, but denied knowing if her husband had been there before her. As the interview concluded, Detective James couldn't shake off the feeling that Emily was not telling the whole truth. He made a mental note to investigate her alibi further and to look into her relationship with Sarah. The detectives also decided to bring Pastor Theo in for questioning, as his presence in Wilson's residence raised suspicions since he was the first visitor. He arrived at the police station looking nervous and agitated. As the detectives began to question him, Pastor Theo's demeanor changed from confident to fearful. He started to sweat, and his voice trembled. The detectives sensed that he was hiding something and pressed him for the truth. In a surprising turn of events, Pastor Theo cracked under the pressure and confessed to killing Sarah. He told the detectives that he had discovered his wife's affair with Sarah and had confronted her about it. The argument had escalated, and in a fit of rage, he had grabbed the fork he had used for the fruit Sarah offered him and struck her in the stomach. The detectives were stunned by the sudden confession. They asked Pastor Theo to explain the events leading up to the murder, and he provided a detailed account of his discovery of the affair, his confrontation with Sarah, and the subsequent events. Pastor Theo was detained at the police station, his confession still echoing in the minds of the detectives. He was placed in a holding cell awaiting further questioning and formal charges. After Pastor Theo's arrest, Emily's behavior became increasingly erratic. She had initially seemed shocked and distraught by her husband's confession, but as the reality of the situation set in, she became more calculating and determined. Emily quickly assembled a team of high-powered lawyers to defend her husband and work on getting him released on bail. She was adamant that Pastor Theo was innocent despite his confession and that he was being framed for the crime. As the lawyers worked on the bail application, Emily's behavior became more and more agitated. She would often appear at the police station demanding to see her husband and protesting his innocence. She would also make frequent phone calls to the detectives trying to persuade them to drop the charges against Pastor Theo. Despite her efforts, the detectives remained resolute in their investigation. They had evidence linking Pastor Theo to the crime, and they were determined to see justice served. On the afternoon of September 18th, the autopsy results arrived at the police station. The report revealed that Sarah's cause of death was strangulation, not from the wound caused by the stab, because the weapon was not long enough to make a fatal blow. But that wasn't the only shocking detail. they found a DNA sample on the neck of the victim. The detectives were stunned by the new information, and their focus shifted to finding out who had inflicted the additional injuries and moved the body. That's when they received the DNA results from the crime scene. The DNA sample found on Sarah's body matched Emily's DNA, which was already on file from a previous incident. The detectives were shocked by the revelation. Emily, who had seemed so shaken by the events, was now a prime suspect. They realized that Pastor Theo's confession might have been just a small part of the story and that Emily's involvement might have been more significant than they initially thought. The police decided to summon Emily again, this time taking a different approach to force out a confession. They had previously been gentle and accommodating, but now they would use a more assertive and confrontational tactic. Detective James and his team prepared for the interrogation, gathering all the evidence they had collected so far. They would present it to Emily in a way that would make it impossible for her to deny her involvement. As Emily arrived at the police station, she was met with a stern expression by Detective James. He led her to the interrogation room, where the atmosphere was tense and formal. The detectives began to present their evidence piece by piece, showing Emily the inconsistencies in her alibi and the DNA evidence that linked her to the crime scene. They also showed her the illicit texts where she had been communicating with Sarah, revealing a deeper connection between the two of them. They had found it on Pastor Theo's phone, who had snapped it to confront Sarah as evidence. The detective's approach was calculated to make Emily feel cornered and trapped with no escape from the truth. They would give her no room to maneuver or deny her involvement. As the interrogation progressed, Emily's demeanor changed from confident to nervous, her eyes darting around the room as she searched for an escape. The detectives sensed that she was on the verge of cracking, and they pressed on, determined to extract a confession from her. As the detectives continued to press Emily, she suddenly broke down in tears, her composure shattered. She buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. On the day of the murder, several minutes after Pastor Theo was gone, Emily arrived at the residence. She parked her car away from sight. She knocked on the door, but no response. Her facial expression showed that she must have come for a fight. She pushed the door open and was taken aback by the sight she saw. Sarah was bleeding profusely, but still conscious because she was still trying to move. One part of instinct screamed at her to help her, to call the police and save her, but her other part decided against it. Whoever had attacked her had failed to finish her up, and she would gladly do it. She couldn't deny the fact that her time with Sarah had been good, and she had been satisfied with the affection they both received in their affair. But Sarah had crossed the line, and that led to the decline of their relationship. When she had wanted to end her affair with Sarah because of the guilt of having an affair outside their marriage with a fellow woman, Sarah had declined and said they must keep their affair going. Emily had tried to make Sarah understand that exposing their secrets could damage the reputation she had built over the years and harm her husband's position in the church. However, she was met with Sarah's adamant refusal to listen. It had been getting to her, and Sarah had been texting her nonstop for them to see. What worsened it all was the fact that she started blackmailing her with her nude photos and kept threatening to post it on social media and her husband's church website if she stopped coming. That was what led her right to her home, only to find her in her predicament. She didn't think it twice before strangling her, making sure she breathed her last before scurrying away from the scene. The detectives listened in stunned silence as Emily's confession poured out, her tears and sobs filling the room. They had suspected Emily's involvement, but the motive had been unclear until now. As Emily's confession came to an end, the detectives knew they had solved the case. Pastor Theo was charged with assault for his role in the events leading up to Sarah's murder. He would face justice for his actions, but his sentence would be significantly lighter than Emily's. Emily's trial began on September 30th, 2023, and the evidence against her was overwhelming. The prosecution presented a clear and compelling case, and the jury delivered a guilty verdict. Emily was sentenced to death for the murder of Sarah Hawkins. Hawk was devastated by the revelation of his wife's secret life. He struggled to come to terms with the fact that he had never known the true nature of his wife. He felt betrayed and deceived, and his world was shattered by the truth. The community was shocked and saddened by the events that had unfolded. Sarah's murder had sent shock waves through the small town, and the revelation of Emily's involvement had left everyone reeling. The town would never be the same again, and the memory of Sarah's tragic death would linger for years to come. The local media covered the story extensively, and the community was thrust into the national spotlight. The case raised questions about the secrets that can hide behind closed doors and the devastating consequences of unchecked emotions. In the end, the community was left to pick up the pieces and try to heal. They came together to support one another and to find a way forward, but the memory of Sarah's tragic death would never be forgotten. Do you think Emily should have gotten a lighter sentence due to the fact that she was being blackmailed and had gotten a chance to escape from it? On the night of May 4th, 2018, at around 10 p.m., Sarah Taylor made a horrifying discovery when she entered her bedroom. She found her husband, Alex Taylor, lying motionless on the bed, his body cold and rigid. A belt was tied around his neck, and his eyes were fixed in a vacant stare. Sarah's heart plummeted, and she covered her mouth to stifle a scream. With trembling hands, she reached for her phone and dialed 911. The operator answered swiftly, and Sarah's voice was barely audible as she reported what she had found. "My husband, he's not breathing. I think he's dead," she stammered, her voice quivering with shock and fear. As Sarah reported her husband's death, the operator remained on the line, asking questions to keep her calm and gather information while sending emergency services to their home. Within minutes, paramedics arrived at the Taylor residence. The sound of sirens filled the usually quiet suburban neighborhood of Oakwood Drive. Paramedics rushed inside, their faces serious and focused. Inside the bedroom, the paramedics confirmed the worst. Alex was dead. One of the paramedics gently guided Sarah out of the room, while the other began to secure the scene, careful not to touch or disturb anything. The sound of Sarah's anguished sobs filled the air as the reality of the situation sank in. The paramedics' somber expressions and hushed tones only added to the gravity of the moment. Alex Taylor, 39, was a self-made millionaire and CEO of Taylor Technologies Incorporated. He grew up in Bedminster, New Jersey, and attended Bedminster Township Public Schools. Alex was a high-achieving student and attended Stanford University, where he earned a bachelor's degree in computer science. After college, he co-founded his first company and later established Taylor Technologies, Inc., which became a global leader in software solutions. Alex's rise to prominence began when his company, Taylor Technologies, Inc., developed a revolutionary artificial intelligence platform that transformed the tech industry. The platform's innovative capabilities and vast potential caught the attention of investors, media, and the public, catapulting Alex to the forefront of the tech world. As his company's profile grew, so did Alex's. He became a sought-after speaker, gracing the stages of top tech conferences and events. His charismatic presence, visionary insights, and inspiring entrepreneurial journey made him a darling of the media, with features in prominent publications and interviews on leading news channels. It was during this time that Alex met his wife, Sarah. She was a successful event planner, responsible for organizing a high-profile tech conference where Alex was the keynote speaker. Their initial encounter was brief, but the connection was evident. They reconnected at a charity gala a few weeks later, and their relationship blossomed. Sarah was drawn to Alex's passion, intelligence, and kindness, while Alex admired her elegance, poise, and dedication to her craft. Together, they formed a formidable partnership, supporting each other's endeavors and sharing a deep love for philanthropy and community engagement. Their whirlwind romance culminated in a fairy tale wedding with the tech and social elite in attendance. The couple's love story was featured in top lifestyle magazines, cementing their status as one of the most influential and admired power couples in the industry. Alex was planning a grand 40th birthday celebration with a roaring 40s theme, complete with a luxurious venue, live jazz music, and a list guests. His wife, Sarah, was organizing the party, which was to take place on a yacht with breathtaking views of the Manhattan skyline. However, Alex's life was tragically cut short before he could celebrate this milestone birthday, leaving behind a grieving community and a party that would never be. The police arrived promptly, led by Detective Emily Rodriguez and her partner, Detective Michael Chun. Detective Rodriguez was known for her meticulous attention to detail, while Detective Chun had a reputation for his intuitive grasp of human behavior. They began their investigation immediately. Detective Rodriguez swiftly evaluated the crime scene, her expression growing grim as she examined the disordered bedroom. 2 coffee mugs, one with a hint of lipstick, lay on the floor, alongside an empty packet of cookies and a discarded wrapper from a local bakery. The satin nightgown was draped over a lamp on the nightstand. The bed covers were tossed aside, and the bed sheets were untucked. Alex's naked body was on the bed, a belt tied around his neck, his face bearing the marks of a violent struggle. The scene was both heartbreaking and disturbing. There were no signs of forced entry, suggesting Alex knew his attacker. It seemed an intimate encounter had turned violent. The presence of the second coffee mug and the lipstick suggested that Alex was not alone in the hours leading up to his death. The autopsy would reveal more answers. The detectives were thorough, making sure not to miss any detail that might explain what had happened. Detective Rodriguez immediately began collecting evidence, carefully taking fingerprints from various surfaces in the room, hoping to find a match in the police database. Detective Chun, meanwhile, focused on taking detailed photographs of the scene, ensuring that every piece of evidence was documented. The detectives found the belt used as a murder weapon and carefully bagged it for further analysis. They also collected DNA samples from under Alex's fingernails, indicating he might have scratched his attacker in an attempt to defend himself. Outside, the forensic team arrived and began their work, carefully processing the scene with a sense of urgency and precision. They used a special light to look for any bodily fluids that might provide additional clues, and they also collected hair samples and fibers from the bed and surrounding area. Every piece of evidence was crucial, and they knew that piecing together the events leading up to Alex's tragic death would require meticulous attention to detail. As the forensic team worked, a few curious neighbors peeked out from behind their curtains, whispering to each other in hushed tones. But most people kept their distance, fearful of what might have happened and not wanting to risk endangering themselves. The street was eerily quiet, with only the occasional passing car breaking the silence. The sense of unease was palpable, and the community was left to grapple with the shock and horror of the event. As the afternoon progressed, Detectives Rodriguez and Chun continued their investigation, undeterred by the complexity of the case. They remained focused on uncovering the truth and finding out who was responsible for this brutal crime. They knew that solving Alex's murder required a thorough and methodical approach, leaving no stone unturned. They worked tirelessly, driven by the need to bring justice for Alex and his grieving family. On the morning of May 5th, the first person summoned to the police station for questioning in Alex's murder was his wife, Sarah Taylor. Detectives Rodriguez and Chun had already spoken to her briefly at the scene, but now they needed to ask more in-depth questions. They ushered her into the interview room, where they began their questioning, searching for any inconsistencies in her alibi or potential motives for the crime. Detectives Rodriguez and Chun conducted the interrogation, their eyes fixed on Sarah Taylor, as they asked her to account for her whereabouts on the night of Alex's murder. Sarah claimed she was working late on an event at a venue, finalizing details for an upcoming wedding, and provided emails and texts to support her alibi. At first, her story seemed solid, but as the questioning continued, the detectives noticed inconsistencies in her demeanor. Sarah's eagerness to establish her alibi seemed excessive, and her repeated insistence on her innocence, without prompting, raised suspicions. The detectives observed that Sarah's hands fidgeted as she spoke, and she frequently glanced around the room, avoiding eye contact. Her voice trembled slightly as she answered their questions, and she seemed overly concerned with convincing them of her innocence. Detectives Rodriguez and Chun exchanged a knowing glance, sensing that Sarah might be hiding something. They decided to investigate further, looking into Sarah's activities in more detail to verify her alibi and uncover any potential discrepancies. They also made a note to contact the venue and confirm Sarah's story to see if anyone could corroborate her presence there on the day of the murder. The detectives began their investigation by reviewing security footage from the venue in Nashville, Tennessee, where Sarah claimed she was working late on the night of her husband Alex's murder, planning a wedding event. As they dug deeper, they reviewed footage from a nearby hotel, which showed Sarah checking in on the afternoon of May 3, 2018. About an hour later, a person wearing a fedora hat and sunglasses was seen entering her room. This individual stayed with Sarah until late in the evening, around 3 p.m. The person in the fedora left the room, followed by Sarah a few minutes later. They were then observed kissing in the parking lot before driving off in separate cars in opposite directions. This new information raised suspicions, and the detectives wondered who this mysterious person was and what their connection was to Sarah and the murder investigation. They decided to investigate further, looking into Sarah's activities in more detail and trying to identify the person in the fedora. The detectives continued to investigate, wanting to know more about the mysterious person in the fedora. As they reviewed earlier footage, they discovered that the person in the fedora was a young man with blonde hair. The questions remained: who was he? What was his relationship with Sarah? And could he be connected to Alex's murder? Furthermore, the detectives checked Sarah's alibi and found that she had claimed to be working late at the venue in Nashville on the night of the murder, planning a wedding event. However, they discovered that Sarah had canceled her scheduled meetings for March 3rd, 4th, which contradicted her initial statement, making it clear that Sarah had lied about her activities during that time. The detectives circled the man, a 23-year-old fitness model, an entrepreneur known for his chiseled physique and charming smile, as a second suspect. His social media handle, the Muscle Maverick, had garnered a large following, particularly among older women who admired his rugged good looks and physique. Rumors swirled that he offered more than just fitness coaching to his clients, catering to their intimate desires and earning him a reputation as a sought-after gigolo. His services were allegedly in high demand, with whispers of a black book containing the names of his wealthy and influential clients. It was said that he had a talent for making women feel desired and appreciated, and that his charm and good looks made him a magnet for those seeking companionship and excitement. The detectives wondered if his involvement with Sarah Taylor, Alex's wife, went beyond a mere coincidence, and if his questionable profession might be linked to the murder investigation. They also pondered whether his relationship with Sarah was a mere fling or something more sinister, and if he might have had a motive to silence Alex permanently. As they dug deeper, they discovered that the Muscle Maverick had a history of being in the right place at the right time, always seeming to appear in the lives of women who were vulnerable and seeking attention. His true intentions remained unclear, but one thing was certain: he was now a person of interest in the murder investigation. In the afternoon of May 6th, Detectives Rodriguez and Chan decided to bring Maverick in for questioning, curious about his involvement with Sarah Taylor and potential connection to Alex's murder. They led him to the interview room where he took a seat, his confident demeanor unwavering. The detectives began their questioning. But to their surprise, Maverick answered each query openly and honestly without hesitation or evasion. He confirmed his relationship with Sarah, revealing they had met at a fitness event and began a romantic affair. Maverick admitted he knew about Alex, but claimed their relationship was consensual and that Sarah had confided in him about her unhappy marriage. He denied any involvement in Alex's murder, stating he was at a photo shoot at the time of the crime after he left Sarah. The detectives pressed for more information, but Maverick's responses remained candid and unguarded, leaving them wondering if he was telling the truth or skillfully manipulating them. Despite Maverick's candid responses, Detectives Rodriguez and Chan still harbored doubts about his statements. They decided to verify his alibi, tracking down the photographer who had worked with him on the day of Alex's murder. The photographer confirmed Maverick's presence at the photo shoot, and the timeline matched his account. However, when the detectives reviewed the photos from the shoot, they noticed something peculiar. Maverick's behavior during the shoot seemed overly rehearsed, and the photographer mentioned that Maverick had received a mysterious phone call during the shoot, which he had stepped away to answer. This new information raised suspicions about Maverick's potential involvement in Alex's murder, and the detectives began to re-examine his statements, searching for any other potential cracks in his story. Detectives Rodriguez and Chan decided to dig deeper into Maverick's and Sarah's communication records, suspecting that their exchange might reveal crucial information about Alex's murder. They obtained warrants to track their call history and messages, hoping to uncover any suspicious interactions. After analyzing the records, They found a flurry of texts and calls between Maverick and Sarah in the days leading up to Alex's murder. The messages were cryptic, but they hinted at a secret meeting and discussed taking care of the problem. One text from Maverick to Sarah read, "I'll handle it. You'll be free soon." The detectives suspected that the problem might refer to Alex, and that Maverick and Sarah could have been planning his murder. Furthermore, they discovered a series of deleted messages on Sarah's phone, which had been recovered using specialized software. These messages revealed a more intimate relationship between Sarah and Maverick with explicit content and declarations of love. As the detectives continued to analyze Maverick's phone records, they stumbled upon a shocking discovery. Maverick had been sending Sarah's naked pictures to another contact, someone he had been in frequent communication with. The contact's number was registered to a man named Victor, and his messages to Maverick were laced with explicit requests and comments about Sarah's photos. The detectives' eyes widened as they realized the scope of Maverick's deceit. He had not only been manipulating Sarah, but also exploiting her for his own gain, sharing intimate photos with a third party. This new evidence suggested a twisted game of cat and mouse with Maverick at the center, pulling the strings. Victor's messages also hinted at a deeper conspiracy, mentioning something about the plan and getting paid. The detectives suspected that Victor might be more than just a recipient of illicit photos. He could be an accomplice in Alex's murder. With this new lead, the detectives decided to track down Victor, hoping to unravel the web of secrets and lies that Maverick had spun. They were one step closer to uncovering the truth, but the case was about to take a darker and more sinister turn. The detectives' eyes locked onto the screen as they tracked Victor's number to a familiar address, Alex Taylor's office building. They couldn't believe the connection. Victor, the recipient of Sarah's intimate photos, was none other than Alex's own secretary. They quickly obtained a warrant to bring Victor in for questioning. As they arrived at Alex's office, they found Victor nervously fidgeting at his desk. He seemed shaken, but the detective's presence only added to his unease. They escorted him back to the interrogation room, where the truth began to unravel. Victor's expression turned calculating as he revealed his true intentions. He had orchestrated the setup between Maverick and Sarah, manipulating them to further his own scheme. Victor had planned to use Sarah's explicit photos to blackmail her, threatening to expose her secrets to Alex unless she paid a hefty sum. The detectives were appalled by Victor's cunning plan, which exploited Sarah's vulnerability for his own gain. Victor's confession continued, revealing the entirety of their plan. On the evening of May 3rd, he and Maverick had decided to move forward with the blackmail scheme. Victor had called Maverick during his photo shoot, giving him the green light to initiate the plan. However, things didn't go as smoothly as they had hoped. Sarah was reluctant to pay, and Victor's threats hadn't yielded the desired result. In a desperate attempt to intimidate her, they lied, claiming they had already sent the compromising photos to Alex. And the following day, he had been shocked to hear the death of Alex. With Victor's revelation, the detectives decided to retrace Sarah's steps on the day of Alex's murder. They accessed the CCTV footage from the event she was planning, tracking her movements as she left and headed home. The footage revealed a surprising detour. Sarah had stopped at a mall along the way where she spent about an hour. Further investigation showed that Sarah had made a few purchases at the mall, including a large container of cleaning solution and some heavy-duty trash bags. The detectives' suspicions grew as they continued to follow her trail. After leaving the mall, Sarah had parked her car in a secluded spot not far from her home. The CCTV footage showed her sitting in the car for several minutes, her actions unclear. Then she got out and walked towards her house, disappearing from view. The detectives wondered what Sarah had done during those few minutes in the car. Had she been gathering her thoughts, or was she preparing for something more sinister? The discovery of the cleaning solution and trash bags hinted at a possible cleanup, but they still needed concrete evidence to link Sarah to Alex's murder. Around 11 p.m., Sarah was seen running frantically out of her house, looking distressed. She jumped into her car and sped away, heading back to the event center. The following day, Detectives Rodriguez and Chun eagerly awaited the autopsy results from the medical team leading the case. They had specifically requested a thorough analysis of the evidence collected from Alex's body. As they reviewed the report, one detail caught their attention. The lipstick found on Alex's cheek matched Sarah's signature shade. It was a unique blend, only available at a high-end boutique. This discovery strengthened the connection between Sarah and the crime scene. However, another crucial piece of evidence yielded a surprising result. Despite the visible signs of a struggle, Alex's nails didn't contain any DNA. Detectives Rodriguez and Chun brought Sarah in for further questioning, tracking her down to her home. As they waited for the search warrant to be processed, they asked her to accompany them to the station, and she eventually agreed. Meanwhile, officers executed the search warrant on Sarah's car, finding a few strands of fabric caught in the door handle, which they sent to the lab for analysis. At the station, Sarah was placed in an interrogation room where the detectives presented the latest evidence. They showed her the results of the lipstick analysis and the CCTV footage of her return to the event center. Sarah's demeanor changed, her eyes darting back and forth as she struggled to maintain her composure. The detectives sensed a crack in her facade, and they pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. The detectives decided to use a tactical approach, telling Sarah that they had found irrefutable evidence linking her to Alex's murder. They watched as her demeanor shifted from defiance to desperation. Sarah's eyes welled up with tears as she began to sob that she hadn't meant to kill him. The detectives exchanged a knowing glance, sensing a breakthrough. They continued to press her, asking for details about the events leading up to Alex's death. Sarah's confession poured out like a torrent. She revealed that Maverick had been threatening to expose her darkest secrets to Alex, and she had been desperate to keep him quiet. In a panic, she had driven home, intending to confront Alex and prevent him from seeing the compromising photos. But when she arrived, she found him already there, fresh from a late-night work event. He was just opening his phone, and she feared that it was the pictures Maverick had sent that he was opening. But things had taken a deadly turn. As she tried to wrestle the phone from Alex's grasp, he had become suspicious, and a struggle ensued. In the heat of the moment, Sarah had grabbed the belt hanging beside the bed and choked Alex, never intending for it to end in tragedy. The detectives listened in stunned silence, their minds reeling from the sheer complexity of Sarah's motives. They had expected a crime of passion, but this was something far more sinister, a calculated attempt to silence Alex, driven by desperation and fear. With the confession, the case against Sarah was deemed airtight. She was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The trial was swift, with the prosecution presenting overwhelming evidence of her guilt. On May 15, 2018, the court delivered its verdict. Sarah was found guilty and sentenced to death. The courtroom fell silent as the judge's words hung in the air, the weight of the sentence sinking in. The execution date was set for June 2, 2018. Sarah's fate was sealed. As she was led away in handcuffs, her eyes seemed to plead for mercy, but it was too late. The justice system had run its course, and she would soon face the ultimate penalty for her crime. As the news of Sarah's death sentence spread like wildfire, social media and the press erupted in a frenzy of outrage and condemnation. The public's reaction was swift and merciless, with many calling for her to rot in prison or face the ultimate penalty. As the execution date approached, the public's fervor slowly gave way to a somber reflection. The case of Sarah, the black-mailed and desperate wife, became a cautionary tale of the devastating consequences of secrets and lies. Alex's passing left a gaping hole in the community, one that went far beyond his business ventures. He had been a pillar of the town, always willing to lend a helping hand or support a worthy cause. His absence was deeply felt, as many of the initiatives he had championed were now left without a driving force. The local food bank, which Alex had generously supported, struggled to maintain its operations without his donations. The annual charity run, which he had founded, might be canceled due to lack of funding. The community center, where Alex had coached youth sports, might be in danger of being shut down due to lack of volunteers. His legacy lived on, but the town was forever changed by his loss. The tragedy of his death was compounded by the knowledge that his contributions, so vital to the community's well-being, would be deeply missed. On June 2, 2018, Sarah's life was extinguished. A tragic end to a tragic tale. It was Friday, November 3, 2006. Justine Absher had spent 27 years in a honeymoon phase of her marriage, filled with hopes and dreams for the future. As a newlywed, she longed to have children, and her husband of just 5 months, Eric Absher, had 2 daughters from a previous relationship whom Justine adored. The couple met in 1999 while working at Lowe's home improvement store. Justine was a cashier, and Eric was her manager. At 20 years old, she learned that he was 26 and had 2 young daughters. After Eric joined the Marines, they married upon his return, and he started his own trucking business, operating a dump truck for the company. Justine also found her perfect job as a kindergarten teacher at Emerald Hill Elementary in Culpeper, Virginia. On that particular day, November 3rd, she arrived at work, and her colleagues noticed something seemed off. They thought she was crying when they saw her swollen eyes, but Justine reassured them it was merely an allergy. Later, some colleagues spotted her again as she attended a UVA master's class. Arriving 30 minutes late and wearing sunglasses indoors, Justine left as soon as the lesson concluded at 7 p.m. Her colleagues had no idea that this would be the last time they would see her. But why? Justine was a wonderful person, cherished by many. Who could do this to her and for what? At 1:57 a.m., a 911 call was made. There was a hit and run. Police arrived at Taylorsville Road in Barboursville, Virginia, and found Eric in the middle of the road crying hysterically and uncontrollably. He had his wife, Justine, in his arms. Justine was dead. It turned out that she suffered from multiple injuries as a result of being hit by a car. Eric told police that Justine called him at 1:19 a.m. She told him that her car had broken down and asked him to pick her up. She was 5 miles from home. Eric got on a motorcycle and drove to the place where she said she was. But when he got there, he found her lying on the road. Eric told the police that he sat with her and covered her with his jacket. He said he then went to try to find help. Eric went into several houses close to the road. One of the owners of one of the houses he knocked on called 911. The call was received at 1:57 a.m. Eric told the police that he had a mobile phone in his pocket, but he didn't realize it until then. While on paper, at first, the scene looked like a case for hits and runs, this view changed very quickly. The police did not find any broken windows, skid marks, or tire tracks on the road. There was no debris or blood on Justine or her clothes despite multiple injuries to her body. They believed, based on the physical evidence, that Justine was not just standing on the road and was hit by a car, but rather someone caused her death. The police also discovered that despite Eric stating that Justine had called him to tell him she had a problem with her car was working. No mechanical defects were found. Justina was very close to her parents, Heidi and Stephen Schwartz, and her sister Lauren Schwartz, and they were devastated when Eric's brother called them, notifying them that Justine was dead. Their shock and devastation turned to confusion. They knew Justine well. She was afraid of the dark. She was even described as being afraid of her own shadow, so it didn't make sense to them that she would drive alone at night. They also wanted to know how her body was found lying in the middle of the road about 600 feet from her car. Her purse, coat, and keys were in the car, so they didn't understand why she left them and walked away from the car, especially when she called Eric and asked him to come pick her up. It was dark and freezing, but it was only 2 days after Justine's memorial service when everything started to go wrong. Heidi walked into a restaurant and snapped. She was overcome with emotion. The woman working at the restaurant asked her if she needed anything. Heidi told her about Justine and described her as a kindergarten teacher who was hit and run over by a car. The woman told Heidi that her daughter was not involved in the hit and run. She was murdered and her husband is the main suspect. It turned out that some people believed that Eric was involved in Justine's death. The police talked to Eric. Eric told them that the evening was normal. Justine returned home after 19 after classes. She got home before Eric did. He was at home a little after her. He was at Martha Jefferson Hospital visiting his sick mother. Eric had been at home with Justine for a while when he got a call from the hospital. His mother's condition worsened. Eric told the police that he returned to the hospital and was there until 11:30. He didn't go home right after the hospital. Instead, he went to their storage facility on Route 33 in Ruckersville. That's where he kept his motorcyclist. Eric parked his car at the storage area, pulled out his motorcyclist, and rode on horseback. He told the police he wanted to clear his head. According to Eric, it was 12:30 when he returned home. Justine was awake and wanted to talk to him. Eric told the police that they were arguing because Justine wanted to discuss her mother's health and Eric didn't want to talk about it. He told her that he needed to be alone, and Eric said that Justine said, "Well, maybe I need to be alone too." According to Eric, Justine then left and drove off in her 2002 Ford Mustang. Eric told the police that he wasn't worried as he expected Justin to come home, and he just sat and watched TV. The next time he heard from Justine was at 1:19 when he got the call. She wasn't afraid. She was just angry. Justine told him that her car had broken down and asked him to pick her up. She told him exactly where she was. He said it took him at least 10-15 minutes to leave the house after Justine called, when he had to put on his shoes, take his jacket, keys, and helmet. Eric claimed to have found it somewhere between 139 and 144. Eric's version of events did not suit the police, and combined with the crime scene and the injuries to Justine's body, they began a thorough investigation into her cause of death and the circumstances surrounding her. It would take 4 years, but the police finally had enough to officially charge Eric. He was charged with the first-degree murder of his wife. The prosecution's case was that Eric killed his wife because of his desire to leave her and for financial reasons. The court heard how Justine had changed in the months leading up to that November night. She no longer met with friends, answered people's calls, and even refused the flowers that her friends sent as a gift to keep the house warm. "Eric does not want me to accept gifts from you." They believed that Justine had been killed elsewhere and taken to the road where she was found so that Eric could stage a hit and run. It was their case that he did so in order to raise $1,500,000 in insurance money. The prosecution told the court that Justine's injuries were not consistent with being hit by a car. She suffered 113 blunt force injuries to her body, multiple broken bones, lacerated organs, and 23 head wounds. However, there was very little blood at the scene. 2 medical experts testified on behalf of the prosecution. They said Justine's death was not caused by being hit by a car while she was standing on the road. Because of her injuries, they believed that she had been beaten, strangled, and then defected after she was already dead. Dr. Todd Lukasovic, who performed Justine's autopsy, testified that his findings were consistent with manual strangulation. He found deep tissue bruises in the neck muscles and hemorrhages in one eye and lip. He testified that Justine suffered numerous serious internal injuries, including lacerated and bruised lungs, broken ribs, a collapsed pelvis, and a lacerated spleen and liver. Some of the wounds did not bleed, which indicated that they were caused after Justine was already dead. He said he found less than half of the blood he expected collected in her chest and abdomen. The second medical examiner said that the average female body contains 5 liters of blood. Less than 1 liter of blood was received from Justine. This did not correspond to the lack of blood found on the road. It was the prosecution's case that indicated that she was killed elsewhere. Allison Crawford testified. She dated Eric in high school and was the mother of his 2 children. She testified that less than 2 hours before Eric found Justine lying on the road, he asked Allison if they had any future together. There were 43 calls between them that day. Eric told her that he still had feelings for her. Allison told the court that he asked if there was a chance for our relationship. He told her that he had made a mistake and regretted marrying Justine. Another witness testified on behalf of the prosecution. Cecil Roebuck said he was on the side roads of Greene County late that night looking for a school bus. He told the court that he was not familiar with the roads, so he pulled his car into the driveway to turn around. Cecil claimed that a man approached him and told him that there was almost no gas in his wife's car. He asked Cecil to follow him to the gas station, but before they reached the gas station, the man stopped his car and told Cecil that he too had run out of gas. He asked Cecil to give him a ride home and obliged. Cecil said he didn't connect the incident to Justine's case until he saw a program about Justine's death 2 years later. He told the court that, in his opinion, This man was Eric, and he helped him fake a blow and escape, although he did not know anything at the time. The court also heard about Eric's financial difficulties. Justine's father, Steve Swartz, testified. He told the court that his daughter was the couple's creditor, and they owed $85,000 at the time of her death. Insurance claims regulators also testified about several policies of which Eric was the beneficiary. Less than 2 weeks after Justine's death, Eric filed an uninsured motorist lawsuit that would have paid him $100,000 if it had been approved, and up to $3,500,000 if the commercial aspect had been approved. Justine's name was on the insurance for one of the dump trucks. Eric filed for bankruptcy in 2009 and received $330,000. The money was used to pay off debts. Some of the other evidence was heard in the absence of the jury, and it included statements about Eric's affair with a woman a month before his wedding and 3 days after Justine's death. It was also claimed that he had photos of a naked woman, but he tore them up so as not to look bad. The prosecution's case was that Eric's cell phone records showed that he was at home and not at Martha Jefferson Hospital, where he claimed to be, and therefore had enough time to kill Justine. They told the jury that late in the evening and the next morning, there were 2 periods that were of particular importance, from 10:04 to 11:23 and from 12:08 to 19:19, when a call came from Justine's phone. Cell phone records showed that he was at home at the time, not in the hospital. The prosecution also told the jury that Eric had used his phone 157 times that day. So the fact that he said he realized his cell phone was in his pocket only a short time after Justine's body was found was an absolutely incredible statement to make. The prosecution highlighted the fact that Eric had once been a Marine and had been trained in CPR and first aid, but he had made no effort to help Justine. In one final blow in sharp shock to Eric's case, the prosecution revealed that he has the nickname Justine. He called her Thing. The defense's case is that Justine died in an accident. This was the case when Eric visited his mother at Martha Jefferson Hospital until 11:30 that night and then went to the vault to pick up his motorcycle. They claimed that he would not have had time to kill Justine and then strike and flee. It was their case when Eric and Justine had a happy marriage. His brother lived with them for a while and testified that they were really happy. He said he also got along well with Justine. The defense attacked the credibility of the prosecution witness, Cecil. They believed he was motivated by a $50,000 reward for information offered by Justine's parents and hoped to receive favorable treatment in connection with 2 felony fraud charges he faced out of $10,000 in debt. The defense argued that the medical examiner failed to perform a specific procedure aimed at detecting a latent spinal cord injury. They argued that this would prove that Justine died instantly from a broken neck. If Justine died instantly from a broken neck, it would also explain why there was so little blood at the scene. The jury found Eric guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. At Eric's sentencing hearing, the court heard statements about the impact on the victim. Her sister Lauren said, "7 years before Eric killed her, I watched my sister's life begin to fade away. She became quiet, withdrawn. She became poor. She became scared. She was a victim of domestic violence, which I saw with my own eyes. Looking back, I feel like I watched her die." Lauren claimed to have seen Eric shove Justin before they got married. She said that Justin also told her about several other incidents. In the months leading up to this November day, Justine's family and friends noticed a change in her personality. Justine has always been kind, loving, and friendly. And although she still had these qualities, she stopped meeting friends and colleagues for social visits. She was withdrawn and quiet, a shell of her former self. Justine was created to feel useless and tried to do her best to please Eric. Her father even testified that at their own wedding, Eric was distant and got on his motorcycle alone. Justine missed several of her wedding events, such as lunch, and had to spend the second night alone at the hotel. Eric had a violent past. He was accused of malicious wounding and was the subject of a protective order from the mother of his 2 children. Eric claimed it was caused by a verbal disagreement he had with her that became physical. He claimed that she attacked him and hit him in the face with a remote control. Eric claimed that he grabbed her by the shirt and throat in self-defense. On June 5, 2002, 14-year-old Elizabeth Smart was asleep in her bed in the upscale area of Federal Heights in Salt Lake City, Utah. She shared the bedroom with her sister, Mary Catherine, but their peaceful night soon took a terrifying turn. As the hours passed, a soft-spoken man broke into the room through a window, armed with a knife. The noise woke Mary Catherine, but she feigned sleep, hoping to shield her sister. The intruder then turned to Elizabeth, warning her to stay quiet or he would hurt her. Frightened, Elizabeth obeyed, put on her shoes, and left with him. Mary Catherine remained motionless for 2 hours before waking her parents, Ed and Lois Smart, to tell them that Elizabeth had been taken. At first, her parents didn't believe her, assuming she had been dreaming. But as the situation became clearer, they realized the truth. Upon inspecting the girls' room, Ed and Lois found a slit in the window screen, confirming Mary Catherine's account. Alarmed, they immediately called the police. Officers soon arrived, and Mary Catherine provided a description of the man who had abducted Elizabeth, noting his dark hair and the hair on his arms and hands. Despite speaking quietly to Elizabeth throughout the incident, Mary Catherine was still able to identify his voice as somehow familiar. However, she struggled to remember any specific circumstances she could have heard before. About 3.5 hours after Elizabeth was taken, the authorities utilized the Rachel Alert system to broadcast information about her abduction to the public. The Rachel Alert was named after another Utah girl who was abducted and murdered. By utilizing this alert system, the authorities could quickly reach a wide audience and enlist the public's aid in locating Elizabeth. Because Ed and Lois Smart had put their house up for sale before Elizabeth was taken from her bedroom on June 5, 2002, the police looked at people who toured the house as possible suspects in Elizabeth's abduction. In addition to the house tour, the police also searched the Smart family's computer. They wanted to uncover any online interactions Elizabeth may have had with strangers, as this was a common tactic used in child abduction cases. By examining her computer records, they hoped to determine if she had come into contact with anyone who may have known or been involved in the abduction. The day after Elizabeth was kidnapped, her parents went on national television and pleaded for her safe return. In a heart-wrenching and emotional appeal, Ed Smart addressed the perpetrator directly, imploring them to bring their daughter home. His voice filled with desperation and love. He pleaded with the person responsible for taking Elizabeth to have mercy and return her safely. Tears to have mercy and return her safely. Tears accompanied Ed's plea as he spoke about his immense love for his daughter and his unwavering commitment to finding her. When the police spoke to Elizabeth Smart's neighbors in Federal Heights, none of them reported seeing or hearing anything suspicious on the day Elizabeth was abducted. This lack of information surprised the police, as they had hoped to gather more information to assist with the investigation. Shortly after Elizabeth's abduction, the mayor of Salt Lake City, Rocky Anderson, made a public announcement offering a $10,000 reward for her safe return to her family. However, the reward was soon raised to $250,000. Nearly 1,200 volunteers joined Elizabeth Smart's family and friends to search for her. At a news conference, police told the public despite the thousands of tips they were receiving, they were making little headway in Elizabeth's abduction. The authorities in Salt Lake City called in help from other police departments across the state. However, without evidence like a vehicle description, there wasn't a lot of information to go on. With no leads in Elizabeth's disappearance, the police began to get frustrated with the lack of progress in her case. Scott Atkinson, the captain of the Salt Lake City Police Department, told the public that everyone was still a suspect in Elizabeth's abduction. Yet, he reiterated Elizabeth's family was not the focus of the investigation. One of the 1,200 volunteers searching for Elizabeth alerted the police to a suspicious man she saw while she was looking through a wooded canyon for Elizabeth. The volunteer described the man as being in the area and acting suspiciously. This information prompted the police to begin a search for the man. The search lasted all night long, but despite their efforts, the police were unable to locate the suspicious individual. As a result, they ruled the tip out and determined that it was not credible. Another tip received by the police regarding Elizabeth's abduction came from the local milkman in Federal Heights. The milkman claimed to have witnessed a man driving an older gray Honda or Nissan on Elizabeth Street a day or two before her disappearance. He told the police that he had a peculiar feeling about the driver of the car and decided to write down the license plate number. When the police thoroughly searched their vehicle database for that specific license plate number, they came up empty-handed. Unable to find any relevant information or leads, they dismissed the tip as not viable. The police officers investigating the abduction of Elizabeth Smart encountered a significant challenge due to the large number of individuals who showed up at the Smart residence in the hours following her abduction. By the time the police arrived at the scene around 4 a.m., the home was already filled with numerous individuals, causing potential contamination of any possible evidence that may have been present. As the search for Elizabeth Smart continued, the police questioned a man who had contact with Elizabeth at a social function before her abduction. However, they soon released this person and determined they had no connection with Elizabeth's disappearance. The search efforts intensified, and over 20 volunteer pilots in their private planes searched the Salt Lake area from the skies. Yet their efforts yielded no results. Tracking dogs indicated they had smelled something in Red Butte Canyon, several miles from Elizabeth's home. Police searched that area, but it turned out to be a dead end. Elizabeth's father, Ed Smart, had reached the point of exhaustion during the search for his daughter. He collapsed from the strain and had to be taken to the hospital. However, a few hours later, he was released and determined to continue looking for his daughter. Ed Smart and his wife had not been able to sleep and were utterly exhausted by the ordeal. In a media interview, Ed Smart expressed his frustration and determination to find his daughter, stating that he and his wife were barely holding it together. Despite Elizabeth's parents' exhaustion while they looked for her, Ed and Lois Smart held out hope their daughter was alive. They firmly believed in their unwavering belief that Elizabeth was going to come home to them. This conviction was instilled deep within their hearts. Elizabeth's mother, Lois Smart, expressed her love and commitment to her daughter through the media. She said in a powerful and emotional statement, "Elizabeth, if you can hear us, we love you." Elizabeth's loved ones held a candlelight vigil, praying for her to return home safely. In response to the abduction, the police requested Elizabeth's father, Ed, to take a polygraph test. Ed willingly complied with the request, demonstrating his family's commitment to aiding the authorities in finding their daughter. Her family was more than willing to do whatever was necessary to help the investigation. The investigation into Elizabeth's abduction ruled out the possibility that she had staged her disappearance, and they determined that she had not run away. Mark Klaas, whose daughter was kidnapped and murdered in California in October 1993, reached out to Elizabeth's family to offer his support. He traveled to Utah to speak with Ed and Lois Smart, sharing his own experiences and insights to help them navigate the challenging circumstances they were facing. During an interview with the media, Mark Klaas highlighted how the internet had benefited Elizabeth's disappearance. He stated that with the internet, the police were able to quickly and effectively spread the word about Elizabeth's missing person flyer, as this allowed them to reach a wider audience and alert people in different states, increasing the chances of finding her. The police soon received information that a man named Brett Michael Edmonds had been sighted in Federal Heights around the time Elizabeth was abducted. This information led detectives to seek Brett for questioning. However, their search for Brett proved unsuccessful, as they could not find him anywhere. As the investigation continued, the police discovered that Brett had relocated to New Mexico and Texas. A chase ensued, and authorities eventually apprehended a man they believed to be Brett at a department store. The individual was arrested on charges of auto theft and shoplifting. However, upon further investigation, it was determined that he was not Brett Michael Edmonds. Despite the physical similarities, the man was determined to have had no connection to Elizabeth's case. Eventually, the police found Brett Michael Edmonds in West Virginia, where he was admitted to the hospital due to an overdose and liver failure. Brett's health was so critical that the authorities feared he might not survive. However, his condition allowed for the possibility of questioning him regarding Elizabeth's abduction. Brett was conscious, alert, and able to speak, which presented an opportunity for the police and FBI agents working on the case to interview him. He was cooperative with the police, and the police concluded that Brett had nothing to do with the abduction. After Brett Michael Edmonds was cleared as a suspect in Elizabeth's abduction, the the police turned their attention to 48-year-old Richard Albert Ritchie. Ed Smart, Elizabeth's father, informed the police that he had employed Richard at his home for 2 months the previous year. According to Ed, because Richard did not own a vehicle, they worked out a deal where Ed would give Richard his 1990 Jeep Cherokee in exchange for his labor. However, Ed Smart was unaware that Richard Ritchie was a career criminal, and he later stated that he would not have hired Richard if he had known about his background. Richard Ritchie's criminal history dates back to 1973, when he was convicted of second-degree felony burglary. This robbery marked the beginning of a string of offenses over several decades. In 1981, Ritchie was again convicted of burglary for a separate incident. His most serious crime occurred in 1983, when he was sent to prison for aggravated robbery and attempted murder. The conviction resulted from an incident where he wounded a police officer during a gunfire exchange with authorities during a drugstore robbery. Additionally, Richard Ritchie was convicted of theft in 1996 for stealing about $2,500 worth of food from a food pantry in Richfield. According to corrections records, Richard Ritchie was paroled in September 2000. In an interview with the media, Ed Smart expressed his doubts about Richard Ritchie's involvement in his daughter's abduction. Ed stated that despite Ritchie's criminal history, he initially found Ritchie to be a capable worker. On June 14, 2002, Richard Ritchie was arrested on a parole violation, and the police were unable to confirm his whereabouts on the day Elizabeth was abducted. However, Richard Ritchie denied any involvement in Elizabeth's abduction. Through a statement from his attorney, Richard Ritchie informed the public that the police conducted an exhaustive search of his home, even digging up his garden. However, no evidence related to Elizabeth's abduction was found. Richard Ritchie claimed that he cooperated fully with the police, providing them with blood samples for DNA comparison, and sat through 26 hours of interviews. He also surrendered his vehicle to the police for investigation. By July 2002, Elizabeth Smart had been missing for a month, and her family desperately longed for her to return home. They thought their prayers were answered when police received a report of a girl who matched Elizabeth's description being sighted in Nebraska under suspicious circumstances. A witness at a gas station claimed to have seen a crying girl between the ages of 12-14 who seemed to be held against her will in a minivan. The witness provided a detailed description of the girl, which matched Elizabeth's appearance. This new development sent shock waves through the Smart family, as they eagerly hoped for any lead that might lead to finding their missing daughter. However, the police investigation into the report revealed that it had nothing to do with Elizabeth's abduction. After a thorough search, the police found insufficient evidence to connect the sighting to Elizabeth's case. This disappointing discovery left the Smart family grappling with a mix of emotions as they continued to hope for Elizabeth's safe return, while acknowledging the potential for false leads. Despite the setback, the Smart family remained steadfast in their determination to find Elizabeth. They maintained a cautious optimism, stating that while they were not ruling out the possibility that the girl at the gas station could be Elizabeth, they needed to keep an open mind. The family spokesperson expressed, "We're not necessarily holding out hope it is Elizabeth. If it is Elizabeth, we'd be elated." Meanwhile, the main suspect in Elizabeth's disappearance, Richard Ritchie, was charged with theft and burglary. He pleaded not guilty to the charges. These charges were filed in 2 incidents involving residences in the Federal Heights neighborhood and the Smart family home. Richard Ritchie was accused of committing burglary, a second-degree felony, and theft, a Class A misdemeanor, in the theft of items from a Federal Heights house on April 4, 2001. Additionally, Richard Ritchie was charged with theft, a third-degree felony, in the robbery of items from the Smart house on June 6, 2001. The stolen items were not related to Elizabeth's kidnapping investigation. Salt Lake District Attorney David Yoakum held a press conference to announce the charges. He stated that the stolen items from the Smart house included jewelry and a perfume bottle valued at approximately $3,500. When Ed Smart confronted Richard Ritchie about the theft, Richard denied the allegations and was subsequently fired. Unfortunately, the police investigation into the abduction of Elizabeth Smart suffered a significant setback in August 2002 when their best lead, Richard Ritchie, passed away from an irreversible injury to his brainstem that caused hemorrhaging. Richard Ricci's condition deteriorated significantly, and he eventually lost the ability to communicate or breathe on his own. As a result, his family made the difficult decision to remove him from a ventilator. In an effort to save Ricci's life, doctors operated to remove a blood clot in his brain and alleviate the pressure on his brainstem. Unfortunately, the damage had already been done, and the efforts were unsuccessful. Despite the loss of Richard Ricci, the authorities continued their efforts to locate and apprehend those responsible for the abduction. However, Ricci's death presented a significant challenge in the investigation and the search for Elizabeth Smart's abductor. The loss of the prime suspect hindered the progress of their case and cast doubt upon the viability of other leads. In August 2002, an 11-year-old girl was sexually assaulted and beaten after she was taken from her bedroom. The severity of her injuries was unimaginable, as doctors at the hospital discovered that every bone in the middle of her face had been broken. She had to undergo surgery, but unfortunately, her condition remained critical. Following the assault, police arrested a close friend of the girl's father, Javier Sickler. He was charged with aggravated burglary, aggravated assault, and attempted murder. According to Javier Sickler, he recalled knocking on the front door of the victim's home, but claimed that he blacked out afterward. However, despite the initial similarities with the abduction of Elizabeth Smart, the police determined that Javier Sickler had nothing to do with her kidnapping. As the months continued to pass and Elizabeth Smart remained missing, the police investigating the abduction turned to unconventional methods in their attempt to find her. Among these methods was the use of psychics, individuals who claimed to be able to use extrasensory perception to gain information about the missing girl's location. The psychics provided information to investigators, suggesting that Elizabeth could be found entombed in a crypt in the foothills above Salt Lake City. This tip prompted officials from a company in Seattle to report that more than a dozen of its members had located Elizabeth's body through a special psychic process called technical remote viewing. According to the members of the Seattle-based group, their psychic abilities allowed them to determine Elizabeth had been killed within hours of her abduction. However, upon arriving at the designated tomb, the officers found no signs of Elizabeth's disappearance. In November 2002, a man by the name of Walter Kenneth Holloway was arrested and accused of extortion. Walter Holloway had contacted the Smart family and the Salt Lake Police Department, claiming to be the kidnapper of their daughter, Elizabeth. He demanded $3 million from Ed and Lois Smart for the safe return of their daughter and threatened to harm Elizabeth if he did not receive the money. However, the police were able to track Holloway to South Carolina and determined that he had no involvement in the abduction. Ed Smart later stated that he was sickened by the extortion scheme and felt furious because it diverted the police's attention away from finding his daughter. The false kidnapping allegations had hindered their efforts and dedicated resources that could have been better utilized in finding Elizabeth. In October 2002, Elizabeth Smart's sister, Mary Catherine, suddenly realized that the abductor's voice was that of an unemployed man the family knew as Emmanuel. The family had hired Emmanuel to work on the roof and rake leaves in their yard for a day. However, the police officers were skeptical due to the short time Emmanuel had worked for the family, the long time that elapsed between the abduction and the revelation, and the limited time Mary Catherine had heard the abductor's voice. Despite the doubts, the family had a sketch artist draw Emmanuel's face from their descriptions. The sketch was eventually released in February 2003 and featured on several television shows, including Larry King Live and America's Most Wanted. The drawing of a suspect that was released by the police was recognized by relatives of a man named Brian David Mitchell, who provided the police with contemporary photographs of him. These photographs helped authorities confirm that the sketch was indeed an accurate depiction of Brian David Mitchell. On March 12, 2003, two couples in Sandy, Utah spotted Brian David Mitchell with a woman and a girl. They recognized Brian David Mitchell from the photos they had seen on the news, which depicted him as the missing girl's abductor. The woman accompanying Brian David Mitchell was later identified as his wife, Wanda Barzy. One of the couples called the police immediately after recognizing them. The police department was immediately notified and dispatched police officers to the location. Upon questioning, Elizabeth Smart, the missing girl from Salt Lake City, was identified. The officers rescued her and arrested both Brian David Mitchell and Wanda Barzee. After Elizabeth was rescued, her testimony revealed a shocking account of her abduction, abuse, and captivity. Elizabeth was taken to an encampment outside of Salt Lake City when Brian David Mitchell took her out of her home. The camp consisted of a makeshift shelter surrounded by dense foliage to provide camouflage. Here, she first met Wanda Barzee, Brian David Mitchell's wife, who would play a significant role in her captivity. According to Elizabeth Smart's testimony, Wanda Barzee initially played the role of a maternal figure, offering her comfort and warmth. However, as the days turned into weeks, Wanda Barzee's demeanor began to change. She began to exert control over Elizabeth, demanding that she adhere to their bizarre religious beliefs. Wanda Barzee would force Elizabeth to pray, read scriptures, and participate in religious rituals. One of the most traumatic experiences Elizabeth faced during her captivity was being forced to marry Brian David Mitchell. Wanda Barzee threatened Elizabeth with physical harm if she did not comply with their demands. The wedding ceremony, which Mitchell described as a ceremony of eternal love, was a sham. It had no legal standing and served only as a symbol of Brian David Mitchell's control over Elizabeth. Following the forced marriage, Brian David Mitchell proceeded to assault Elizabeth. He justified his actions by claiming that he was a Davidic king who had been commanded to kidnap virgin brides in order to fight against the Antichrist. Brian David Mitchell insisted that Elizabeth was the first of many virgins he would abduct, and that she would accompany him as he battled this mythical figure. Elizabeth Smart endured unimaginable abuse during her captivity. In order to prevent her from escaping, she was shackled to a tree with a metal cable, which severely limited her mobility outside of the tent she occupied. This constant confinement prevented her from seeking freedom and left her feeling trapped and helpless. In addition to the physical restraint, Elizabeth was also subjected to psychological torment. She was forced to take a new name and chose the name Esther, after Esther of the Old Testament. The name change was a symbol of the loss of her identity and the manipulation and control exerted over her by Brian David Mitchell and Wanda Barzee. One of the most disturbing aspects of Elizabeth's captivity was the repeated sexual assault she survived at the hands of Brian David Mitchell. She was forced to endure these assaults multiple times a day, leaving her traumatized and fearful. In addition to sexual abuse, Elizabeth was made to look at explicit magazines, further exacerbating her trauma and degradation. Elizabeth was constantly threatened with violence and even death. Brian David Mitchell regularly threatened to kill her, leaving her in a constant state of fear and anxiety. The constant fear and uncertainty only intensified the abuse she endured, leaving her feeling overwhelmed and helpless. In order to further weaken her resistance, Mitchell often forced Elizabeth to drink alcohol and take drugs. These substances were used as a means to lower her resistance and make it easier for him to control her. The constant intoxication left her disoriented and vulnerable, making it easier for the abusers to carry out their horrific acts. Elizabeth was also starved and fed garbage by her captors. After her rescue, Elizabeth called Wanda Barzee the most evil woman she had ever met. After years of legal proceedings, Wanda Barzee pleaded guilty to all the charges stemming from Elizabeth's abduction and was sentenced to concurrent terms of 15 years in state and federal prison. In 2016, her federal imprisonment was terminated and she was transferred from the Federal Medical Center, Carswell in Fort Worth, Texas, to the Utah State Prison in Draper, Utah to begin serving her state prison sentence. Elizabeth Smart protested the release of Wanda Barzee in September 2018, but Wanda Barzee was still let out. Elizabeth Smart, who by the time of Wanda Barzee's release was an advocate for child safety, stated that she believed Wanda Barzee still had the potential to harm others. She argued that Barzee had not demonstrated remorse for her actions or any signs of rehabilitation. Her protest garnered attention in the media and highlighted the ongoing concerns surrounding the release of convicted criminals. After a long legal battle that spanned several years, Brian David Mitchell was sentenced to life in prison for the kidnapping of Elizabeth Smart. During the sentencing hearing, Elizabeth had the opportunity to address her kidnapper directly. In a powerful and emotional statement, she expressed the pain and trauma he had caused her. She told him that the 9 months she spent in captivity had taken away a part of her life that she could never regain. Despite this ordeal, Elizabeth showed remarkable resilience and determination. She assured her kidnapper that she would lead a good life despite the darkness he had brought into her life. Elizabeth's words reflected her strength and determination to overcome her challenges. On September 5, 2017, Laura Wallen, a 30-year-old teacher from Wild Lake High School, was reported missing by her family after her employer informed them she hadn't shown up for work. Laura, who had previously been named Teacher of the Year, had been eagerly anticipating the new school year. At her Olney, Maryland home, there were no signs of her or any indication of foul play. When police conducted a welfare check, they found no evidence of unusual activity, but her disappearance remained a mystery. There was heightened concern because Laura had been 4 months pregnant at the time. Police contacted her boyfriend, Tyler Tessier, who claimed to have no knowledge of her whereabouts. A search began, and Laura's black 2011 Ford Escape was found parked in a gated community in Columbia, across from her high school. Volunteers concentrated their search efforts in Howard and Montgomery counties, distributing flyers and missing person posters. Tyler, along with Laura's parents, Gwen and Mark Wallen, appeared at a televised press conference to seek information and offer a reward for any leads. At the conference, Tyler revealed that he and Laura had been in a relationship for about 10 years. He addressed her directly, saying, "Dear Laura, if you are reading this, no matter what has happened or what the problems have been, we can solve anything together. There are many people missing you, and none of us have slept or eaten. We are just watching and praying for your safety." While Tyler pleaded with the public for information, both the police and Laura's family believed they already had suspicions about who was responsible for her disappearance. They believe that this person is Tyler. Police believe that Tyler may have had a role in Laura's disappearance due to discrepancies in his statements to the police. The fact that they permitted him to speak during the press conference was considered a decision, which the family approved in order to try to obtain more information. At the time, Laura had been missing, and police had no knowledge of what had happened to her or her whereabouts. However, after further questioning, Tyler informed police that Laura had approached him and requested his assistance. He stated that Laura wished to go missing, claiming that, according to her, the father of her child was a student of hers and that she was confused, worried, and needed assistance before anyone else became aware of the situation. However, just 2 days following the press conference on September 13th, Laura's whereabouts had been no longer a matter of concern. Police conducted a search of the perimeter of an area of woodland in Damascus, where it was reported that Tyler had previously visited, and was known to have taken several trips there in recent times. In a secluded area of the field, the police discovered what appeared to be newly dug earth. With the aid of cadaver dogs, they located Laura's remains buried in a shallow grave. An autopsy revealed that Laura had been shot in the back of her head once. The police needed to determine when Laura had died, who had killed her, and the reasons for her demise. The police believe that Tyler was the last individual to see Laura prior to her disappearance, and that they were in close proximity to each other on foot. Given the inconsistencies in Tyler's statements regarding his movements, the police have considered him a person of interest in relation to Laura's disappearance. On September 1st, Laura's family confirmed that she was alive. The following day, on September 2nd, Laura traveled with Tyler on a trip. Police uncovered that Laura sent a text message to a close friend on September 2nd and revealed that Tyler was planning an adventure for them in the countryside, but did not specify the location. The text read, "Tyler has invited me on a country adventure. I'm not sure why, but he has something up his sleeve. We'll be waiting in the field." The final transaction made on Laura's credit card was a purchase at a Safeway supermarket in Olney, near Laura's home, between 9:30 p.m. and 7:30 a.m. on September 2nd. Police obtained video surveillance footage from the supermarket and discovered that when Laura made the purchase, Tyler was with her. However, the reason why Tyler may have wanted Laura deceased is currently unknown. Police discovered that Tyler was in a romantic relationship with another individual, which may have been a motive they were seeking. Laura and Tyler have been involved in a fluctuating relationship for the past 10 years. Every time they break up, they will reunite. Their connection was not straightforward, and Laura was anticipating the arrival of a child in the near future. Despite Tyler's statement to the police that Laura was expecting the student's baby, the child is actually Tyler's. Without Laura's knowledge, during one of their breakups, Tyler began dating another academic and moved in with this other individual in 2012. Even after returning with Laura, he continued to stay with this other woman. Neither Laura nor the other woman were aware of the existence of the other. When Laura informed her family that she was expecting Tyler's baby, her father, Mark Wallen, inquired with Tyler as to his intentions. He was aware of their on and off relationship, and there had been rumors of another woman at one point. Tyler assured Mark he would take care of Laura. He displayed the engagement ring to Mark and stated he was planning on proposing to Laura. He informed Mark that he had not seen another woman for 2 years. Subsequently, the police discovered that the ring Tyler displayed to Mark was later utilized by Tyler to ask another woman to marry him, not Laura. The other individual accepted, and their nuptials were arranged shortly after Laura's due date. While both Laura and the other individual believed Tyler was exclusively dating them, it came to light during the investigation that Laura might have learned what Tyler was up to shortly before his passing. On August 28th, she texted another woman requesting a meeting with her. It is important to clarify certain matters, and if you were in my position, I would also require answers. This is not an attempt to engage in confrontation, but rather a search for explanation. A woman is a woman. The police believe that several days after the text message, Tyler began plotting Laura's death. They believe that he convinced Laura that he was residing with her, became disillusioned, and then stalked her. With regard to this matter, when Laura sent her a text message, the woman informed Tyler of this via text, to which he responded with a text that read, "I could have potentially killed her." Initially, Tyler denied that he had a romantic relationship with any other woman besides Laura, but upon being confronted with evidence to the contrary, he admitted to it. The police believe that Tyler took Laura to a remote location with the intent of killing her, in order to silence her. Laura believed that she was being taken to that location to view the land that Tyler wished to acquire. The area was familiar to Tyler, as it was a field near his workplace. When Laura sent a text message to her sister regarding the trip, the sister asked Laura to take a photograph. Laura did so, and the police compared the photo with the location where her body was subsequently discovered. Tyler took Laura to the location on 2 separate occasions on September 2nd and September 3rd. The police believe that Tyler shot Laura on September 3rd. On the same date, Tyler wrote a letter to Efren, requesting that the friend drive to Baltimore at a later time, but the friend declined. The friend advised Tyler that it was not a good idea to travel to Baltimore during the night. In response, Tyler stated that he likely intended to clean up the mess. They believe that after he shot Laura, Tyler then attempted to conceal the evidence and try to cast doubt on who the father of Laura's child was through text messages sent to her family. He sent a text message to his sister from her phone, which read, "I am 95% certain that Tyler is not the biological father. I will attempt to locate Antoine." The sister of Laura was confused by this text. She had a close relationship with Laura and knew that if Laura had had any doubts about the father of their child, she would have expressed them in a more direct manner. She informed the police that Laura dated someone named Antoine 2 years prior to her death, but they had not spoken since. Tyler was subsequently arrested and charged with murder in the 1st degree. He was additionally charged with obstructing justice, falsifying evidence, and perjury. Due to Maryland law, he was only charged with the murder charge, as it states that a fetus must be viable before birth. When police interviewed Tyler, he initially denied any connection or knowledge of the events surrounding Laura's disappearance. However, he subsequently provided several different versions of events that led up to Laura's unexplained absence. He stated that during the argument on September 4th, Laura was greatly distressed and crying hysterically. She attacked him with scissors, and in the process, collided with a porch post, causing her to fall to the ground. Tyler believed that she was deceased, so he carried her outside and buried her in the field. The police questioned him regarding this, asking why the autopsy revealed that she had received gunshot wounds. He explained that he was concerned that he may have buried her alive, and returned to the scene to ensure that she was indeed deceased, as he did not want her to continue suffering. Subsequently, Tyler's story changed. He informed the police that African-American men had broken into Laura's home and abducted them both. The men compelled them to travel to Damascus, and there Laura received gunshot injuries. When questioned regarding why he himself was not shot, Tyler stated that he pleaded with the men for them to let him leave. The prosecution argued that they had a strong case, and that there was no doubt that Tyler was responsible for Laura's death. Their argument was that after several years of a successful double life, Tyler knew that it was about to come to an end. Laura had discovered everything. Following Laura's texting of another woman, Tyler plotted Laura's assassination. He was scheduled to spend the weekend of September 2nd with another woman in Pennsylvania. Instead, he informed her that he could not drive for 4 hours due to injuring his knee while taking her dog for a walk. However, there was nothing amiss with the knee. He had other plans. He arranged a meeting with Laura and took her on a trip to a remote area in Damascus, Montgomery County. The prosecution argued that the murder had been planned in advance and was evident from the location where Laura had been killed and buried. They wished to take the jury to the site where Laura's remains had been discovered. The prosecution believed that the jury could fully comprehend what Tyler was charged with only by observing how remote the location was and following in Tyler's footsteps. They intend to seek court permission to bring the jury to this site, which will require the use of 4x4 vehicles as the area is off-road, and they will need to navigate the winding path up a long hill to reach the corner of the grassy field on the other side. Once there, they will be able to appreciate that the location not only appears remote but is also concealed. The prosecution additionally argued that the killing was unplanned. They also wished to demonstrate to the jury Scott's animal processing plant, which is located near the location where Laura's remains were discovered. At the time, there was a forklift present on the property, and the prosecution alleged that Tyler used it in order to excavate a shallow grave for Laura's body. Front license plate and mobile phone belonging to Laura were found by staff in a dumpster within the premises. The prosecution was concerned that the images were insufficient to demonstrate how secluded the field was. They posited that, in order to select that location, one must be familiar with the area. They obtained an aerial view of the location with a photograph of the tree line present, and Laura sitting inside the truck present. Laura had sent a photograph of herself to her sister when her sister inquired, and the location corresponded with where her remains were later discovered. Additionally, the prosecution intended to exhibit to the jury the records of Tyler's and Laura's cell phone activity, which suggested they were at the location where Laura was ultimately found deceased. The prosecution planned to present evidence to the jury that after Tyler had buried Laura's body, he had driven Laura's vehicle to an apartment building in Columbia, where her body was later discovered. Ian asked him for a lift from the apartment building where Laura's car had been found, later parked. It has been alleged that Tyler instructed a friend to mislead the police if they were ever to ask him to collect him from this apartment building. The prosecution has requested a life sentence without parole for Tyler if he is found guilty. However, the prosecution will never have an opportunity to present its case before a jury. On September 6, 2018 at 5 a.m., just hours before the opening statements were scheduled to start in Tyler's trial, his body was discovered in his cell. Tyler hanged himself in his prison cell at Montgomery County Correctional Facility, Rockville, Maryland. Behind his bunk was a pile of 5 suicide letters. According to Bruce Goldfarb from the Office of the Maryland Chief Medical Examiner interviewed by Top, the cause of death is hanging and it has been ruled a suicide. Toxicological analysis showed no drugs or alcohol in the deceased system. That same morning, Montgomery County Prosecutor John McCarthy addressed the media regarding Tyler's case. This morning, we were denied the opportunity to present the public with the true nature of and details surrounding this crime. There can be no doubt that the defendant is the person who killed Laura. I believe that today was the day when everything would have crushed him. He was aware of the discovery. He was aware of the evidence, and he was aware that today was his day of reckoning. I believe he brought out his cowardice. He displayed psychotic behavior, which he continued through, maintaining an ambiguous relationship with 2 women, one for 10 years and the other for 7 years. To Tyler Tessier, lying was as natural as breathing. A Assistant State's Attorney Donna Fenton concurred and stated, "It was planned, it was premeditated, and the state has no doubt that were the defendant to be found guilty, he would have been convicted of first-degree murder." The family of Laura never saw the accused killer in court. However, Laura's mother, Gwen Wallen, felt some sense of relief. "Although today was a difficult day, I am at peace as I was concerned about my family and also feared that my other grandchildren might have a man with such a wicked nature, if I may use that term, in their lives." The double life of Tyler Tessier. He led a double life while maintaining a relationship with Laura and another woman. Tyler even planned to marry another woman shortly after Laura's expected due date. Suspicion and motive. The investigation suggests that Tyler killed Laura to hide his double life and avoid responsibility for the child. This is confirmed by his attempts to mislead both Laura and the other woman, as well as his false claims about Laura's pregnancy. Circumstances of the murder. Tyler brought Laura to a remote location under the pretext of showing her the land he wanted to purchase. Police believe that's where he shot her, the death of Tyler Tessier. On the eve of the trial, Tyler committed suicide in his prison cell, leaving behind 5 suicide letters. This prevented the possibility of a trial and deprived Laura's family of the opportunity to see him found guilty in court. On May 21, 2016, a Saturday, 35-year-old Douglas Deeptree went to the Ledgeview Police Station in Brown County, Wisconsin, at 4:30 p.m. and reported his girlfriend, 31-year-old teacher Nicole Vanderhayden, missing. Douglas lived with Nicole and their 6-month-old son, Dylan. Nicole also had 2 other children, Michaela and Tyler, from a previous relationship, which made her failure to return after a night out especially concerning. Douglas told police that Nicole had gone out with friends the night before. He explained that he was out as well, but they had become separated during the evening. When he arrived home and realized Nicole wasn't there, he assumed she had stayed with a friend. Police questioned why he had waited until the afternoon to report her missing. By then, they had already been alerted that a woman's body had been discovered earlier that day by a farmer, Richard Vandyhay, in a field on Hoffman Road in Bellevue, just 3 miles from Nicole's house. Initially, police couldn't identify the body or confirm it was Nicole due to the extent of the injuries. The victim was unrecognizable, and dental records were needed to make a positive identification. The body, found naked except for socks and a pink wristband, showed signs of a brutal assault. Nicole had been severely beaten, strangled, and sustained trauma to the head. There was significant blood on her head, and her back and body had multiple scratches and abrasions. The cause of death was determined to be ligature strangulation and blunt force trauma. Police continued to question Douglas, searched his home and car, and reviewed phone records while also speaking with friends. A troubling pattern began to emerge. It was revealed that on May 20th, Nicole and Douglas had gone out with friends, hiring a babysitter for the evening to enjoy a night out. They started the night in good spirits, meeting friends at a bar in Green Bay. They had tickets for a concert at a bar called The Watering Hole. After the concert, they went to another bar, the Sardine Can on South Broadway. But Douglas didn't go with them. He stayed at the Watering Hole with his friend Greg Matthew. They had a few more drinks there. Nicole wasn't happy that Douglas didn't go with her. She sent him a number of text messages and referred to him as being abusive and controlling, and that she believed he was cheating on her. Nicole tried to have a good time regardless, and surveillance video from the Sardine Can showed her having fun. She was dancing and talking with friends. But as time went on, she grew increasingly frustrated with Douglas. She sent him a number of angry text messages, and he replied and told her he would be at the Sardine Can soon. A while later, at 11:30 p.m., Nicole called Douglas, and he didn't answer. But when one of their friends called him, he answered that call, which infuriated and upset Nicole, so much so that she left the bar. One of her friends followed her and asked her to return to the bar, but she refused. They watched her walk up the street. She was talking on her cell phone at the time, and she turned left at the top of the street. That was the last time her friends saw Nicole. Police looked at surveillance footage from the bar, the Sardine Can, after Nicole left and saw Douglas and Greg arrive. When they got there, they had a few drinks before leaving again. Police had to find out if Nicole made it home, and if so, what happened to her. When police searched Nicole's house, a number of items were of interest to them. They found a pair of Air Jordans, which appeared to have marks, smudges, and blood on them, so they took them so they could be tested for DNA. They were of particular interest to them, as the marks on Nicole's body indicated that she had been stamped on when she was lying on the ground, and the pattern on the sole of the shoes looked similar to the marks on her body. They also noted that there was what appeared to be blood on the floor of the garage, and in Nicole's car, which led them to believe that Nicole was killed when she got home, and her body was transported to the farm field in her own car. 2 days after Nicole's body was found, her neighbor told police that they found items that may be of interest to them. According to the neighbor, they found a charging cord and clumps of blonde hair in the garden of their home. The hair had blood on it. There was also blood on the neighbor's driveway. Police found hairs in the blood and hairpins and 2 further pieces of wire in the yard. Police also found Nicole's clothing. The outfit she wore on the night out on May 20th was found covered in dirt and blood along a highway ramp less than 2 miles from where her body was found. Her purse and cell phone had also been discarded in the same location. Douglas was arrested and held in prison. Police expected that when the DNA results came back, he would be charged with first-degree murder. But the DNA found on items such as Nicole's socks belonged to an unidentified male, not Douglas. Furthermore, the evidence seized from the house did not implicate Douglas either. It emerged that Nicole's car had not left the garage during the relevant time frame, and the smudges on the car tested negative for blood. The blood on the garage floor was not human blood. And while one spot on the pair of shoes tested positive for blood, it was not Nicole's blood. Further evidence found by police seemed to also indicate that Douglas was not involved in Nicole's murder. Tyler Bailing, a forensic crime analyst, examined the Fitbit app on Douglas's cell phone, and it showed that his Fitbit had registered only 12 steps between 3:10 a.m. and 6:10 a.m. on May 21st, which indicated that he wasn't involved in the brutal and fatal assault on Nicole. Douglas was released from prison. Police were perplexed and feared that Nicole's case would become a cold case, as all the evidence initially made it look like Douglas was involved. They didn't have long to wait for a break in the case, though. 3 months after Nicole's body was found, the crime lab notified police that they managed to retrieve enough DNA from one of the socks Nicole was wearing to run it through the national database, and they found a match. The DNA matched the profile of a man from Virginia named George Stephen Birch. Police discovered that George had recently moved to Wisconsin. But what connection did he have to Nicole? Further investigation revealed that the Green Bay Police Department were looking into George's possible involvement in an unrelated incident involving a vehicle, one that was connected to him. The vehicle had been the subject of a stolen vehicle report, a vehicle fire, and a hit and run. George was questioned by police in relation to that case on the June 8, 2016. He denied involvement. He told police that he was at a bar the night there was a hit and run, and that he was texting a woman throughout the night. Due to that, police asked him for his consent to see the text messages. He agreed. The officer told him he would download information off the phone because it's a lot easier to do that than try to take a bunch of pictures and then have to scan those in. George signed a consent form allowing him to do so, and as such, that information and data that was downloaded was retained on his file. When the other officers, who were investigating Nicole's homicide, discovered that his data from his cell phone was on file, they took a look at it. They noticed that he had an email linked to a Google account. They were aware that Google dashboard data could provide GPS data, and they wanted to find out where George was the night Nicole was murdered. Google dashboard combines cell phone tower data, local Wi-Fi hotspots, and GPS locators, and when combined, it can pinpoint the location of a phone. The police asked Google for that information, and Google provided that information to the police. They discovered that the night of May 20th, George was at Richard Cranium's bar, which is just a half mile from the sardine can. He left that bar at 2:30 a.m., and the data then places him at Nicole's house. He remained there for around an hour, from 3:01 a.m. until 3:52 a.m. The data showed he then went to the farm field just after 4 a.m., where Nicole's body was later found, and to the highway off-ramp, where Nicole's clothing and belongings were found. He returned home at 4:22 a.m., George was arrested and charged with first-degree intentional homicide. He pleaded not guilty. The prosecution case centered around the data from George's cell phone and the Google dashboard, the DNA evidence, and the Fitbit data from Douglas's Fitbit. The jury heard that Nicole left the bar on May 20th, angry and upset, and had argued with Douglas. Her friends, who were at the bar with her that night, didn't know where she went after that. Douglas testified. He told the court that he met Nicole in January 2015. And while initially things had been good, their relationship was far from perfect. The jurors were shown a text he sent to his mother 10 days before Nicole's murder. "I'm very seriously thinking about telling Nikki and the kids they have to move." Douglas told the court that Nicole didn't drink that often, but that they were both partying hard that night. The court heard that when Douglas and Greg left the watering hole, he spoke to Nicole on the phone, but she wasn't making any sense. He asked Greg to speak to her, and Greg asked her to tell them where she was so that they could pick her up. But before she could do so, her phone went dead. Douglas called her a number of times after that, but his calls went straight to voicemail. The court heard that Douglas and Greg drove around the area near the sardine can, but didn't see her. When they went into the sardine can, Nicole wasn't there, and the others had also left. Greg and Douglas stayed and had a few more drinks for around an hour. They left at 2:15 a.m. Greg dropped Douglas home. It was after 2:30 a.m. when they got back. Douglas asked the babysitter if she could call Nicole. She did, but her calls went straight to voicemail too. Greg and the babysitter left, and Douglas went to bed. The court heard that Douglas woke after 6 a.m. as his son needed to be fed, and at that time, Nicole still wasn't home and hadn't been in touch. He went back to bed and got up at 10:30 a.m. His calls to Nicole continued to go straight to voicemail, and he reached out to her friends, but none of them knew where she was. He reported her missing later that afternoon. The court heard from the officer who first spoke to Douglas, and he told the jury that Douglas did not have scratches or marks on his arms or hands, or any other visible injuries, and was very cooperative at the time. He gave consent for his house to be searched. The court heard that when police told him they believed the body that was found was Nicole, he pretty much lost it. He was crying, sobbing, seemed to be hyperventilating. The court heard about the evidence that led to George's arrest. The jury heard about the DNA that was found and the data. They also heard that George's internet history included 64 viewings of news stories about Nicole's death. It was the prosecution's case that George drove Nicole to her house, and he did so because he expected her to have sex with him. But when she rejected his advances, he raped her, beat her, and strangled her to death with a charging cord. It was their case that Nicole tried to get away and make it to the safety of her house. But as she ran towards her house, George caught up with her and beat her on the driveway. The prosecution told the jury that Nicole's injuries indicated that she was slammed on the ground repeatedly and stamped on and kicked multiple times. The court heard that George then drove her body to the farm field and left her body there before driving home. On his way home, he threw her belongings out his car window. The prosecutor showed the jury photos of George hours after he killed Nicole. He went fishing with a friend and was smiling and laughing. The medical examiner who carried out the autopsy testified and told the court that Nicole was strangled and beaten to death, and that there were 241 injuries to her body. The defense claimed that Douglas was the real killer. It was their case that he saw Nicole and George outside his house having consensual sex in George's car. It was their case that Douglas flew into a rage and killed Nicole. The defense called the babysitter, Dallas Kennedy, to testify, and she told the court that she asked Douglas what happened to Nicole. And he said, "I don't know. She hit her head, and she just wanted to walk home." George testified. He told the court that he was with Nicole the night she died, but he didn't kill her. According to George, he met her at the bar, Richard Cranium's, and after a flirtatious night and at closing time, around 2:30 a.m., he offered to drive her home. She agreed, and he drove the 8 miles to her house. When they pulled up across from her house, they continued talking, and then began kissing, which led to them becoming intimate. According to George, they had sex in the back of his car. Nicole was lying on the back seat, and he was standing with the rear passenger door open. George claimed that he was knocked out by someone and woke up on the ground to find Douglas standing over him with a gun. According to George, Nicole was already dead at that point, and that Douglas must have killed her. He claimed that Douglas threatened him at gunpoint and ordered him to put Nicole's body in his car and drive to the field and dump her body in a ditch. George did as he was told, and when they were at the field, he lunged at Douglas and knocked him over and managed to get away from him, and he drove off. He saw Nicole's clothing and belongings in his car, so he threw them out the window on his way home. When both the defense and prosecution rested after giving their closing arguments, the jury retired to consider their verdict. But just 45 minutes later, they had a question which deeply troubled the prosecution. They wanted to see the cord used to strangle Nicole, as well as cords found in Douglas's garage, so that they could see if they were possibly a match. That led the prosecution to believe that they may have believed George, and that the real killer was in fact Douglas. But that wasn't the case. The jury found George guilty of first-degree intentional homicide after 3 hours of deliberations. In a state with no death penalty, the harshest sentence that could be given was life in prison without the possibility of parole, and that is exactly what George got. When sentencing George, Judge Zukoski said the death of Nicole Vanderhayden is the most brutal murder that has ever been committed by one person in the history of Brown County. George appealed the conviction on the basis that his Fourth Amendment rights were violated when the judge at his trial allowed data from his cell phone to be used during trial. He argued that the initial download of the data exceeded the scope of the consent he gave, that the data was unlawfully retained, and that the subsequent accessing of the data violated his reasonable expectation of privacy. He claimed that he only allowed his text messages to be accessed in relation to the other case and never intended for it to be used in relation to Nicole's case. He also argued that the evidence in relation to the data retrieved from the Fitbit that Douglas wore should have been accompanied by expert testimony, so the jury could understand it in full, and as it wasn't, it was therefore insufficiently authenticated. The Supreme Court rejected his appeal and upheld the conviction. The jury didn't hear about a previous case that George had been tried for. In 1997, a man named Joey White was murdered in Newport News, Virginia. George Birch was charged with his murder, but the jury in that case found him not guilty. The jury also didn't hear that. In February 2017, Nicole's sister was staying in the house with Douglas so that she could help take care of Dylan. They went to a birthday party one night at an Alus tavern. The complaint in the case states that when they were in a car, after that, Douglas touched her leg in a sexual manner, and Nicole's sister said, "Please don't." The complaint went on to say that that made Douglas angry, and he drove at high speeds. She pleaded with him to stop and to let her out, but he refused to do so. He ran a stoplight, but eventually stopped when she started kicking his windshield. Douglas pleaded no contest to second-degree police, pleaded no contest to second-degree recklessly endangering safety and false imprisonment, both domestic violence felonies, and he also pleaded no contest to misdemeanor negligent operation of a vehicle. Brown County Judge William Atkinson accepted a joint recommendation from the prosecutor in defense to withhold judgment on the felonies until a later date, and that they would be dismissed if he stayed out of trouble for 15 months. In relation to the negligent driving charge, Douglas was ordered to pay a $1,000 fine. On March 6, 2023, in Manhattan, New York, police discovered the lifeless body of a millionaire in his opulent penthouse. What initially appeared to be a tragic accident quickly unraveled into a dark story of deception, betrayal, and murder, with a seemingly innocent housewife from next door at the heart of it all. In the affluent Upper West Side, Lisa Thompson, a devoted housewife, lives with her husband, Mark, and their 2 children. From the outside, their life seems picture perfect, but Lisa feels an aching emptiness, a craving for excitement and attention that her everyday life no longer provides. Mark, a successful lawyer, is frequently consumed by his work, leaving Lisa feeling neglected and emotionally distant. Across the street lives Robert Caldwell, a wealthy entrepreneur exuding charm and confidence. His wife, Emily, a high-powered executive, is often away on business, leaving Robert alone in their grand mansion despite his outwardly lavish lifestyle. Though he appears to have everything, Robert longs for the family connection his marriage is missing. The turning point in their lives comes at a chic summer party hosted by mutual friends. Lisa, in an elegant yet understated dress, immediately catches Robert's eye when she enters the garden. Their first conversation is light, full of polite exchanges and casual laughter, but the electricity between them is undeniable. A subtle spark is ignited, and over the following weeks, their encounters become more frequent, hinting at the deeper connection they both yearn for. Shared glances and fleeting touches during neighborhood events increase the flames of their forbidden attraction. Robert, captivated by Lisa's beauty and grace, finds himself thinking about her constantly. Lisa, in turn, is drawn to Robert's charisma and the attention he lavishes upon her. Their flirtation soon escalates into a full-blown affair. It begins with secret rendezvous in upscale cafes and discreet corners of city parks. Each stolen moment fuels their passion and deepens their bond. Lisa feels alive in Robert's presence, her mundane life fading into the background. For Robert, Lisa represents the warmth and affection he craves. As the weeks turn into months, their affair grows stronger. They spend afternoons in fancy hotel rooms where they share both tender moments and intense passion. Robert gives Lisa many expensive gifts, like designer dresses and beautiful jewelry, each showing his increasing love for her. Lisa loves the attention and the excitement of their secret romance. Robert's feelings for Lisa grow stronger, blinding him to the reality of their relationship. He becomes convinced that Lisa is the love he has been searching for, the missing piece in his life. He begins to think he has made a mistake with the wife he married, sensing that Lisa might actually be the bone to his bone. In essence, he loved Lisa. Lisa, adept at manipulation, skillfully feeds into Robert's desires, presenting herself as the perfect partner. She shares stories of her unhappy marriage, painting Mark as distant and uncaring, further endearing herself to Robert. Their affair turns into a complex mix of deceit and desire, with each moment bringing them closer to a risky edge. Robert, caught up in his feelings, thinks he has found true love with Lisa. He dreams of a future where they can be together openly without hiding or the limits of their current lives. Lisa, however, is playing a different game. Her motivations are less about love and more about reclaiming a sense of excitement and agency. She enjoys the power she wields over Robert, the thrill of the forbidden, and more importantly, the luxurious gifts he bestows upon her. For her, the affair is a way to fill the void in her life without disrupting the stability provided by her marriage to Mark. As their relationship progresses, the stakes grow higher. Their secretive meetings become riskier, the lies more dangerous and delicate. Each encounter is fraught with the danger of discovery, yet neither can bring themselves to end it. Robert remains blissfully unaware of Lisa's true nature, convinced that their love is real and pure. Robert, overwhelmed by his emotions, starts planning a future with Lisa. He imagines a life where they can be together openly and dreams about the day they can leave their spouses to start a new life together. He talks about buying a house, maybe in a new city where they won't have to hide. He even starts looking at real estate listings and researching potential places to live. Lisa, who is very good at manipulating people, encourages him and goes along with his ideas. She lets him believe she's just as excited, but she keeps her real intentions hidden from him. This affair, built on a foundation of lies and deceit, teeters on the edge of collapse. Robert, consumed by his love for Lisa, remains oblivious to her manipulations. He believes he has found his soulmate, unaware that Lisa is merely using him to escape the confines of her own life. For 3 years, the affair continues with Lisa skillfully maintaining her facade as a dutiful wife and mother. To the outside world, Lisa appears to be the perfect homemaker, managing her household with grace and efficiency. She attends school events, hosts dinner parties, and supports Mark in his career, all while seamlessly orchestrating her secret life with Robert. Robert and Lisa plan their secret meetings very carefully, making them look like simple errands or social events. They meet in fancy hotels and secluded vacation rentals, always finding ways to keep their passion alive. One of their favorite places is a cozy cabin in the mountains, where they can escape for a few days without worrying about being seen. Their time together is intense, filled with long conversations and plenty of sex. Lisa, skilled at managing her double life, makes sure that neither her husband, Mark, nor their children suspect anything. Robert becomes increasingly dependent on Lisa, craving her company and affection. He sees her as his lifeline, someone who brings warmth and excitement to his otherwise lonely life. His feelings for her grow stronger, and he starts to dream of a future where they can be together openly, free from the restrictions of their current lives. Lisa, always thinking ahead, takes advantage of Robert's emotions. She persuades him to include her in his will, promising that they will be together once they're free from their spouses. Lisa knows exactly how to use her words, blending real affection with careful manipulation. She paints a picture of a life full of love and happiness, far better than the reality of her marriage with Mark. She keeps Robert hooked by making him believe they have a future together, all while ensuring she remains in control of the situation. Robert, blinded by his love for Lisa, complies without hesitation. He alters his will, leaving her a substantial part of his fortune and property. To him, this gesture is a testament to their love, a binding promise of the life they will share. Lisa, on the other hand, views it as a means to secure her future, a safety net that ensures her comfort and independence. Back home, Mark remains oblivious to Lisa's double life. His demanding job consumes most of his time and energy, leaving little room for suspicion. He trusts Lisa implicitly, believing her to be the faithful partner she appears to be. Their marriage, while lacking in passion, is stable and routine, providing Mark with a sense of security. Emily, Robert's wife, is mostly away on business trips, trusting her husband's fidelity. Her career as a high-powered executive requires frequent travel, and she is often gone for weeks at a time. She believes Robert to be devoted and loyal, unaware of the affair that has been unfolding right under her nose. Lisa and Robert's meetings are well hidden, thanks to Mark's focus on his career and Emily's frequent absences. Their affair thrives right under everyone's noses, using the stability of their marriages as a cover. However, there's always the risk of getting caught. One time, they almost did. Robert had left a small gift in Lisa's car after one of their secret meetings, a bracelet she had admired. Lisa, in her rush to get home, forgot to hide it. Mark noticed it later that evening and asked about it. Lisa quickly made up a story about buying it for herself as a treat. Her heart raced as she saw Mark's suspicion, but she managed to play it off. It was a close call, reminding both of them of how easily their secret could be exposed. Despite the scare, they continued their affair, constantly aware of the danger lurking around every corner. In the early months of 2023, Robert begins to sense something amiss. Despite his deep affection for Lisa, subtle inconsistencies in her stories start to nag at him. Questions and doubts, once easily dismissed, now linger in his mind. Small details, a sudden distance in her once affectionate messages, the way she avoids talking about their future plans, a noticeable lack of enthusiasm during their secret meetings, become increasingly difficult to ignore. Lisa, adept at deception, notices Robert's growing unease. She tries to reassure him with sweet words and affectionate gestures, but the seeds of doubt have already taken root. Robert's dream of a perfect family life with Lisa begins to crumble, and the foundation of their affair starts to crack under the weight of suspicion. One evening, unable to suppress his concerns any longer, Robert confronts Lisa. The setting is intimate and familiar, a private corner of their favorite hotel suite. The air is thick with tension as Robert, his voice trembling, demands the truth. He asks her directly about the discrepancies in her stories, his eyes searching hers for any sign of honesty. Lisa's carefully constructed facade begins to falter. Her usual confidence wavers, and for a moment, she is at a loss for words. But Robert presses on, his desperation clear. He recounts the inconsistency as he has noticed each one a piece of the puzzle that has led him to this confrontation. As Lisa's web of lies begins to unravel, she desperately tries to regain control. She offers excuses and half-truths, but Robert sees through them. The more she talks, the more obvious it becomes that her charm and manipulation aren't enough to calm him anymore. Eventually, with no more lies left to tell, Lisa's true nature is exposed. She had been pressuring Robert to put her name on his bank accounts and investments, claiming it was to secure their future together. She even suggested selling his house and moving into a new place with her, but she always seemed more interested in the financial aspects than the emotional ones. Robert starts to realize that her actions weren't about love, but about securing his money. When the truth finally comes out, Robert is shattered. He feels a mix of anger and heartbreak as he understands that the woman he thought loved him was using him for financial gain. The idea of a perfect future with Lisa filled with love and happiness is revealed to be nothing more than a lie. The betrayal is devastating, and Robert is left to face the painful reality that the woman he loved never truly cared for him. The shock of this realization is overwhelming, leaving him struggling to come to terms with the truth. On February 28, 2023, Robert is found dead in his luxurious penthouse. His lifeless body is discovered by his housekeeper, who immediately calls the authorities. At first, the cause of death appears to be a heart attack, a tragic but not uncommon event for a man of Robert's age and lifestyle. His friends and neighbors are shocked, mourning the loss of the charismatic entrepreneur. However, the initial assumption of a heart attack is soon questioned. The circumstances surrounding Robert's death prompt the coroner to conduct a thorough autopsy. As the forensic investigation progresses, a chilling discovery is made. Robert was poisoned. Traces of a lethal substance are found in his system, turning what seemed to be a natural death into a case of murder. The revelation sends shock waves through the community. The police launch a full-scale investigation, delving into Robert's personal and professional life to uncover potential motives and suspects. Attention quickly turns to those closest to him, and Lisa, his secret lover, becomes a person of interest. The scrutiny intensifies when the details of Robert's will come to light. It is revealed that Lisa is the primary beneficiary set to inherit a substantial portion of his fortune and property. This disclosure raises eyebrows and casts a dark shadow over Lisa, painting her as a potential culprit with a clear financial motive. Investigators start to piece together the events leading up to Robert's death, focusing on Lisa's relationship with him, their secret meetings, and her actions in the weeks before he died. As they dig deeper, they notice inconsistencies and red flags that suggest Lisa might have been involved. The picture they form isn't pretty. It looks like Lisa, motivated by greed and the desire for a luxurious lifestyle, planned to inherit Robert's wealth by any means necessary. Lisa had always maintained the image of a devoted wife and loving mother. However, as the investigation goes on, this facade begins to crack. The police find evidence of her manipulations and deceit, making it clear that her perfect image was nothing but a lie. Friends and neighbors who once admired her elegance and poise now view her with suspicion and distrust. They can't believe that the woman they thought they knew could be capable of such cold-hearted actions. As more details come to light, the case against Lisa gets stronger. Witnesses come forward with stories of her odd behavior and strange comments. Financial records are closely examined, showing transactions and communications that suggest Lisa was plotting to secure Robert's money. These records reveal that Lisa had persuaded Robert to put her name on his will, which raised immediate suspicion. Why would a married woman be included in another man's will, especially when there was no clear explanation for such a close connection? Lisa's husband, Mark, is blindsided when he finds out about his wife's affair with Robert and the possibility of her involvement in his death. He had been so focused on his career that he never noticed the signs of Lisa's double life. The revelation hits him hard as he realizes that the woman he thought he knew and loved might have been cheating on him and plotting to kill another man for his money. Mark is left to grapple with feelings of betrayal and disbelief, struggling to understand how his wife could have kept such a dark secret from him. As the investigation progresses, the evidence against Lisa becomes undeniable. Investigators discover text messages and emails between Lisa and Robert that paint a picture of a passionate affair, but also reveal her manipulative nature. In these communications, Lisa appears to skillfully play on Robert's emotions, making him feel special and loved while subtly encouraging him to make financial arrangements in her favor. It becomes clear that Lisa's relationship with Robert was not just about love or passion. It was a calculated plan to secure her financial future. She used her charm and Robert's infatuation with her to ensure she would be the sole heir to his fortune. The story of their secret affair, once seen as a romantic escape from their unhappy marriages, is now exposed as a sinister plot fueled by ambition and betrayal. In the end, the mounting evidence paints a damning picture of Lisa's true nature. She stands accused of orchestrating Robert's poisoning to inherit his wealth. The investigation not only unravels the details of her affair, but also reveals the dark and twisted motives behind her actions. The case shocks everyone who knew her, leaving a community to deal with the aftermath of discovering that one of their own could be capable of such cold-blooded manipulation and betrayal. The media coverage is relentless, turning the once idyllic neighborhood into a focal point of scandal and intrigue. Lisa, now facing potential charges, becomes the subject of intense scrutiny as the investigation edges closer to revealing the full extent of her involvement in Robert's untimely death. But all these remained as speculation, and the investigation still had nothing concrete to nail Lisa. So the investigation grew more intense, and starting from the moment of Robert's death, this is exactly how it went. We know that, on March 6, 2023, police discover Robert's body in his penthouse. The news of his sudden death spreads quickly, casting a shadow over the affluent neighborhood. The investigation, initially centered on natural causes, takes a dark turn when the autopsy reveals poisoning as the cause of death. 2 days later, on March 8, 2023, detectives question Emily Caldwell, Robert's wife. She provides a solid alibi, confirming she was out of town on business at the time of his death. During the interview, Emily, who everyone thinks has been oblivious to her husband's infidelity, directs the police's attention towards Lisa, hinting at her husband's affair and the possible motives behind it. By March 10th, investigators uncover financial records and intimate correspondence between Robert and Lisa, exposing the depth of their secret relationship. The emails and messages reveal not just an affair, but a complex web of manipulation and deceit orchestrated by Lisa. 5 days later, toxicology reports confirm the presence of a rare poison in Robert's system. Further investigation into Lisa's online activities reveals that she had extensively researched this particular toxin, adding a new layer of premeditation to the case. On March 20th, surveillance footage from a nearby pharmacy surfaces showing Lisa purchasing ingredients for the poison under an alias. The grainy images provide a crucial link between Lisa and the means of Robert's murder, solidifying the growing suspicion against her. Finally, on March 25, 2023, the police move in. Lisa is arrested at her home, her facade of the perfect wife and mother shattered. She is charged with Robert's murder, the evidence against her overwhelming. The neighborhood is left in shock as the full extent of Lisa's deception and the tragic end of her affair with Robert come to light. During the trial, the prosecution presents overwhelming evidence against Lisa. Emails and text messages are brought to light showcasing Lisa's manipulation of Robert, convincing him to change his will in her favor. The courtroom is filled with gasps as the intimate and calculated nature of her communications is revealed, painting a stark picture of her intentions. Witness testimonies follow, with neighbors and friends taking the stand to recount their observations. They describe seeing Lisa and Robert together frequently, noting their close relationship and hinting at the affair. These accounts provide a broader context, reinforcing the narrative of Lisa's deception and ulterior motives. The prosecution also presents financial transactions that link Lisa directly to the purchase of the poison. Bank records and receipts detail her buying the ingredients under an alias, further tying her to the crime. The digital footprint of her researching the poison is the final nail in the coffin, showing her detailed and meticulous planning. In her defense, Lisa's attorneys argue that she was framed by Emily, who sought revenge for her husband's infidelity. They paint Emily as a woman scorned, capable of orchestrating an elaborate setup to implicate Lisa. However, the sheer weight of the evidence against Lisa, emails, witness testimonies, financial records, and digital traces, proves to be irrefutable. Despite the defense's efforts to cast doubt, the prosecution's case remains strong. The jury, after deliberating on the overwhelming evidence, reaches a unanimous verdict. Lisa's fate is sealed, and the truth of her betrayal and murder of Robert is laid bare for all to see. Lisa is found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. The courtroom is silent as the verdict is read, the gravity of her actions sinking in. The community, once enchanted by the facade of Lisa's perfect suburban life, is left in shock. The intricate web of deceit and manipulation that led to Robert's death exposes the dark underbelly of their seemingly idyllic neighborhood. The case becomes a chilling reminder of how greed and deceit can lead to tragic ends. Friends and neighbors who once admired Lisa now grapple with the harsh reality of her true nature. The story of Lisa Thompson and Robert Caldwell serves as a stark warning of the potential for darkness behind a polished exterior. The trial of Liza Thompson captivates the nation, revealing the dark complexities behind a life that appeared perfect from the outside. What drives a person to such extremes? Was justice truly served? These questions linger in the public consciousness, sparking debates and discussions. While the legal proceedings may have concluded, the impact of this grisly affair continues to reverberate, a lasting testament to the destructive power of greed and deceit. In the heart of Oklahoma City, 56-year-old Joanna Rangel lived a life that could have been plucked straight from a movie. As the heir to a substantial oil and gas fortune, she was a prominent figure in the city's elite social circles. Joanna's wealth was matched by her education and status, having attended prestigious schools and earning respect throughout her community. She was married to Frank H. Rangel, a powerful state senator, making them one of the most influential couples in Oklahoma. Joanna's children viewed her as a role model, and her warm, generous personality shone as brightly as the Oklahoma sun. Joanna was admired for her love of family, her connection to the ranching lifestyle that had been part of her family's heritage for generations, and her tireless charitable work. Beyond managing her family estate, she was always looking for ways to give back to the community. As the new millennium approached, Joanna was filled with excitement and plans. Despite the global anxiety surrounding the Y2K scare, which ultimately proved to be a false alarm, Joanna was focused on the future, planning to undergo a facelift that she hoped would help her embrace the new decade with confidence and continue her work in both public and private spheres with renewed energy. No one could have anticipated that this decision would lead to a heartbreaking turn of events. On the morning of January 15, 2000, under gray clouds that cast a somber mood over Oklahoma City, tragedy struck. Joanna entered the renowned private clinic, a trusted destination for the city's elite in their pursuit of aesthetic enhancement, ready for what should have been a routine facelift. Instead, the procedure ended in a devastating outcome. Joanna's life was cut short on the operating table, leaving her family, friends, and community in shock. The surgical team, led by the clinic's top surgeon, Dr. Jonathan Humberston, made the grim discovery that Joanna could not be revived. The atmosphere in the operating room, once calm and professional, shifted to chaotic panic. Among those present was Angie Ruth Niles, a young nurse who suddenly found herself facing the kind of tragic situation every medical professional dreads. The unexpected loss of such a well-loved figure left a lasting impact on Oklahoma City, shrouding Joanna's legacy in sorrow. Despite their extensive training, nothing could have prepared them for the shock and immediate grief of losing a patient in such circumstances. Word of Joanna's death quickly spread beyond the clinic's walls, casting a shadow over the city. The community, still buzzing from the recent New Year's celebrations and the global sigh of relief that the Y2K bug had been a non-event, was now mourning the loss of one of its most beloved figures. Joanna's death, occurring in a place where she sought to enhance her beauty, added a tragic irony to her passing and left the city in search of answers. Shortly after the tragic news of Joanna Rangel's death during surgery broke out on that overcast January morning in 2000, Oklahoma City police swiftly arrived at the private clinic. The clinic, known for its exclusive clientele and top-notch services, had suddenly become the center of a grim investigation. Leading the investigation were Detective Mickey Larson and his partner, Detective Sarah Gumbert. Both were experienced officers, but the nature of this case was unlike any they had encountered before. The crime scene was not what they typically faced. There were no signs of a struggle or violence. Instead, They stepped into a high-tech operating room where the only evidence of something gone wrong was the medical equipment and the lifeless body of Joanna Rangel. Detective Larson, known for his methodical approach, immediately began documenting the scene, taking notes on everything from the arrangement of surgical tools to the settings on the medical monitors. Detective Gumbert, on the other hand, focused on interviewing the shock staff, trying to piece together the timeline of events. Their objective was clear: to understand how a routine cosmetic surgery could turn fatal. The police collected various items for analysis, including syringes, vials of medication, and the records of the anesthesia machine. Every piece of evidence was handled with care, knowing that any could hold the key to unraveling the mystery of Joanna's death. As news vans from local stations like K4 and KWEVE crowded the clinic's parking lot, the police continued their meticulous work inside. The investigation into Joanna Rangel's death promised to be a high-profile case, with every detail scrutinized by both the authorities and the public. In the wake of Joanna Rangel's unexpected death, the focus of the Oklahoma City police investigation quickly turned to Dr. Jonathan Humberston, age 48. As the surgeon who performed Joanna's facelift, Dr. Humberston was at the center of the tragic event. Known as Oklahoma City's premier plastic surgeon, he was a familiar face in the same high society circles as Joanna. However, rumors have been swirling about his struggles with alcohol, casting a shadow over his professional reputation. Dr. Humberston's background was impressive. He had attended some of the most prestigious medical schools in the country and had built a successful practice in Oklahoma City. His dreams were as big as his achievements. He aspired to be recognized as one of the best plastic surgeons nationwide. But beneath the surface of his professional success, there were whispers about the pressure he faced and how it might have led him to seek solace in alcohol. When detectives Larson and Gumbert sat down with Dr. Humberston for questioning, they encountered a man who was both defensive and visibly stressed. He insisted that Joanna's surgery was routine and that he had performed similar procedures countless times without issue. Yet, his demeanor fluctuated wildly during the interrogation, swinging from anger to moments of profound silence, as if he was grappling with the weight of the situation. The police were keen to understand every detail of the surgery, from the preparation to the moment things took a tragic turn. They questioned Dr. Humberston about his actions and decisions in the operating room, looking for any signs of negligence or malpractice. The interrogation was thorough, leaving no stone unturned as the detectives aimed to piece together how procedure meant to bring joy ended in sorrow. As the investigation continued, the story of Joanna Rangel's death began to capture the attention of the entire city. Local newspapers and TV stations were filled with updates and speculations about the case. This tragedy had struck a chord, reminding everyone of the fragility of life. As the investigation into Joanna Rangel's death unfolded, the spotlight shifted to Frank H. Rangel, Joanna's husband, who was 59 years old. Frank was a state senator, well known and respected in government circles. His marriage to Joanna had united two powerful families, making them a prominent couple in Oklahoma City. Despite his influential position, rumors of financial difficulties and a secret affair began to surface, adding complexity to the case. Frank Rangel was a man of ambition, dreaming of leaving a lasting legacy in Oklahoma politics. However, his personal life was not as straightforward as his public persona suggested. The police were curious about any motives Frank might have had, considering the whispers about his extramarital relationship and potential financial gains from Joanna's untimely death. When detectives Larson and Gumbart interviewed Frank, they encountered a man who projected calm and grief over the loss of his wife. He spoke of Joanna with respect and affection, denying any involvement in her death. Frank's demeanor during the interrogation was composed even as the detectives probed into sensitive areas of his personal and financial life. He insisted that his marriage, despite any rumors, was strong and that he had no reason to wish harm upon Joanna. The detectives were meticulous in their questioning, aware that the dynamics of the Rangel family could hold clues to the mystery. They examined Frank's alibi, financial records, and his interactions with Joanna leading up to the surgery. The investigation was thorough, leaving no aspect of Frank's life unexplored. The case garnered media attention, and the intrigue of a high-profile investigation combined with the drama of personal and political scandals captivated the city. In a time when the world was celebrating the start of a new millennium, the tragic death of Joanna Rangel added a somber note to the year's beginning. On a brisk January afternoon, a week after the tragic death of Joanna Rangel, Oklahoma City police made a significant breakthrough in the case. New evidence emerged that would pivot the direction of their investigation. During a meticulous review of the clinic security footage, detectives spotted something alarming. Angie Ruth Niles, a young nurse who was part of the surgical team, was captured on camera tampering with medical supplies the night before Joanna's procedure. The weather outside mirrored the chill of the revelation as a cold front had swept through Oklahoma City, leaving streets slick with ice. Inside the warm confines of the police station, detectives Larson and Gumbert watched the footage repeatedly, their seasoned eyes catching the subtle but deliberate actions of Angie. This discovery raised a multitude of questions about her involvement and motives. Armed with this new evidence, the detectives wasted no time. They revisited the clinic, this time focusing on gathering any physical proof that could link the tampered supplies to Joanna's surgery. They collected vials, syringes, and any medications that could have been compromised, ensuring each item was meticulously cataloged for forensic analysis. The police's response to this breakthrough was swift. They knew that this piece of evidence could be the key to unraveling the mystery of Joanna's death. The community, still reeling from the shock of losing one of its most beloved figures, followed the developments closely. Local news outlets were quick to report on the police's findings, adding another layer of intrigue to the high-profile case. In a city that had just celebrated the dawn of the new millennium with optimism and joy, the turn of events in Joanna Rangel's case served as a stark reminder of the unpredictability of life. As the investigation continued, the police were determined to piece together the puzzle, driven by the evidence that had unexpectedly come to light. With the investigation taking a dramatic turn, the focus shifted to Angie Ruth Niles, a 23-year-old nurse at the clinic and a new critical suspect in Joanna Rangel's death. Angie, who had been captured on the clinic security footage tampering with medical supplies, suddenly found herself at the center of the police's attention. Known as Frank Rangel's mistress and a key figure in the clinic, Angie's involvement painted a complex picture of personal and professional entanglements. Angie had dreams of moving up in the world, seeing her relationship with Frank as a ticket out of her current life. Her aspirations, however, were now overshadowed by the serious allegations against her. When detectives Larson and Gumbert brought Angie in for questioning, they encountered a young woman whose demeanor oscillated between nervousness and defiance. Her initial calmness gave way to moments of anger as the interrogation intensified, revealing the pressure she was under. The detectives probed Angie about her actions on the night before the surgery, her relationship with Frank, and her presence during the fatal procedure. They were keen to understand her motives, questioning whether jealousy, ambition, or coercion played a role in her actions. Angie's responses were evasive at first, but as the evidence mounted, the facade began to crack, suggesting that there was more to her involvement than initially appeared. As the news of Angie's interrogation spread, the community was abuzz with speculation. Local media, including stations like KWTV and the Oklahoma Gazette, closely followed the developments, providing updates that kept the city on edge. In a time when Oklahoma City was still basking in the optimism of the new millennium, the case of Joanna Rangel introduced a narrative filled with intrigue and betrayal, capturing the attention of a community grappling with the unfolding drama. The investigation into Angie Ruth Niles added a new layer of complexity to the case as detectives worked tirelessly to piece together the events leading to Joanna's tragic death. With each new revelation, the city watched, waiting for justice to be served in a case that had touched the hearts of many. As the investigation into Joanna Rangel's tragic death deepened, all clues began pointing towards Angie Ruth Niles, the 23-year-old nurse and the mistress of Frank Rangel. The evidence, particularly the security footage of Angie tampering with the medical supplies, was damning. It became clear that Angie, driven by a mix of personal ambition and influence from Frank, played a pivotal role in the events leading to Joanna's death. Angie's dreams of a future with Frank away from the shadows of his marriage to Joanna had morphed into a sinister plot. Under the guise of a routine facelift procedure, Angie manipulated the medical supplies, leading to fatal complications during Joanna's surgery. The police, after gathering all necessary evidence and corroborating the sequence of events, moved to make the arrest. On a cold morning in late January, just as the city was beginning to move past the Y2K frenzy and the excitement of the new millennium, Oklahoma City police arrived at Angie's residence. The arrest was swift, capturing Angie by surprise. She had been planning to flee the country with Frank with tickets booked for a flight to Colombia. However, the police intercepted before their connecting flight to DFW Airport, preventing their escape. Angie's reaction to her arrest was a mix of disbelief and resignation. She had underestimated the extent of the investigation and the evidence against her. Frank, on the other hand, remained silent, his political career and personal life in ruins. The news of the arrest sent shock waves through Oklahoma City. Local media, including the Oklahoman and News 9, were quick to cover the story, with reporters stationed outside the courthouse and the police station, capturing every moment of the unfolding drama. The community, still reeling from the loss of Joanna, found some solace in the swift action of the police. Joanna's family, devastated by her loss, expressed a cautious relief at the arrests, hopeful for justice in the wake of their unimaginable grief. The trial of Angie Ruth Niles, the nurse implicated in the tragic death of Joanna Rangel, became a focal point for Oklahoma City. As the courtroom drama unfolded, the city watched with bated breath, eager for justice in a case that had gripped the community's heart. The prosecution, led by the determined Amy and Clark, a seasoned attorney known for her tough stance on crime, presented a compelling case against Angie. They outlined how her actions, influenced by her relationship with Frank Rangel, directly led to Joanna's untimely death. On the defense side, John J. Mershon, a skilled lawyer with a reputation for handling high-profile cases, argued for leniency. He painted Angie as a young woman caught in a web of manipulation, her judgment clouded by love and ambition. Despite his efforts, the evidence against Angie was overwhelming, leaving little room for doubt about her involvement. The trial was the talk of the town, with daily updates dominating the news. Stations like Coco 5 and the Oklahoman provided extensive coverage, capturing the emotional testimonies in the tense atmosphere in the courtroom. Joanna's family, present throughout the proceedings, displayed a mix of sorrow and hope, clinging to the belief that justice would be served. When the verdict was finally announced, Angie was found guilty, a decision that sent a wave of relief through the courtroom and beyond. She was sentenced to life in prison, a punishment that Joanna's family felt was just, yet they knew no sentence could fill the void left by Joanna's death. The community, while satisfied with the outcome, reflected on the tragedy, pondering the fragile nature of life and the consequences of our choices. The verdict and sentencing closed a chapter on a case that had captivated Oklahoma City, leaving a lasting impact on all involved. As the news of the sentencing spread, discussions about the case continued, with many hoping it would serve as a cautionary tale about the dangers of envy and deceit. In the months following the trial and sentencing of Angie Ruth Niles for the tragic death of Joanna Rangel, Oklahoma City began to heal. The high-profile case that had once dominated conversations at every corner of the city slowly receded into the background, leaving behind a community forever changed by the events. Detectives Mickey Larson and Sarah Gumbert, the officers who had tirelessly worked to bring justice to Joanna, continued their service with the Oklahoma City Police Department. The case had left an indelible mark on their careers, reinforcing their commitment to upholding the law and serving their community. They often found themselves reflecting on the complexities of human nature they had witnessed during the investigation. For Joanna's family, life without her was a difficult adjustment. They channeled their grief into continuing her legacy, dedicating themselves to the charitable causes she had been passionate about. The ranch, a place Joanna loved dearly, became a sanctuary for the family, a place where they could feel close to her spirit and keep her memory alive. Angie Ruth Niles, now serving a life sentence, faced the consequences of her actions. The reality of her situation set in as she adjusted to life behind bars, a stark contrast to the future she had once envisioned with Frank Rangel. Frank, whose involvement in the case had shattered his career and personal life, struggled to come to terms with the fallout. His dreams of political legacy and influence were irreparably damaged. The community of Oklahoma City, while moving forward, would not forget the tragedy that had unfolded among them. Local media outlets, including the Oklahoman and K4TV, occasionally revisited the case, reminding residents of the importance of justice and the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity. As life continued in the aftermath of the trial, those touched by the case found ways to move on, each carrying their own lessons and memories of a case that had captivated a city and tested the bonds of its community. The tragic case of Joanna Rangel serves as a somber reminder of the lengths to which individuals will go to reshape their destinies, often with devastating consequences. Our story starts with Tanya Dubinko, a 27-year-old manager of a local convenience store chain, known for her erratic behavior. Though she sometimes erupted into tears or furious outbursts, Tanya had a dreamy quality that charmed those around her. Friends and family described her as a woman with big dreams, eager for a life brimming with love and success. In the days leading to her sudden passing, Tanya was full of anticipation, looking forward to her honeymoon in the Bahamas. Her wedding day was a picturesque event set against the magnificent Canadian Rockies. The ceremony was held at the historic Fairmont Palazzo Hotel, a venue famous for hosting grand events. The splendor of the occasion was heightened by notable guests, including local celebrities and prominent members of Calgary's high society. The wedding reception was a lavish celebration, featuring a feast prepared by one of Calgary's most esteemed chefs. Tables were graced with exquisite floral arrangements crafted by the well-known local florist, Sarah Richardson. The atmosphere buzzed with joy as guests danced to the music of Duran Duran, who were at the peak of their fame in 1984. Yet, beneath the festivities, an air of unease lingered. Tanya's unpredictable behavior throughout the day had raised concerns among the guests. Some wondered if the pressure of the event had weighed on her, while others murmured about a troubled past. As the night wore on, Tanya's mood seemed to grow darker. She withdrew to a quiet corner of the reception hall, tears streaming down her face. Concerned friends and family members attempted to console her, but their efforts were in vain. Tanya's anguish seemed impenetrable, as if she carried a burden that no one could understand. Little did anyone know that this would be the last time they would see Tanya alive. In the early hours of the following morning, tragedy struck. Tanya Dubinko was found lifeless in her hotel room, her dreams of a blissful honeymoon shattered. And so the investigation begins. What led to Tanya's untimely demise? Was it a case of foul play or a tragic accident? In the heart of Calgary, a city known for its picturesque landscapes and vibrant culture, a shocking crime unfolded on a day that was meant to be filled with joy and celebration. Tanya Dubinko, a 27-year-old manager of a chain of local convenience stores, was about to embark on a new chapter of her life as a married woman. Little did she know that her wedding day would be marred by tragedy, leaving a community in shock and searching for answers. Tanya, described as a woman with a mix of unpredictable behavior and a dreamy demeanor, had captured the attention of those around her. Her family and friends knew her as someone with grand aspirations, yearning for a life filled with love and success. As the days leading up to her wedding approached, Tanya's excitement and anticipation were palpable. The couple had planned a romantic honeymoon in the Bahamas, a destination that symbolized the beginning of their journey together. But fate had a different plan in store for Tanya and her newlywed husband, Rick Dubinko. Just 2 hours before they were scheduled to depart for their dream honeymoon, tragedy struck. Tanya's lifeless body was discovered in the honeymoon suite, her head brutally smashed against the shower wall, forever shattering the dreams and hopes of a promising future. Rick, who had returned to the suite to retrieve his forgotten wallet, was the one to stumble upon the gruesome scene. The shock and horror of this discovery overwhelmed him, leaving the community divided on his reaction. Some witnesses claimed that Rick appeared strangely calm and collected, while others insisted that he was visibly shaken and distraught, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the tragedy that had befallen his beloved bride. As the investigation into Tanya's untimely demise unfolded, the authorities meticulously combed through every detail, leaving no stone unturned. The search for the truth behind Tanya Dubinko's tragic end continues. As investigators delve into the case, They uncover a web of secrets and hidden motives that could hold the key to unraveling this chilling mystery. The police swiftly responded to the distressing scene at the honeymoon suite, determined to uncover the truth behind the tragic death of Tanya DeBanco. Led by seasoned investigators, Detectives Greg Johnson and Pierre Rambo, the team meticulously examined every inch of the crime scene, leaving no stone unturned. The suite, once a place of joy and anticipation, had transformed into a chilling sight with bloodstains marking the walls like a macabre canvas. The investigators discovered that Tanya had met a violent end, her life cruelly taken by blunt force trauma to her head. The murder weapon, shockingly, was believed to be the shower wall itself. This revelation sent shock waves through the tight-knit community of Calgary, Alberta, as they grappled with the horrifying reality that such a heinous crime could occur in their midst. As the investigation unfolded, the police meticulously combed through the suite, collecting and cataloging every piece of evidence. They meticulously documented each detail, creating a comprehensive record of the crime scene. The room was meticulously photographed, capturing the bloodstains, the shattered glass, and the haunting stillness that hung in the air. Detectives Johnson and Rambo interviewed witnesses, friends, and family members, piecing together the events leading up to Tanya's untimely demise. They retraced her steps from the moment she woke up on that fateful day to the tragic discovery of her lifeless body. The investigators examined Tanya's personal belongings, searching for any clues that might shed light on the motive behind this senseless act of violence. News of the murder spread through the city, captivating the attention of the public. The local newspapers, such as the Calgary Herald, dedicated coverage to the case with headlines that screamed of a shocking crime that had shattered the tranquility of the city. Television news programs like CBC News dedicated segments to the investigation, urging anyone with information to come forward. The police, driven by a relentless pursuit of justice, worked tirelessly to solve the case. They consulted forensic experts, analyzed fingerprints, and conducted interviews with potential suspects. The investigation took them down a labyrinth of leads and possibilities, each one meticulously examined and evaluated. As the days turned into weeks, the city of Calgary remained on edge, anxiously awaiting answers to the questions that haunted their collective consciousness. Who could have committed such a heinous act? Was it a crime of passion, or was there something more sinister at play? The investigators remained tight-lipped, their determination unwavering as they continued to piece together the puzzle that was Tanya DeBanco's murder. The primary suspect in the gruesome crime that shocked the city of Calgary in August 1984 was none other than Rick DeBanco, the newlywed husband of the late Tanya DeBanco. As the investigation unfolded, all eyes turned to Rick, a 28-year-old man of reserved demeanor and few words. The police, driven by their determination to uncover the truth, delved into Rick's life, searching for any hidden secrets that might shed light on the tragic events that unfolded on that fateful day. Rick DeBanco, a man with a calm exterior that belied the storm within, found himself under intense scrutiny. The detectives, led by the seasoned investigators, Detectives Johnson and Rambo, interrogated Rick extensively in an effort to discern any signs of guilt or involvement. The interrogation room, a sterile and dimly lit space, became the battleground where truth and deception clashed. During the grueling questioning, Rick maintained his innocence, his voice steady and unwavering. The detectives probed into his background, meticulously piecing together the puzzle of his life. They discovered that Rick had grown up in a small town on the outskirts of Calgary, where he had led a relatively unremarkable existence. He had attended the local high school, graduating with average grades and no notable achievements. In the months leading up to the ill-fated wedding, Rick had been working as a junior accountant at a prominent firm in downtown Calgary. His colleagues described him as a diligent worker, always punctual and meticulous in his tasks. However, his reserved nature had made it difficult for them to truly know him on a personal level. As the detectives dug deeper, they uncovered a few peculiar details about Rick's life. They discovered that he had recently purchased a life insurance policy, naming Tanya as the beneficiary. This revelation raised eyebrows and fueled speculation about Rick's motives. Was he driven by a desire for financial gain, or was there another, more sinister reason behind his actions? As the investigation into the tragic death of Tanya Dubenko unfolded, a new suspect emerged, adding another layer of complexity to the case. This potential suspect was none other than Frank Pell, Jr., a well-respected hockey coach at the local high school and the father of the deceased bride. Frank's involvement in this chilling crime stemmed from a shocking revelation that took place just moments before the wedding ceremony. It was on that fateful day in February of 1984 when Frank stumbled upon an illicit affair between Rick Dubenko, Tanya's newlywed husband, and Maria Janet Bosco, one of the bridesmaids. The discovery of this affair left Frank seething with anger and a burning desire for revenge. Eyewitnesses recounted the scene with vivid detail, describing Frank's face turning red with fury as he confronted the illicit couple. The tension in the air was palpable as Frank's booming voice echoed through the halls of the wedding venue. The fallout from this explosive confrontation reverberated through Calgary, Alberta. Rumors spread like wildfire, fueled by the local media's insatiable appetite for scandalous stories. The incident quickly became news, capturing the attention of residents as they sipped their Tim Hortons coffee and flipped through the pages of the Calgary Herald. As the police delved deeper into the case, they meticulously examined Frank's possible motives and involvement in Tanya's murder. They uncovered a man consumed by anger and a burning desire for justice. Frank's love for his daughter was undeniable, but did this love extend to the unthinkable act of murder? Investigators combed through Frank's personal life, interviewing friends, family, and colleagues. They discovered a history of heated arguments and moments of explosive rage. Frank's reputation as a passionate hockey coach was juxtaposed with this darker side, leaving many wondering if his fiery temperament had crossed the line. The investigation into Frank's possible involvement in Tanya's murder continued, with detectives painstakingly gathering evidence and piecing together the puzzle of that fateful day. The truth remained elusive, hidden beneath layers of secrets and emotions. As the community held its breath waiting for answers, one thing became clear. The search for justice in the case of Tanya Dubenko's murder was far from over. The quest to uncover the truth would require perseverance, determination, and a relentless pursuit of justice. In the ongoing investigation into the shocking murder of Tanya Dubenko, a new suspect emerged, casting doubt on the previously considered individuals. Maria Janet Bosco, the bridesmaid and alleged lover of Tanya's husband, Rick Dubenko, found herself under the intense scrutiny of the police. Maria, a 25-year-old woman entangled in a web of forbidden love and deceit, became a person of interest in this perplexing case. Maria Janet Bosco, a young woman with a captivating presence, had long been a close friend of Tanya's. Their friendship blossomed during their high school years, where they shared countless memories and dreams for the future. However, as the investigation unfolded, it became evident that their friendship had taken a dark turn. Sources close to the investigation revealed that Maria had been engaged in an illicit sexual affair with Rick Dubenko, Tanya's newlywed husband. The revelation of this clandestine relationship sent shock waves through the tight-knit community of Calgary, Alberta. Rumors of their secret rendezvous spread like wildfire, leaving many questioning the true nature of their involvement. It was on the day of Tanya's wedding, just moments before the ceremony, that Frank Pell Jr., Tanya's father, and a respected hockey coach at the local high school stumbled upon Rick and Maria engaged in sex. The sight of his daughter's husband betraying her trust ignited a fire within Frank, fueling his desire for revenge. As the police turned their attention to Maria, they sought to understand the depths of her motives. Was she driven by a consuming love for Rick, or was there something more sinister at play? Detectives meticulously combed through her personal belongings, uncovering a series of love letters exchanged between Maria and Rick, revealing the intensity of their forbidden romance. During the interrogation, Maria's demeanor varied, leaving the investigators puzzled and uncertain. At times, she appeared remorseful, her eyes welling up with tears as she recounted the events that led to Tanya's untimely demise. Yet, in the next moment, her gaze hardened and her words became guarded, hinting at a hidden truth that she was unwilling to reveal. As the investigation continued, the police were determined to uncover the truth behind Tanya Dubenko's murder. They left no stone unturned in their pursuit of justice, meticulously examining each piece of evidence and questioning every potential suspect. After an exhaustive investigation spanning several months, the truth behind Tanya Dubinko's tragic death finally came to light. The shocking revelation that her own husband, Rick Dubinko, was responsible for her murder sent shockwaves through the community of Calgary, Alberta. Rick Dubinko, a 28-year-old man of seemingly calm demeanor, had evidence pointing to his guilt. The motive behind this heinous crime was rooted in a web of deceit and infidelity. It was discovered that Rick had been engaged in an illicit affair with Maria Janet Bosco, one of the bridesmaids in Tanya's wedding party. According to Rick's account, Tanya confronted him with a knife, leaving him with no choice but to defend himself. In a fit of rage and self-preservation, he claimed to have struck Tanya with a fatal blow to the head using the shower wall as the murder weapon. The grisly scene that awaited Rick when he returned to the honeymoon suite to retrieve his forgotten wallet would forever haunt the memories of those involved in this chilling case. Throughout the investigation, detectives meticulously combed through the evidence, leaving no stone unturned. The police discovered crucial details that solidified Rick's guilt, including forensic evidence linking him to the murder weapon and witnesses who testified to his volatile relationship with Tanya. In the aftermath of this tragic event, questions still lingered. What could have driven a seemingly calm and reserved man like Rick Dubinko to commit such a heinous act? How did Tanya's discovery of the affair push him to the brink of violence? These questions may never be fully answered, leaving us to reflect on the dark complexities of human nature and the devastating consequences that can arise from secrets and betrayal. On February 13, 1984, the Calgary Police Department made a significant breakthrough in the investigation into the murder of Tanya Dubinko. After weeks of tireless work and relentless pursuit of justice, they finally apprehended the prime suspect, Rick Dubinko, Tanya's husband. The arrest took place in the early hours of the morning as the sun began to rise over the city. Under the watchful eyes of the law, Rick was taken into custody without incident. The scene outside the Dubinko residence was filled with a sense of both relief and sadness as Tanya's family and friends gathered to witness the moment that would mark a turning point in their quest for justice. As news of the arrest spread, the city of Calgary was captivated by the shocking revelations surrounding the case. The story entered the local newspapers, such as the Calgary Herald and the Calgary Sun, as well as local TV news outlets like the CBC and CTV. The community was left reeling from the realization that a seemingly ordinary couple had been harboring such dark secrets. The arrest of Rick Dubinko sent shockwaves through the tight-knit community of Calgary. Residents, still reeling from the recent Winter Olympics held in their city, were forced to confront the harsh reality that even in the aftermath of a successful international event, tragedy could strike close to home. The juxtaposition of the joy and celebration of the Olympics with the somberness of Tanya's murder created a palpable sense of unease among the residents. The Dubinko family, although relieved by the arrest, knew that their journey towards healing was far from over. They would forever carry the weight of Tanya's loss, but they were determined to honor her memory and find a way to move forward. In February of 1984, the courtroom became the stage for the dramatic conclusion of the tragic tale surrounding the murder of Tanya Dubinko. The prosecution, led by seasoned attorney prosecutor Helga Pertescu, presented a compelling case against the prime suspect, Rick Dubinko. With a mix of emotions, the victim's family watched as justice was sought for their beloved daughter. Prosecutor Pertescu meticulously laid out the evidence, painting a vivid picture of Rick's guilt. She called upon witnesses who testified to Rick's affair with Maria Janet Bosco, the bridesmaid, and the motive it provided for Tanya's murder. The courtroom was captivated as the prosecution presented phone records, hotel receipts, and eyewitness accounts, all pointing to Rick's involvement in the heinous crime. Defense attorney Sully Daniels, a skilled lawyer known for his ability to cast doubt, countered the prosecution's argument. He questioned the reliability of the witnesses, suggesting they had their own motives for testifying against Rick. Daniels argued that the evidence presented was circumstantial and did not definitively prove Rick's guilt. The trial lasted for weeks, with both sides passionately presenting their case. The victim's family, their hearts heavy with grief, anxiously awaited the verdict that would determine the fate of their daughter's murderer. The The media surrounding the trial was intense, with reporters from local newspapers and television stations providing updates on the proceedings. Finally, on a fateful day in February, the jury reached a decision. The courtroom fell silent as the verdict was read aloud. The judge, swayed by Rick's claims of self-defense, handed down a sentence that left many stunned. Rick DeBanco was found guilty of manslaughter, but due to the circumstances surrounding the crime, he received a lenient sentence of only 2 months in prison. The decision sparked a wave of controversy and debate. Some felt that justice had not been served, questioning the validity of the self-defense claim and the leniency of the sentence. The victim's family, torn between relief that Rick would face some form of consequence and anguish over the perceived injustice, struggled to find closure. As the trial came to a close, the effects of the verdict rippled through the lives of those involved. The victim's family, forever altered by the loss of their daughter, grappled with their perception of the justice system. The media coverage surrounding the trial slowly faded away, but the impact of Tanya DeBanco's tragic death would forever be etched in the memories of those who followed the case. In the aftermath of the trial, life moved on for those involved in this tragic tale. Rick DeBanco, the man responsible for Tanya's untimely death, served his 2-month sentence behind bars. The walls of the correctional facility became his new reality, a stark reminder of the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, Tanya's family, forever changed by the loss of their beloved daughter, found solace in their shared memories and the support of their community. They leaned on each other for strength, finding comfort in the knowledge that justice had been served, albeit with a lenient sentence. The scars left by Rick's violent act would forever haunt them, but they vowed to honor Tanya's memory by advocating for victims of domestic violence. The investigation team, led by Detectives Johnson and Rambo, continued their relentless pursuit of justice. Although the trial had concluded, their work was far from over. They were determined to ensure that cases like Tanya's would not be forgotten and that perpetrators of such heinous crimes would be held accountable. The echoes of Tanya's murder reverberated through the lives of those involved in the investigation. The team meticulously documented every detail, creating a comprehensive case file that would serve as a reminder of the brutality and tragedy that occurred in February of 1984. Their dedication to seeking the truth was unwavering, and their efforts garnered attention from the media and the public alike. As life moved on for those involved, the scars left by this tragic tale would forever shape their future endeavors. Rick DeBanco, haunted by the weight of his actions, would carry the burden of his crime for the rest of his life. Tanya's family, determined to honor her memory, would continue to advocate for victims of domestic violence, ensuring that her story would not be forgotten. And the investigation team, driven by their pursuit of justice, would remain vigilant, ensuring that cases like Tanya's would always be remembered. At 67, Patty Marlborough embodied the lively spirit of a retiree fully embracing life at the Villages, Florida's premier retirement community. Before her tragic passing in the summer of 2007, Patty was known for her enthusiasm and zest, often seen traversing the community's vast golf courses in her beloved golf cart, Janice, named in honor of the legendary Janis Joplin. A native of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Patty had retired after a fulfilling 30-year career as an elementary school teacher. Her academic journey, which included a master's degree in education from Penn State University, highlighted her lifelong dedication to learning and growth. Patty's relocation to the Villages with Bob, her husband of 45 years, was the realization of a long-held dream. Inspired by stories in the New York Times of an idyllic lifestyle, they sought a retirement that was both peaceful and active. Their home, adorned with mementos from travels and items from Patty's teaching days, radiated warmth and was filled with treasured memories. Her bond with her 2 children, Michael and Susan, was built on pride and mutual respect, often reflected in the family newsletters she carefully crafted. Yet, beneath this serene facade, tension quietly simmered. Often spotlighted by media outlets like the New York Times for its unique lifestyle and rapid expansion, the Villages wasn't immune to the challenges that arise in a densely populated community. As Patty moved through this world of leisure and legacy, she remained unaware of the dark twist her story would soon take. Her untimely death would cast a somber shadow over the community, leading residents to question the underlying dynamics of their haven. The chilling mystery that began on the sultry morning of August 14, 2007, would mark a transformation as the Villages, a place celebrated for its tranquil settings and vibrant retiree life, became the site of a disturbing discovery that would forever alter its narrative. At approximately 7:30 a.m., under the oppressive heat and humidity characteristic of a Floridian summer, Jason Bolewell, a 37-year-old gardener employed by the community, stumbled upon a horrifying sight. Amidst the tranquility of a lake known for its picturesque views and occasional alligator sightings, he found human remains floating near the shore, disrupting the peace of the early hours. The day, which began like any other with residents looking forward to their morning routines and leisure activities, took a dark turn. The news of the discovery spread quickly, casting a shadow over the community. Jason, known among the residents for his meticulous landscaping work and occasional complaints about the community's age restrictions, was visibly shaken. Despite his usual composure, the gravity of his find rendered him pale and trembling. After a moment of disbelief, he managed to contact the local authorities, his voice cracking as he reported the chilling scene. The response from the Sumter County Sheriff's Department was swift, with patrol cars arriving at the scene within minutes. The area, usually bustling with the sounds of golf carts and morning greetings, was cordoned off, becoming the focus of a sudden and intense investigation. The community, which had been featured in the Orlando Sentinel just weeks before for its idyllic lifestyle and booming growth, was now at the center of a potential crime story reminiscent of plots from the popular CSI Miami television series. As the news of the discovery made its way through the community, residents gathered in small groups, whispering theories and expressing disbelief. The Villages, a place chosen by many for its promise of a peaceful and active retirement, was now the backdrop of a mystery that seemed more suited to the pages of a crime novel than their tranquil lives. The serene morning of August 14, 2007 in the Villages, Florida was abruptly disrupted by a call to the Sumter County Sheriff's Department reporting a body found in one of the community's lakes. The swift arrival of law enforcement transformed the typically peaceful setting into a bustling crime scene. Led by Detectives Sean Womack and Mark Holloway, the investigative team approached the scene with a mix of professionalism and underlying tension, aware of the community's shock and the media's growing interest in the case. The crime scene, set against the backdrop of the Village's picturesque lakes and meticulously maintained landscapes, presented a stark contrast to the grim reality of the investigation. The detectives, both experienced in handling high-profile cases and familiar with the unique dynamics of retirement communities, were tasked with unraveling the mystery of Patty Marlborough's death. The initial assessment revealed a scene devoid of the chaos typically associated with violent crimes, raising more questions than answers about the events leading to Patty's demise. The investigation commenced under the heavy humidity characteristic of Florida's summer, with the detectives methodically examining the area for evidence. The discovery of Patty's remains in a lake known for leisurely boat rides and fishing expeditions added a layer of complexity to the case, suggesting scenarios ranging from accidental drowning to a calculated disposal of the body. The absence of visible blood or struggle at the scene pointed towards the latter, prompting a thorough search for forensic clues that could shed light on the victim's final moments. As the community of the Villages grappled with the unsettling news, the investigation into Patty Marlborough's death unfolded with urgency. The detectives employed advanced forensic techniques, including DNA analysis and environmental sampling, to piece together the puzzle. The meticulous examination of the crime scene, combined with interviews with residents and potential witnesses, underscored the law enforcement's commitment to uncovering the truth behind the tragedy. With the media spotlight intensifying, the pressure mounted on the investigative team. The Villages, often celebrated for its vibrant retiree lifestyle and featured in publications like the Wall Street Journal, was now at the center of a narrative that challenged its idyllic image. The detectives, aware of the implications of their findings, proceeded with a keen awareness of the need for both sensitivity and thoroughness in their approach. In the heart of the investigation into Patty's untimely demise, attention swiftly pivoted to Jason Bolewell, the individual who stumbled upon the grim discovery. A gardener by trade, Jason's connection to the Villages, a sprawling retirement community revered for its exclusivity, was primarily professional, albeit tinged with personal discontent. Residing in a modest trailer just beyond the community's manicured borders, he harbored aspirations of entrepreneurship within the landscaping realm despite vocal criticisms regarding the village's stringent age policies. When summoned for questioning, Jason's demeanor oscillated between palpable nervousness and stark defiance, a testament to the gravity of the situation at hand. His insistence on innocence was unwavering, yet the specter of a potential motive loomed large. Rumors of a contentious altercation with Patty predicated on undisclosed grievances cast a shadow of suspicion over his assertions. The intricacies of their dispute remained nebulous, with investigators grappling to unearth substantive evidence amidst a sea of conjecture. In August of 2007, the case against Jason appeared tenuous at best. Notably, the investigation's reliance on circumstantial evidence absent of definitive proof rendered Jason's involvement speculative. The authorities' pursuit of clarity amidst the prevailing ambiguity underscored the complex interplay of fact and presumption that defines the quest for justice. As the inquiry progressed, the community of the Villages, typically a bastion of tranquility and retirement bliss, found itself ensnared in a narrative far removed from its idyllic facade, with Jason Bullwheel at its epicenter. As the investigation into Patty's tragic demise unfolded, the spotlight shifted towards Bob Marlborough, her 71-year-old spouse. A retired accountant, Bob was known within their circle for his charismatic demeanor, which belied a more enigmatic nature. The revelation that he had been unfaithful and had potentially given Patty an STD, a betrayal that had grievous health consequences, sent ripples of disbelief through their community. The detectives' probe into Bob's personal affairs peeled back layers of duplicity, unveiling a series of indiscretions that painted a starkly different picture from the persona he publicly projected. The discovery of his infidelity, particularly its dire impact on Patty's health, marked a pivotal turn in the investigation, casting Bob in a suspicious light. During the interrogation, Bob's emotional state was mercurial. He veered between defensive postures and moments of apparent contrition, his facade crumbling under the weight of the evidence laid bare. The scrutiny of his actions set against the backdrop of August 2007, a period emblematic of technological advancement and cultural shifts, contrasted sharply with the personal turmoil unfolding in Bob's life. The interrogation scenes, characterized by Bob's fluctuating demeanor, highlighted the complexity of human emotions when confronted with their misdeeds. As the investigation deepened, the narrative surrounding Bob Marlborough evolved from that of a grieving widower to a figure of intrigue ensnared by his own actions. The case against him, while circumstantial, was bolstered by the revelation of his infidelities, adding a layer of complexity to the ongoing quest for answers and Patty's untimely death. On a particularly gloomy day, August 22, 2007, the serene atmosphere surrounding a local lake was disrupted by a grim discovery. A fisherman, in the midst of his routine endeavors, stumbled upon a golf club, its surface marred by ominous bloodstains. This unsettling find under the overcast sky marked a significant pivot in the ongoing investigation into Patty's death. The police, seizing upon this potential lead, wasted no time in subjecting the golf club to rigorous forensic analysis. The results were unequivocal. The blood matched Patty's DNA, catapulting the golf club to the forefront of the investigation as a potential weapon in the crime. This revelation necessitated a fresh examination of the intricate web of relationships that defined the village's closely knit community. In the context of August 2007, a month characterized by the widespread adoption of smartphones, this breakthrough in the case captured the local community's attention. The juxtaposition of such a pivotal development against the backdrop of everyday life in 2007 underscored the stark reality of the investigation, bridging the gap between the ordinary and the extraordinary. The discovery near the lake, coupled with the forensic evidence linking the golf club to Patty, injected new vigor into the investigative efforts. Detectives delved deeper into the social dynamics of the villages, scrutinizing connections and alibis with renewed scrutiny. This phase of the investigation illuminated the complexities inherent in seemingly tranquil communities, revealing the undercurrents of tension and conflict that can lie beneath the surface. As the case progressed, the blood-stained golf club emerged not only as a key piece of evidence, but as a symbol of the darker aspects of human nature, propelling the investigation towards unforeseen avenues in the quest for justice. In the unfolding saga of the investigation into Patty's untimely demise, a new character stepped into the limelight. Lucille James Falco, a 78-year-old retiree hailing from Youngstown, Ohio. Lucille, with her dynamic personality and a well-documented history of philanthropy, was not just any member of the community. She was Bob Marlborough's lover. Behind her engaging exterior, however, the detectives discerned a web of emotions potentially laced with darker motives. The investigation, deepening in complexity, suggested that Lucille's affections for Bob were tinged with jealousy and a palpable fear of being supplanted by his wife, Patty. This intricate blend of emotions was posited as a potential catalyst for a crime driven by passion and insecurity. During her interrogation, Lucille's reaction was a tapestry of disbelief and indignation. She staunchly maintained her innocence. Her response is oscillating between shock at the accusations and anger over the insinuation of her involvement. Her demeanor during these moments was telling, offering the investigators a glimpse into the tumultuous undercurrents of her relationship with Bob and, by extension, Patty. The timing of these developments added a layer of surreal contrast to the investigation. The juxtaposition of Lucille's interrogation with the era's cultural milestones underscored the dichotomy between the public's preoccupations and the private dramas unfolding within the villages. As the investigation trudged forward, Lucille James Falco, once a figure known for her charitable endeavors and zest for life, found herself ensnared in a narrative fraught with suspicion and intrigue. The detectives' pursuit of the truth amidst the myriad twists and turns highlighted the complexities of human relationships and the sometimes hidden motives that drive them. The resolution of the investigation into Patty's tragic demise materialized with an unexpected twist as the focus converged on Jason Bolweel, the gardener who initially discovered her body. A deeper delve into Jason's clandestine activities unearthed his secret life as a gigolo, a revelation that placed him at the nexus of a complicated web involving both Lucille and Patty, who were two of his many customers in the villages. The motive, as pieced together by the detectives, stemmed from Jason's growing apprehension over Patty's potential to unveil his secret profession. Fearing the repercussions on his reputation and the intricate relationships he had woven, Jason was propelled towards a drastic and irreversible course of action. Utilizing a golf club, an item melding the mundane with the macabre, he executed the murder of Patty. The brutality extended beyond the act itself as he proceeded to dismember her body, ultimately disposing of it in the lake, a grim conclusion to a once concealed life. The breakthrough in the case, occurring amidst the cultural zeitgeist of August 2007, added a surreal backdrop to the unfolding drama. The juxtaposition of such a heinous act against the backdrop of widespread technological and literary milestones underscore the dichotomy between public fascination and private despair. As the investigation culminated in the identification of Jason Bolweel as the perpetrator, the narrative transitioned from a complex interplay of relationships and secrets to a stark exposition of human frailty and fear. The revelation of Jason's dual life, intertwined with his drastic measures to protect it, offered a chilling reminder of the lengths to which individuals might go when confronted with the threat of exposure. This chapter in the investigation not only provided closure to the haunting question of Patty's fate, but also painted a vivid portrait of the darker facets of human nature hidden beneath the veneer of everyday life. On the evening of August 30th, 2007, as a tempest loomed ominously over the villages, a serene retirement community was about to witness the climax of a chilling investigation. Jason Bolweel, the unsuspecting suspect in a case that had captivated the local community and beyond, was apprehended by law enforcement under dramatic circumstances. The arrest, executed with precision outside a local Publix, a place frequented by Bolweel, was a moment of high drama under the stormy skies. Initially, Bolweel exhibited a facade of innocence, vehemently denying any involvement in the crime that had sent shockwaves through the villages and captured the attention of media outlets. His arrest was not just local news, but became a topic of discussion across various platforms, reflecting the nation's fascination with true crime stories. The weight of the evidence began to dawn on Bolweel. Overwhelmed by the mounting guilt and the realization that the jig was up, he eventually succumbed to the pressure, confessing to the heinous act. This confession marked a pivotal turn in the investigation, providing a semblance of closure to a case that had seemed impenetrable. For the residents of the villages, Bullwheel's arrest was a bittersweet moment. While it brought a sense of relief and vindication for Patty's grieving family, it also underscored the unsettling truth that danger could lurk even in the most idyllic of communities. The arrest served as a sobering reminder of the complexities and hidden depths of human nature, challenging the community's perception of safety and trust among its members. The courtroom was charged with anticipation as the trial of Jason Bullwheel, accused of a crime that had haunted the retirement community of the Villages, Florida, reached its climax. Prosecutor Pamela Reed stood as a beacon of justice, meticulously laying out an irrefutable case against Jason, supported by a wealth of evidence and eyewitness testimonies. The atmosphere was dense, reflective of the gravity of the proceedings that captivated not just the local community but also garnered attention from national media outlets, echoing the public's fascination with high-profile legal battles. Defense attorney Michael Genovese, known for his prowess in navigating the complexities of criminal law, presented a defense rooted in compassion. He highlighted Jason's tumultuous upbringing, painting a picture of a life marred by challenges that he argued should be considered in the sentencing. Jenkins' plea for leniency, however, was met with skepticism, not just from the prosecution, but also from a public hungry for accountability. The trial, which unfolded over several tense weeks, was a spectacle closely followed by local news networks with live updates and expert analysis dominating the airwaves, reflecting the case's significance in the broader discourse on crime and punishment in America. In the end, the jury, after hours of deliberation, delivered a unanimous verdict: guilty. The decision was met with an outpouring of emotion from Patty's family and friends who had been present throughout the trial, their faces a tapestry of sorrow, relief, and faint hope. Jason was sentenced to life imprisonment, a verdict that, while bringing a sense of justice to the bereaved, was a stark reminder of the irrevocable loss they had suffered. As the gavel fell, marking the end of a trial that had gripped the nation, the sentence resonated beyond the courtroom. It served as a somber conclusion to a saga that underscored the fragility of community trust and the enduring quest for justice in the face of tragedy. In the wake of the trial that had riveted the nation, the community of the Villages embarked on a long journey towards healing and reconciliation. The void left by Patty, remembered as a beacon of joy and kindness, seemed insurmountable. Yet, as time passed, the community found ways to honor her memory, ensuring her vibrant spirit continued to inspire. Bob Marlborough, once a familiar face in the social circles of the Villages, became a shadow of his former self. Racked with guilt over his indirect connection to the tragedy, Marlborough chose a life of solitude, distancing himself from the community he once actively participated in. His story served as a poignant reminder of the collateral damage inflicted by crime, extending far beyond the immediate victims. Lucille James Falco, another individual touched by the case, sought solace in new beginnings. She relocated, embracing the opportunity to start anew away from the reminders of the ordeal that had unfolded. Her departure was a testament to the profound impact the case had on the lives of those connected, however, tangentially to the tragedy. The repercussions of Jason Bullwheel's actions reverberated through his family, who grappled with the stigma and the heavy burden of his guilt. The trial, extensively covered by outlets, not only chronicled the legal proceedings but also highlighted the broader societal implications, including the challenges faced by the families of those convicted of heinous crimes. Detectives Womack and Holloway, the duo who had worked tirelessly to bring justice to Patty, continued their service with a newfound perspective. The case had left an indelible mark on their careers and personal lives, shaping their approach to law enforcement and reinforcing their commitment to serving their community. As the Villages moved forward, the legacy of the case remained a somber reminder of the fragility of peace and the enduring strength of a community in the face of adversity. The murder of Patty Marlborough remains a stark reminder of the secrets that can lurk behind closed doors, even in the most idyllic communities. In the affluent Orange County suburb of Mission Viejo, California, Kevin Ziegler, 43, led a life many might envy. A successful financial analyst, Ziegler had built a reputable career marked by hard work and dedication. A University of California, Berkeley graduate, he displayed a natural talent for numbers and an ambition that took him from humble beginnings to a respected position in the financial world. Ziegler's home life seemed equally rewarding. Married to Olivia, a high school teacher with aspirations of authorship, they had 2 children and lived in a picturesque neighborhood, embodying the American dream. The family was often seen enjoying the community's amenities, from the peaceful Lake Mission Viejo to the vibrant shops nearby. On weekends, they would be spotted browsing the latest releases at Barnes & Noble or dining at local eateries. In the days before his untimely death in September 2003, Ziegler was reportedly working on a significant project he hoped would be a career milestone. Colleagues observed him putting in extra hours, driven by his goal of becoming a financial director. His dedication showed in his thorough planning and detailed presentations. But behind the outward appearance of success and domestic harmony, signs of strain were beginning to show. Friends and family hinted at growing tensions within the marriage, though few could have foreseen the tragic end. That year, the country was still grappling with the U.S. invasion of Iraq, and the Columbia Space Shuttle disaster had cast a pall over the nation. But in the Ziegler household, a different storm was brewing, culminating in a shocking act of violence. On the night of September 15, 2003, the peace of Mission Viejo, a community celebrated for its safety and quality of life, was shattered when Kevin Ziegler, a 43-year-old financial analyst, was found dead in his garage, the victim of a point-blank shooting. The discovery was made by Mark Thompson, a neighbor and friend who had ventured over in the fading light to return a borrowed lawn mower, an act reflecting the close-knit nature of the community. The weather that evening was uncharacteristically damp for Southern California, with a light rain that had begun to fall, casting a somber mood over the neighborhood. Thompson, upon finding Ziegler's body, was overcome with shock. His immediate reaction was to call 911, his voice shaking as he struggled to convey the gravity of the situation to the dispatcher. The dispatcher, trained for moments of crisis, worked to calm Thompson while simultaneously dispatching police and emergency services to the scene. Mission Viejo, part of Orange County, was known for its idyllic settings and had been featured in various media as a desirable place to live. The community, with its well-kept homes and manicured lawns, was a stark contrast to the crime scene that awaited the first responders. The Ziegler residence, a 2-story home typical of the area's architecture, now bore the hallmarks of a tragedy. The community, which typically worried about mundane issues reported in the local Mission Viejo dispatch, such as city council decisions or school board meetings, was now the backdrop for a real-life crime drama, the likes of which were usually confined to the pages of the Los Angeles Times or the nightly news. Upon receiving the distress call on the evening of September 15, 2003, the Mission Viejo Police Department acted with immediate urgency. Detectives Sarah Gomez and Eric Miraflores, both with years of experience in the field of criminal investigation, were dispatched to the scene. Their arrival was prompt, a testament to the efficiency and dedication of the local law enforcement in maintaining the safety and security of this Orange County community. The scene that awaited Gomez and Miraflores was grim. Kevin Ziegler, a 43-year-old financial analyst known in the community for his professional success and active family life, lay dead in his own garage, a victim of a shooting at point-blank range. The garage, typically a mundane space filled with the trappings of suburban life, such as sports equipment and gardening tools, had been transformed into a crime scene. The air, still heavy with the scent of rain from the earlier downpour, was now tinged with the metallic smell of blood. Detectives Gomez and Miraflores approached the investigation with a professional calmness, but the brutality of the crime was not lost on them. The crime scene was meticulously documented with photographs taken and evidence collected. Among the items of interest were bullet casings and potential fingerprints, crucial pieces in the puzzle of who had committed this heinous act. The methodology of the investigation was thorough, reflecting advancements in forensic science that had been highlighted in media outlets such as CSI, a popular television show at the time that had brought forensic science into the living rooms of the American public. The detectives utilized a variety of tools and techniques, from dusting for fingerprints to canvassing the neighborhood for witnesses. Their goal was clear: to piece together the events leading to Kevin Ziegler's death and to bring the perpetrator to justice. In the days that followed, the community of Mission Viejo, typically concerned with the comings and goings reported in the local Mission Viejo Dispatch or the broader issues covered by the Los Angeles Times, found itself at the center of a real-life investigation. The tranquility of the suburb had been disrupted, leaving residents to grapple with the reality of the crime among them. The investigation into Kevin Ziegler's murder swiftly turned its focus towards those closest to him, with Olivia Ziegler, his 41-year-old wife, emerging as suspect number one. Olivia, a high school teacher with aspirations beyond her classroom walls, had often spoken of her dream to pen a romance novel. Her life in the picturesque Orange County suburb of Mission Viejo, while seemingly idyllic, was under scrutiny as detectives delved into the intricacies of her marriage to Kevin. Olivia's interrogation was conducted with precision, reflecting the seasoned expertise of detectives Sarah Gomez and Eric Miraflores. The questioning took place against the backdrop of a community still reeling from the shock of the crime, a sentiment echoed in the somber tones of local media coverage. The Mission Viejo Dispatch, along with regional news outlets, had begun to piece together the narrative of a troubled marriage, hinting at financial strains and personal grievances that may have motivated the crime. During the interrogation, Olivia's demeanor fluctuated between composed and visibly distressed. She vehemently denied any involvement in her husband's death, her voice firm yet tinged with emotion as she recounted the details of their life together. Her aspirations, once centered around literary success, were now overshadowed by the grim reality of her situation. The detectives probed Olivia's account, searching for inconsistencies or signs of deceit. The questioning, methodical in its approach, was reminiscent of the high-stakes interviews portrayed in popular crime dramas of the time, such as NBC's A Law and Order. The police sought to understand not just the facts, but the emotional undercurrents of Olivia's relationship with Kevin, believing that the motive for murder often lay hidden in the complexities of personal connections. As the interrogation unfolded, the community of Mission Viejo watched with bated breath, the case becoming a focal point of discussion. Neighbors and friends, once casual observers of the Ziegler's life, now found themselves questioning what they thought they knew about the family next door. As the investigation into Kevin Ziegler's murder deepened, attention shifted to Lana Henry, a 31-year-old real estate agent entangled in a secret sexual relationship with the victim. Lana, characterized by her ambition and independence, harbored dreams of establishing her own real estate empire in the competitive market of Southern California. Her involvement with Kevin, however, cast a shadow over her professional aspirations, drawing her into a narrative far removed from the glossy listings and upscale open houses that defined her career. The interrogation of Lana Henry was conducted with a keen awareness of the delicate balance between personal and professional lives and affluent communities like Mission Viejo. Detectives Gomez and Miraflores, leveraging their experience, navigated the questioning with a focus on uncovering motives rooted in jealousy or fear of loss. The backdrop of this interrogation was a society still grappling with scandals that dominated headlines in 2003, from corporate fraud to celebrity trials, reflecting a fascination with success and moral fallibility. Throughout the interrogation, Lana maintained a composed demeanor, her responses measured and deliberate. She articulated her shock and grief over Kevin's death, emphasizing her innocence and distancing herself from any motive for murder. Her calmness under scrutiny mirrored the poise expected of a successful real estate agent, accustomed to negotiating under pressure and managing perceptions. The police, in their questioning, sought to piece together Lana's whereabouts and interactions with Kevin in the days leading up to the murder, scrutinizing every detail for inconsistencies. As the investigation unfolded, the community of Mission Viejo, usually preoccupied with the serene lifestyle and local events reported in the Mission Viejo Dispatch, found itself at the heart of a mystery that echoed the dramatic narrative seen on national news. Lana Henry, once a figure synonymous with real estate success, was now a key player in a story that blurred the lines between personal tragedy and public spectacle. On a crisp morning on September 20th, 2003, a pivotal breakthrough occurred in the investigation of Kevin Ziegler's murder. The serene suburb of Mission Viejo, typically bustling with the weekend activities of its affluent residents, became the focal point of a significant development. A local pawn shop nestled among the array of businesses catering to the community's upscale clientele reported a suspicious transaction that would alter the course of the investigation. The shop, known for its discreet dealings in high-end goods, had recently acquired a firearm that matched the description of the murder weapon. The seller, identified as David Forster, a 29-year-old personal trainer with aspirations of opening his own gym, was not typically associated with such transactions, raising immediate red flags for law enforcement. Detectives Sarah Gomez and Eric Miraflores responded with the urgency that had characterized their approach to the case. Their arrival at the pawn shop was swift, underscoring the gravity of the new evidence. The shop's surveillance footage provided them with clear images of Forster, adding a tangible lead to their investigation. This development, reminiscent of the plot twists often in the crime dramas that dominated television in 2003, added a layer of complexity to the case. The discovery prompted a reevaluation of the relationships and motives surrounding Kevin Ziegler's murder. Forster, previously on the periphery of the investigation, was now a central figure. His connection to Olivia Ziegler, revealed through further probing, suggested a web of personal entanglements that could provide a motive for the crime. As the news of the breakthrough spread, the community of Mission Viejo, usually insulated from the kind of violence that grabs national headlines, found itself at the center of a narrative filled with intrigue and betrayal. The local media, including the Mission Viejo Dispatch, closely followed the developments, capturing the attention of residents who were unaccustomed to such disruptions in their peaceful enclave. With the investigation's focus shifting towards David Forster following the pawnshop revelation, the Mission Viejo Police Department intensified their efforts. David, a 29-year-old personal trainer with entrepreneurial dreams of starting his own fitness center, found himself under the harsh glare of the law. His illicit sexual relationship with Olivia Ziegler, once a private affair, became a critical element of the case, suggesting a complex motive rooted in personal connections and emotional entanglements. The interrogation of David Forster was conducted against a backdrop of increasing media attention. As details of the case emerged, local outlets like the Mission Viejo Dispatch and regional news sources began to draw parallels between this real-life drama and the intricate plots of popular crime shows which were captivating audiences in 2003. The community of Mission Viejo, typically more concerned with local events and lifestyle features, found itself at the center of a narrative that combined elements of passion, betrayal, and violence. During questioning, David's responses vacillated between moments of anger and profound despair, reflecting the emotional turmoil of being implicated in such a grave crime. His demeanor, at times defensive, provided investigators with insights into his psychological state and the nature of his relationship with Olivia. The interrogation process, meticulous in its execution, sought to unravel the sequence of events leading up to Kevin Ziegler's murder, with David's potential motive scrutinized under the lens of forensic evidence and behavioral analysis. As the case unfolded, the tranquil suburb of Mission Viejo became the backdrop for a story that resonated with themes of love, jealousy, and revenge, capturing the attention of a community unaccustomed to such disruptions. The investigation into David Forster's involvement, propelled by the discovery of new evidence, marked a turning point in the case, drawing connections between personal vendettas and the act of murder. As the investigation into Kevin Ziegler's murder progressed, the pieces of the puzzle began to coalesce, centering on David Forster as the perpetrator. A 29-year-old personal trainer with aspirations of opening his own gym, Forster's involvement in the crime was initially obscured by his peripheral presence in the victim's life. However, his relationship with Olivia Ziegler, the victim's wife, emerged as a critical axis around which the motive for the murder revolved. The revelation that Olivia had manipulated Forster with fabricated tales of abuse at the hands of her husband added a layer of complexity to the case. She painted a grim picture of her life with Kevin, alleging torture with knives and fire, thereby inciting Forster to commit the ultimate act of violence. This manipulation rooted in deceit highlighted the dark underbelly of personal relationships and the lengths to which individuals might go to extricate themselves from undesirable situations. Forster, driven by a misplaced sense of heroism and protective fervor, carried out the murder, shooting Kevin Ziegler point blank upon his return home. This act of violence, executed with chilling precision, was the culmination of a series of manipulations and lies that blurred the lines between victim and perpetrator. The community of Mission Viejo, nestled in the heart of Orange County and insulated from the violent upheavals that grip other parts of the country, found itself grappling with the reality of a murder rooted in domestic discord. The case, with its twists and turns, bore resemblance to a soap opera or telenovela. However, for the residents of Mission Viejo, the murder of Kevin Ziegler was a stark reminder of the fragility of the veneer of suburban tranquility. As the investigation drew to a close, the motives and actions of David Forster and Olivia Ziegler were laid bare, revealing a tangled web of emotions and deceit that led to a tragic end. On the morning of September 25, 2003, the quiet streets of Mission Viejo were disrupted by the sound of police sirens as law enforcement moved to arrest David Forster, the man now identified as Kevin Ziegler's murderer. The arrest, conducted with the precision and seriousness characteristic of the Mission Viejo Police Department, marked a pivotal moment in a case that had gripped the community. David Forster, a 29-year-old personal trainer whose aspirations of opening his own gym had been overshadowed by his involvement in a deadly love triangle, was taken into custody without incident. His reaction to the arrest was one of surprise and resignation, as if the weight of his actions had finally settled upon him. Alongside Forster, Olivia Ziegler, the mastermind behind the tragic plot, was also arrested, her role as the instigator of her husband's murder now fully exposed. The reaction of Kevin Ziegler's family to the arrest was a complex mix of relief and profound grief. While justice was being served, it did little to fill the void left by Kevin's untimely death. The community, too, was left to grapple with the unsettling reality that such a heinous act could occur in their seemingly peaceful suburb. Local media outlets, including the Mission Viejo Dispatch, covered the arrest extensively, reflecting the shock and sadness felt by many. As the case moved towards trial, the actions and motivations of David Forster and Olivia Ziegler were scrutinized, offering a cautionary tale about the destructive power of deceit and manipulation. The arrest of the perpetrators brought a sense of closure to some, but for others, it was a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the complexity of human relationships. The trial of David Forster and Olivia Ziegler for the murder of Kevin Ziegler unfolded in a courtroom filled with tension, anticipation, and the heavy weight of grief. As the proceedings began, the prosecutor, Angie Hashimoto, a seasoned attorney known for her meticulous preparation and unwavering commitment to justice, presented a compelling case against the defendants. Hart's argument painted a vivid picture of a premeditated murder orchestrated by Olivia and executed by David, rooted in deception and betrayal. On the defense side, Michael Choi, a defense attorney with a reputation for his persuasive courtroom demeanor and strategic acumen, argued on behalf of Forster and Olivia. Evans sought to frame his client's actions within the context of emotional manipulation and psychological distress, suggesting that the complex dynamics of their relationships had clouded their judgment. The trial, closely followed by local media, echoed the public's fascination with true crime stories and real-life cases covered in the news. The community of Mission Viejo, still reeling from the shock of the murder in their midst, watched as the legal drama unfolded, bearing witness to the unraveling of a tragedy that had struck at the heart of their suburban tranquility. In the end, the jury delivered a guilty verdict for both David Forster and Olivia Ziegler, sentencing them to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict was met with mixed emotions, relief that justice had been served, but sorrow for the lives irrevocably changed by the crime. Kevin Ziegler's family, while grateful for the legal resolution, mourned the loss of a husband, father, and son, whose absence left a void no verdict could fill. The trial's conclusion marked the end of a chapter for the community of Mission Viejo, but the story of Kevin Ziegler's murder remained a somber reminder of the darkness that can lurk behind the facade of a perfect life. In the aftermath of the trial that captivated the community of Mission Viejo, the lives of those involved in the case of Kevin Ziegler's murder began to slowly adjust to a new normal. The conviction and sentencing of David Forster and Olivia Ziegler to life without parole brought a sense of closure to a saga that had unfolded with the intensity of the crime dramas that were popular in the early 2000s, such as CSI and A Law and Order. Yet, The reality of the situation left a lasting impact on the community, a stark reminder of the fragility of trust and the depths of human complexity. Detectives Sarah Gomez and Eric Miraflores, who had been at the forefront of the investigation, continued their work with the Mission Viejo Police Department, their experience with the case adding a somber layer of wisdom to their approach to law enforcement. The case had not only tested their investigative skills, but also offered a poignant lesson in the unpredictable nature of human emotions and motivations. For the family of Kevin Ziegler, life moved forward amidst the shadow of loss. The void left by Kevin's untimely death remained a painful reminder of the vibrant life that had been so abruptly taken. Yet, in their grief, they found strength in each other and in the support of a community that had rallied around them during their time of need. The community of Mission Viejo, known for its serene lifestyle and picturesque surroundings, had been shaken by the events that transpired. Local media, including the Mission Viejo Dispatch, which had closely followed the case, continued to reflect on the lessons learned and the questions raised about safety, trust, and the hidden turmoil that can exist behind closed doors. As the years passed, the case of Kevin Ziegler's murder remained a touchstone for discussions about crime and justice in suburban America. For those directly affected, the journey towards healing and understanding continued, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of tragedy. Prepare to be astonished as you discover the story behind the woman on your screen, Miriam Silikiotis. Once the leader of a convent, Miriam used every tactic imaginable to deceive an entire community for years. She manipulated their trust and faith to accumulate wealth and power. Her dark secrets finally came to light at the height of her career, earning her the infamous title of the serial killer nun. What exactly made this convent leader so terrifying? Stay tuned to this video to uncover the details. Born in 1883 in Greece to a family plagued by poverty, Miriam worked on the family farm to support her parents. Despite her humble beginnings, she aspired to a life of wealth and influence. Some sources say she also took up factory work to make ends meet. One can picture her life before becoming a nun, rising at dawn and having a modest breakfast, relying on whatever food the farm could provide. Although factory work wasn't lucrative, it seemed the only path to realizing her ambitions. At 23, she chose to become a nun, joining the Old Calendarist Church, then led by priest Matthew Karpathakis. When Matthew, struggling with church doctrine, decided to establish a new convent, Miriam became one of his earliest followers, taking on the name Miriam Silikiotis. Who would have guessed that this woman, with a name so suggestive of purity, would soon wreak havoc on the lives of her devoted followers? No one could have predicted what would happen to the notorious new church under Miriam's leadership, but the signs of malevolence gradually began to show. Miriam climbed the ecclesiastical ranks quickly, becoming a confidant to Archbishop Matthew. As Matthew clashed with the Old Calendarist Church, Miriam stood by his side. They laid the foundations for the Panagia Pevkovo Nojatrissa Monastery, a nunnery established in 1927, located between the town of Karati and the rural village of Kakithalassa. Matthew had been planning his own monastery for 2 years, and Miriam helped him secure the land they traversed. She acquired an additional 7 acres that year and bought 2 more plots at the end of it. How she managed to obtain so much property remains a mystery. Greek author Nina, after reviewing the long history of the white-skinned Matthew, mentioned the monastery had no legal explanation for how the nuns managed to fund such substantial property purchases. An official announcement from Matthew at the monastery's inauguration was to honor the birth of the Virgin Mary. However, the real purpose of building the monastery was to gather funds to support the Old Calendarist movement. Both Miriam and Matthew cleverly hid their true intentions when establishing this new monastery. They were the faces of honesty, integrity, and faith to the very people naive enough to believe in true faith. Of course, it was thanks to the trusting and dedicated supporters of the Old Calendarist movement that it continued to grow strong. Things might not have turned so dark if Miriam had the same faith as those around her. She wielded violence and faith to extort money, controlling their fates while funding the construction of her convent with their contributions. Surely, building a convent was no easy task, especially with limited funds. The fact that Miriam and Matthew smoothly established a convent from start to finish seems nothing short of miraculous. How is this possible? Where did the mysterious funding come from? And when will the terrifying truth be revealed? The Pine Virgin Convent, marketed as a tuberculosis treatment center, was built high up on a mountain. Since there was no cure for tuberculosis at the time, those who could not be medically treated sought refuge in the convent as a safe haven. As more people flocked to the convent hoping to be cured, Miriam welcomed them warmly despite the lack of specialized medical facilities there. Everyone was excited to join this new sect. Miriam packed many patients into a room, forbidding any doctors from visiting unless they were signing death certificates. While Miriam was in her prime, enjoying the golden age of the new calendarist church, Archbishop Matthew turned 66. She witnessed how Matthew managed the convent's operations and took on some of the responsibilities when Matthew was imprisoned. Upon his return, he continued his spiritual journey as a high-rule clergyman, enduring a 40-day fast, isolation, and heavy metal chains around his waist to draw nearer to God. Unbeknownst to Matthew, Miriam, seemingly sweet-natured, turned out to be a tyrant within her own convent. When Matthew was bedridden, Archbishop Chrysostomus of Florina visited with some belief, wanting to bury an axe with Matthew upon his death to end the schism in the calendarist church. Before Matthew could attempt to speak with Chrysostomus, Miriam burst into the room with all the nuns, insisting he leave. We can only speculate on how the reconciliation of the schism would unfold, a process we may never truly understand. What impact it would have on the future of the church remains unknown, as Miriam extinguished all hope. In 1939, Archbishop Matthew's health began to decline significantly, and Miriam took charge of the convent. At this point, Matthew's life was but a shadow of his former self. Previously, he had relied on Miriam for significant decisions and soon left everything under her supervision. After an 11-year wait, Miriam was finally bestowed the title Mother of Miriam of Karathea, a title understood as the Mother Superior of Karathea. Her lifelong ambition to control seems fulfilled. She now headed the convent. She wore a Greek-style fabric headpiece, a black veil covering her forehead and eyebrows, attire only worn by high-ranking Eastern Orthodox nuns. She decided to amass as much wealth as possible and was prepared to do anything to achieve her goals. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when Miriam's murderous rage began, but it's clear that she started practicing asceticism shortly after becoming Mother Superior with her inherent strong personality. She had formed a formidable force, intent on plundering as much wealth for her convent as possible. When news of Miriam's activities became public, she was dubbed Mother Rasputin by the media. Charity may seem the most humane act one can perform, but what happens when the donations stem from the crimes committed by Miriam? Her offenses far exceeded the suspicions of smuggling for which she was initially convicted. She swindled by pretending to treat patients with tuberculosis, who ultimately died in pain and isolation. Miriam was also implicated in 100 of murders. She amassed a fortune worth $1 million by ensnaring wealthy families with promises of salvation. Those who disagreed were bound and tortured in the basement until they complied with her demands. Others were left to starve. The exact number of victims that fell prey to this abbess's schemes is unknown, but Greek police estimate there were 27 murders. Mr. and Mrs. Backer, devoted followers of the calendarist church, were deeply impressed by the courage of Archbishop Matthew and the convent. Mrs. Bacher, guided by her theological advisor, sought instruction from Miriam, unaware of the heinous acts of the so-called abbess. After securing her entire estate to the church, Mrs. Bacher, realizing Miriam was a monster, attempted to escape with her children. Unwilling to lose this golden opportunity, Miriam locked Mrs. Bacher in a dark cell, forcing her to endure the same conditions as the deceased tuberculosis patients. Despite her cries, no one could hear her due to the convent's secluded mountain location, making it the perfect dungeon for Miriam's malevolent plans. She only allowed a few morsels of food to be given to the imprisoned Mrs. Bacher. When Miriam decided to release her, Mrs. Bacher was merely a corpse in an old cell. Miriam did nothing to assist her, allowing Mrs. Bacher to decay and die in the so-called convent jail. Mr. Bakr was also isolated until he fell ill and died alone in agony. Imagine visiting a convent for spiritual enlightenment, only to return with nothing but an empty bank account. Unfortunately, the next victims were the Paniatopoulos, who sought liberation from their lives. Miriam told them they would be freed from all sins if they joined her. Instead, she held them hostage and starved them until they transferred their assets to her name. Miriam, unyielding, decided it was best for the Paniatopoulos to leave this world once and for all. In the early 1900s, doctors could only alleviate the pain of tuberculosis patients, as no cure was available. Mrs. Mahalaku, informed that she had contracted tuberculosis, was overjoyed upon hearing that the Virgin Convent was treating this disease. Expecting some form of spiritual treatment upon arrival, she was horrified when the nuns led her to a cell and simply left her there without medication, allowing her only a few small meals a day. Mrs. Mikaleku's body weakened. She endured the same fate as many others under Miriam's ruthless supervision, dying alone in pain with no loved ones by her side. Not everyone living under Miriam's rule was content with her management. Theodote's sister tried to speak out against the abbess's cruel methods but could not ignore such matters. She accused Theodote of misconduct and ordered the nuns to be beaten as punishment. The remaining nuns had no choice but to obey. They beat Theodote until she bled internally, dying on the spot from the brutal assault, and this was the price for not trusting the abbess. Anyone who dared to resist faced Miriam's wrath. Miriam's sister also spoke out against Miriam and was brutally punished with a beating. By the time she reached the hospital, she was so disfigured that no one could recognize her. She was internally bleeding, and her vital organs were damaged. The doctors tried to save her, but no medical treatment could heal the brutality inflicted by Miriam. Miriam breathed her last and was finally freed from the clutches of the Calendarist Church. The church denied any involvement of Miriam in the murder. However, there were numerous witness statements claiming that Miriam lured innocent people into her convent with promises of salvation. In reality, they would be tied up in the basement and forced to transfer all their possessions and wealth into Miriam's name. Miriam was tried for 7 murders. Authorities estimated that she had starved at least 27 people to death. The tortures were carelessly executed and beatings were administered in the name of repentant religious figures wielding power over people. If Miriam had been an ordinary woman, perhaps things would have ended there. But unfortunately, the villainous Miriam continued to send priests across Greece to find widows and wealthy families. She would entice these innocent followers to donate to the convent and then steal the donated money. One day, the police received a tip-off that an elderly woman had donated her entire estate to the convent. Her daughter was certain that her mother would not have handed over the money unless she had been coerced. Naturally, this accusation alone was not enough to arrest Miriam. The police began investigating Miriam's mysterious assets and discovered that the abbess was involved in the illegal importation of olive oil and various spices. However, the smuggling charges were insufficient to arrest a high-profile figure like Miriam. After a while, a woman named Eugenia Margetti came forward, saying she had been detained by the abbess in isolation. She also alleged that she had been tortured into handing over assets worth $118 million. In 1949, Christos Spyrides approached the Greek police to look for his missing daughter. The FBI traced her back to the convent. The 18-year-old's father stated that he had been convinced by a nun named Miriam to hand over $10,000 in assets as a donation to the convent. The Associated Press later revealed that Christo had reunited with his daughter. The police continued their investigation into the allegations against Miriam Solikiotis. The police found that the convent practiced asceticism and did not allow any doctor to treat tuberculosis patients. Nearly 150 people died due to lack of medical treatment while staying at the convent. As the investigation continued, the police uncovered various victims who recounted being beaten by the abbes. Survivors disclosed that Miriam would stare at them until they collapsed and were forced to transfer their assets into her name. Reuters reported at the time of her arrest that Miriam owned nearly 300 houses and farms. Additionally, she had amassed 1,000 pounds worth of gold and jewelry during her tenure at the convent as Mother Rasputin. On the night of December 4, 1950, while Miriam was sound asleep in her opulent chamber, police stormed the convent. In total, 85 officers scoured the grounds, anticipating the murders Miriam had orchestrated. They brought a deputy prosecutor, a judge, and an investigator, and the search continued throughout the night. They rescued 36 children. Officers had to wrest them from the nuns' grasp. They also liberated several elderly women, half-naked, severely malnourished and weak, who had been chained in the basement. Unsure if they could convict Miriam of fraud and embezzlement, they commenced a trial accusing her of illegally importing olive oil and tires. The Calendarist Church's authorities also soon ceased to shield Miriam from the law. By January 1951, the Archbishop of Athens and Chrysostomus of Florina were unable to reconcile their differences. The ancient church was demolished, and Miriam could no longer use religion as a pretext for her horrific crimes. The prosecutor was free to charge the ruthless nun, meticulously detailing her criminal life. He prosecuted her for all the crimes committed over the past decade, including murder, fraud, forgery, extortion, and torture. Miriam Sulikiotis continued to portray herself as a devout nun during the trials. She wore a traditional icon honoring the late Matthew, whom she posthumously named Saint Matthew. She vehemently denied all charges against her, dismissing them as fabrications of the devil. Perhaps Miriam had convinced herself that her actions were in the name of religion. She stood in the courtroom like a monster, cold and merciless, driven solely by her own greed. She knew there were no excuses for her actions, despite her attempts to exploit legal loopholes. Her defense attorney claimed that those who entered the convent had sworn to donate all their assets to it, of their own free will. He argued that the property had legally transferred to Miriam's name because the convent lacked a legal foundation. Miriam's grave offenses led to 3 separate trials. The first trial was held between 1951 and 1952. The second continued in 1953, and the third and final trial concluded a few months before Miriam's death. She was sentenced to 26 months in prison after the first trial, 10 years following the second, and an additional 4 years in the last trial. Miriam's conviction in 1951 shocked the Matthews community across Greece. They organized protests to liberate their leader from the legal system, demanding Miriam's release and her return to a lawful place. Police had to protect the archbishop from the possibility of being kidnapped as a bargaining chip for Miriam's release. Eventually, Miriam Sulikiotis was incarcerated in the Ivanov prison on Alexander Avenue in Athens. She spent the latter part of her life isolated, much like her victims, albeit under less dire circumstances. The entire saga of her crimes spanned 14 years, but she only served 1 year in prison before falling ill and being moved to a hospital, where she died at the age of 71. Miriam Sulikiotis had over 400 followers when she rose to power. Nearly 500 people bequeathed their assets to the convent through wills in Miriam's name. Some died in the convent from diseases, starvation, or torture. The nuns of Matthew continued to pray for the intercession of Saint Miriam, believing her to be a paragon of purity and morality. When questioned about the 100 who had died in the convent, the nuns explained that those who joined the church were already very old, and their deaths there were God's will, not due to Miriam's negligence. This is the story of Miriam Sulikiotis, a real-life demonic nun. How do you perceive the story of this nefarious nun? Share your views in the comment section below. On June 8, 2012, the Vancouver Police Department received a missing person report that seemed almost unbelievable. A 20-year-old Chinese international student claimed that his mother had mysteriously vanished just as they were about to drive to the airport for a flight home. When the police arrived, they found nothing suspicious at the scene. The caller, Yuan Shirtang, had been studying in Canada for 6 years, and his parents had visited him in Vancouver 2 weeks prior. But just as they were set to depart, his mother disappeared without a trace. Yuan Shirtang explained that he initially thought his mother had gone to buy snacks for the flight, leading him and his father to search nearby malls and convenience stores to no avail. As departure time approached, both father and son, increasingly worried, decided to contact the police. The police went to the airport, considering that perhaps she had boarded the flight alone. By day's end, airport staff broadcasted her details over the loudspeaker, but she was nowhere to be found. Yuan's father was left stranded in Vancouver, torn between searching for his wife and returning to China. Meanwhile, the son remained unsettlingly calm, urging his father to return to China, reassuring him he would work with police to find his mother. Once the father returned to Foshan, China, he contacted both local authorities and the Chinese consulate in Vancouver for help with his wife's disappearance. While Yuan Shirtang's father was desperate, Canadian police grew suspicious, speculating that she might have intended to stay in Canada illegally. Given the family's circumstances, her sudden disappearance just before their flight raised red flags, and the son's statements appeared suspicious. 2 weeks later, Yuan Shirtang's father returned to Canada. At this point, the police began to question their initial theory. If Yuan Shirtang's mother had indeed planned to stay, the family would likely have avoided drawing attention to themselves. Additionally, she had left without her passport, personal items, or money. A Chinese woman with no English skills and no local connections would have found it nearly impossible to hide in a foreign country. Consequently, the police called in Yuan Shirtang and his father for further questioning, this time focusing on whether there were any family feuds, debts, or mental health issues involving the mother. After both denied all such possibilities, the case was handed over to the RCMP for further investigation. At this juncture, Yuan Shirtang's mother had been missing for over 14 days. Father and son, clutching her photograph, scoured every corner, querying strangers they encountered in their desperate search to find any trace of the woman in the picture. They continued tirelessly, even as their voices grew hoarse from asking too many questions, clinging to the hope of finding their loved one in a country that was utterly foreign to her. The police present were moved by the determination of Yuan Shir and his father. Facing the cameras, they declared they would never cease their search for their beloved mother and wife. Thus, the police began to re-examine statements and earlier calls, particularly focusing on the last person to have seen Yuan Shirtang's mother, her own son. They quickly noted inconsistencies in his account. For instance, in his initial 911 call, he claimed he was going to pick her up from the hotel to go to the airport, but later changed his story to picking her up for breakfast. Initially, he stated his mother was alone at the hotel, but later mentioned his father was also staying in the same room. When Chi Tang had been in Canada for 6 years, yet his English remained poor, and he struggled to comprehend the questions posed by the 911 operator. He couldn't even specify his mother's height or build, offering the feeble excuse, "I don't understand, and I don't know how to explain." The police found no reason to continue scrutinizing Yuan Shirtang, yet they wondered why did he still struggle with communication after 6 years in Canada. The investigation then extended to other hotel guests, and a crucial clue was uncovered. The room next to the crime scene was rented by another Chinese national also named Tang. Further inquiries revealed the occupant of the neighboring room was none other than Yuan Shitong. When Yuan Shitong called 911, he told the police that on the morning his mother disappeared, he had traveled from his residence to the hotel to pick her up. However, no one suspected that the dutiful son had a room in the same hotel as his parents, right next door. Calm, under police questioning, he explained through an interpreter that his own place was somewhat far from the hotel, so he had booked a room there for convenience. When asked why he hadn't mentioned this before, Yuan Shitang's reply was, "You didn't ask, so why should I tell?" Observing this filial son, one might wonder whether his purpose at the police station was to test their investigative skills or to report his mother's case. Immediately following this, the police searched the room Yuan Shirtang had rented. They discovered bloodstains on the ceiling, bedside cabinet, and wardrobe. Similar traces had evidently been there for some time. However, at that point, the blood samples and DNA from Yuan Shirtang's mother were still being analyzed in China, leaving the police unable to determine whose blood it was. Another investigative team unearthed some crucial information. The apartment Yuan Shirtang rented in the city center was not as far as he had claimed. Furthermore, Yuan Shirtang was not living alone. His roommate was a young Asian American woman, and the pair were romantically involved. However, Yuan Shitang refused police entry to his apartment and, lacking evidence, they were unable to secure a search warrant. On July 29th, marking a month and a half since Yuan Shirtang's mother went missing, Human remains were discovered inside a suitcase on a beach near Harwood Island, about 200 kilometers from the location Yuan Shitang reported her missing. The body, heavily decomposed, was identified as that of a middle-aged Asian woman. The clothing on the body led police to immediately suspect they had found Yuan Shitang's mother, and autopsy reports confirmed the remains were indeed hers. The victim had undergone spindle surgery, identifiable by the screws in her back. Her skull was fractured, showing multiple large holes. After identifying Yuan Shitang's mother as the victim of a homicide, her son became the prime suspect in the case. The police could have chosen traditional investigative methods, such as surveillance, interrogation, and evidence gathering, but they opted for a different approach using a sting operation they believed would be more effective in preventing alerting the suspect. The discovery of Yuan Shitang's mother's body was kept confidential by the police. A week later, an undercover officer from Guangdong called the number Yuan Shitang had listed on his missing person poster. She claimed to have information and arranged a meeting at a Starbucks cafe. She told Yuan Shitang that while fishing with a friend, she found a suitcase. She was too frightened to touch it, but her friend noted that the person inside wore a blue shirt, similar to the one on Yuan Shitang's mother in the poster, and had a similar hairstyle. She informed him that they had not yet contacted the police, but if Yuan Shitang paid them a sum of cash, they would help dispose of the suitcase. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shitang abruptly stood up and left. The officer followed him and challenged, "Be honest with yourself, your mother was tortured, and if you were not involved, you would have called the police here and now. Think carefully about my offer." She then gave Yuan Shitang her phone number, advising him not to take too long to decide, as she would hand over the suitcase to the police otherwise. That evening, after much deliberation, Yuan Shitang called her, stating he didn't have enough money, but would try to gather the amount requested. He suggested she could call his father, claiming his mother had been kidnapped and his father would pay the ransom. Subsequently, the woman, an undercover officer, took Yuan Shitang to meet her boss, a man from Hong Kong, who claimed to be a member of the Triad Society, but was also undercover. The boss told Yuan Shitang that they could help dispose of the suitcase, but needed more details about his actions to erase all traces. Initially, Yuan Shitang was suspicious of the boss. However, when he distributed the suitcase in detail, its seized cola and design, Yuan Shitang became completely convinced. In a subsequent meeting, Yuan Shitang confessed to killing his biological mother. He recounted that she died the night before he reported her missing. He had summoned her to his rented hotel room under the guise of needing help with cleaning. While she was picking up coins off the bed, Yuan Shitang struck her several times on the head with a hammer. He then smothered her with a pillow for over 20 minutes. After confirming she was dead, Yuan Shitang stuffed her body into a large suitcase, took it back to the apartment he shared with his girlfriend, and the next day he returned to the hotel where his parents were staying and informed his father that his mother had disappeared. Once his father returned to China, Yuan Shitang drove to the Fraser River Bridge to dispose of the suitcase, then returned to the scene to clean up the blood and burn the pillow and murder weapon before dumping them into the river. Yuan Shitang recounted the entire story to the undercover police. He even proposed a condition after disposing of the suitcase. Could they also eliminate his father? "Once he's gone, all his money will be mine. Name your price and I will meet it." The undercover operatives realized they were dealing with a dangerously low IQ criminal. To maintain their cover, the boss replied, "We know someone dying from cancer who could take the fall for you if you pay enough. His brain is damaged from chemotherapy. Can you help us figure out how to take care of your father? We'll record it for him to practice." Yuan Shitang believed them and detailed his entire crime process. Consequently, the RCMP formally arrested Yuan Shitang on September 7th. He was charged with first-degree murder and intentional homicide. The police had all the evidence they needed, including audio and video recordings made by the undercover operatives, along with hairs and bloodstains of Yuan Shitang's mother found in his car. CCTV footage showed Yuan Shitang returning to his apartment with the suitcase and dragging it out the next day. The size and color of the suitcase matched the one found by the police. A small amount of DNA found in his apartment was also a match for Yuan Shitang's mother. "We think this case should be closed now, right?" Yuan Shitang appeared to be a dutiful son. So why would he do this? And surely he must be punished by the law for his crimes. However, there was a complication in prosecuting the case. Yuan Shitang's father, possessing a bizarre line of thinking, his wife was no longer alive, so he could not bear to lose his son as well, chose to overlook all of Yuan Shitang's crimes and began filing complaints in court to protect his son. However, he was unaware of Yuan Shitang's intentions to also eliminate his father, as discussed with the undercover police. In Canada, the media does not possess extensive freedoms to report on particularly serious criminal cases. Police spokespeople consistently decline to comment before trials. However, the press and journalists have managed to unear some information. Yuan Shitang's family ran a wooden furniture business in Foshan, China. After high school, the son was sent abroad with hopes that he would establish a foundation for the family business overseas. Yet Yuan Shitang failed to apply himself academically, not managing to secure a university place despite years in language and preparatory classes. Rarely attending class, he became a gambling addict, frequenting casinos to squander money when he ran out and working in restaurants to fund his gambling habit. Yuan Shitang described his parents as extremely controlling. They used financial leverage to enforce obedience, requiring him to call them every 3 days, with each call lasting at least 20 minutes. Failure to comply meant a deduction from his monthly living allowance. Additionally, Yuan Shitang was not allowed to have a girlfriend, and every penny of his discretionary spending was monitored. He had no money to spend on a partner. Overwhelmed by his parents' control, Yuan Shitang devised ways to steal from them using money meant for tuition, rent, immigration fees, and a car his parents had provided for himself and his girlfriend. Although he had lived in Canada for 6 years and told his parents he had permanent residency, he was found to only have a tourist visa upon his arrest. Furthermore, another truth was revealed. Yuan Shitang's father was unfaithful. Their marriage was in name only. Yuan Shitang's father told the press that his wife was incredibly controlling about his hairstyle, who he dined with, and how much money he had in his pocket. Eventually, he stopped returning home and sought companionship elsewhere. After discovering her husband's infidelity, Yuan Shitang's mother placed all her trust and hopes in her only son. She came to Vancouver upon hearing that her son had a girlfriend, with plans to take Yuan Shitang back to China, where she had arranged a prospective wife for him in Foshan. The father's admissions explained many of the suspicious circumstances surrounding the case. Previously in Vancouver, Yuan Shitang had rented a room next to his parents' hotel room to avoid detection. He and his girlfriend moved in together, and his father did not report his wife missing to the police overnight because they were separated. According to Yuan Shitang's father, this was a family that appeared flawless externally, but was utterly decayed on the inside. A controlling mother, an unfaithful father, and the conclusion that such overbearing maternal influence had adversely affected their son, Yuan Shitang. His father switched lawyers 3 times, citing emotional distress and a fierce determination to defend his son's innocence. However, he had no say in determining whether his son had a psychological disorder. Evaluation showed that Yuan Shitang's mental state was completely normal, and he was fully aware of his actions. To prove Yuan Shitang's mental competence, the prosecution introduced another undercover agent into the prison. This agent, also a Cantonese speaker, befriended him to delve into his psyche. Predictably, Yuan Shitang fell into the trap set by the police. Yuan Shitang confided in the undercover agent that he had no regrets about killing his mother. He felt suffocated by his parents' control and believed that only by eliminating them could he achieve freedom. He had long harbored a desire to end their lives, and finally his wish had been partly fulfilled. He also told the agent that he had waited for his parents to come to Canada to execute his plan, where there is no death penalty, and in his view, the police were inept, making it a safer venue for his crime than China, where the consequences would have been far more severe. Due to his father's steadfast determination to defend him, he hired Troy Anderson, a highly renowned lawyer known for defeating the RCMP in court and adept at handling cases involving legal challenges from the police. The trial of Yuan Shitang was delayed until September 2025, 3 years after his mother's death. Before the trial, his father conducted several interviews, consistently asserting that his son was a good person and that he had a responsibility to protect him. For the prosecution, dealing with family witnesses and defendants is often challenging, as while they seek justice and appropriate penalties for the perpetrator, the family fights to prove their innocence. During a court recess, a reporter saw Yuan Shitang's father pass by the waiting area. Yuan Shitang greeted him and his father responded tenderly, "Have you eaten, son?" He then gave Yuanshi a thumbs up, signaling, "Well done, son." It is unimaginable why this family harbored such distorted thinking. Seemingly both father and son wanted to escape from the wife and mother. In defending his son, the prosecution conceded, and the charge of premeditated murder was withdrawn. At trial, Yuan Ziteng was only charged with first-degree murder. He testified that his parents were strict disciplinarians. As a child, if caught lying, he would be beaten with a feather duster or a wooden stick. However, this did not deter his lying. Rather, it made him more skilled at deceit. For Yuan Shitang, the punitive measures were entirely counterproductive. Before the incident, Yuan Jiqing's mother discovered a car rental receipt that belonged to her son. She knew he had asked for money to buy a car, but instead he had rented one. She then demanded he show her the apartment he claimed he needed funds to purchase for rental purposes. However, his girlfriend was living there, revealing this would expose everything. He concocted various excuses to delay, but he could not deter his mother. Thus, he began to plan her demise. Was this a spontaneous plan, or had it been long in the making? This was crucial for determining the final sentence. Although both outcomes would likely result in a life sentence, a crime of passion could allow for parole after a minimum of 10 years, whereas a premeditated crime would not permit parole for 25 years. In recordings provided by the prosecution, Yuan Shitang confessed that he had long wanted to end his parents' lives to inherit their assets. He planned to sell their house in China and flee with his girlfriend. Interestingly, he did not intend to spend his life with his girlfriend in Vancouver, but rather he planned to marry an ex-girlfriend from China. They had met in high school and were deeply in love, but Yuan Shitang's mother, upon discovering the relationship, forced them to break up. Over the past 6 years, he secretly met this girlfriend whenever he returned to China. Once, he changed his ticket after his parents dropped him at the airport and returned to China for a month to see her. The night before the incident, his ex-girlfriend contacted him online to inform him that she had aborted their child a few days earlier. He consoled her for a long time, and his resentment towards his mother grew. Thus, he packed a hammer in his backpack, hoping for an opportunity to kill her. Yuan Shitang's father, who later appeared in court, recounted that his son had described studying in Canada as being like a prison and had agreed to let him return to China. However, his wife opposed this and insisted Yuan Shitang study and settle in Canada and find a Canadian girl to marry to obtain residency. If not, he would have to return to China and marry the girl she had chosen. Finally, Yuan Shitang's father broke down and said, "I feel incredibly guilty for having sent my son to study alone in Canada. It led him to commit the unforgivable crime of murdering his own mother. As a father, I feel a great responsibility for this case. I believe my wife in heaven will understand my heart." Subsequently, an undercover recording showed that Yuan Shitang had actually intended to kill his father as well. However, his father being a robust man, Yuan Shitang chose his mother as his first victim. Throughout the trial, Yuan Shitang's father frequently left the courtroom unable to continue hearing his son's confessions. But no matter what, he defended Yuan Shitang to the end, hoping his son would receive the lightest possible sentence. The judge was shocked by the father's tolerance in the face of his son's horrific crimes. After 5 days of deliberation on whether Yuan Shitang had planned the murder of his mother, the jury failed to reach a conclusion. 2 jurors withdrew for personal reasons and were excused by the court. If one more juror had left, the jury would have been declared ineffective and the trial would have had to be paused. Fortunately, there were no further reductions. The next day, they reached a verdict convicting Yuan Shitang of second-degree murder. Out of the remaining 10 jurors, 7 advocated for a 25-year sentence, 2 for 15 years and 1 for 10 years. Ultimately, the judge sentenced Yuan Shitang to life without parole for 17 years. Both the prosecution and the defense were satisfied with the verdict. Reporters at the scene noted that Yuan Shirtang still smiled as he left the courtroom. Remember how Yuan Shirtang had struggled with communication despite 6 years in Canada? While in prison, he continued his education and was admitted to a university through his own efforts, marking a tragic end to parental over-control. June 6, 2023, began as any other day for Maria Luisa Manriquez. Rising at 6 a.m., she prepared her 2 children for school, and together they got into her SUV. Upon arriving at the school in the Las Brisas neighborhood of Tijuana, Baja California, Maria Luisa hugged and kissed her children goodbye before heading home to begin her workday. But for the rest of the day, there was no word from her. Maria Luisa was a well-known model and businesswoman. It was unusual for her not to check in during work hours, and as time passed, those close to her grew increasingly concerned. Her family filed a missing person report at the local police station and posted her photo on social media. By 5 p.m. that day, people across Mexico were anxiously waiting for news of the renowned beauty queen. The police arrived at her home in Casablanca Alley, Guanajuato neighborhood. Initially, they were relieved to see the front door intact, suggesting no forced entry. However, that relief turned to horror upon finding Maria Luisa's body in a concealed room, showing signs of violence, including bruises and stab wounds. As officers began investigating this grim crime, her burnt-out car was being cleared from a nearby location, with a body still inside the vehicle. Maria Luisa Manriquez Sangiano was born on April 1, 1979, in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, and had dreamed from a young age of entering the fashion industry. She was charismatic, beautiful, and intelligent. Those who knew her believed she was destined for success. But Maria didn't just aspire to grace magazine covers or walk the runway. She wanted to be the ultimate beauty queen. In the 1990s, Maria Luisa moved to Tijuana, Baja California, where she landed her first professional opportunities. It was here that she discovered her true passion extended beyond modeling to the business world. Motivated by the idea of building her own brand, she used her fashion industry connections to launch Estilo in 1997, an agency specializing in advertising and event management. Her career trajectory took a significant upturn shortly thereafter. In 1998, Maria Luisa won the Señorita Fiesta's Patriots Beauty Pageant, marking her first major public recognition. This victory not only thrust her into the limelight, but also paved the way for her to become a leading figure in the Mexican modeling industry. Her newfound fame attracted numerous magazine cover features and a flood of job offers, allowing her to accumulate both significant wealth and widespread acclaim. In 2000, Maria Luisa decided to give back to the world. She initiated various projects to support needy communities, collaborated with shelters, orphanages, and housing for the homeless. Despite becoming a fierce beauty pageant competitor, she never stopped working. She was part of Tijuana's Tourism and Convention Committee and Samansa Hospital. By 2020, Maria Luisa was nationally recognized as a philanthropist, model, and business administrator. In addition to her original agency, she began working at Modulo's Expos and collaborating with entrepreneurs in Tijuana and Cortuco. Tijuana proved that beyond pretty faces, women can be significant entrepreneurs. In 2021, she won the crown of State Queen of Baja California in the Diamante category. This was followed by 2 more successes. In 2022, she won the Mrs. Tourism Mexico Award and traveled to the Dominican Republic, where she was crowned International Marine Beauty. Although from the outside, Maria Luisa appeared to have a controlled and enviable life behind closed doors, it was quite different. Her personal life was kept far from the public eye. Little was known except that she adored her 2 young sons, Jose Alberto and Jose Luis, and often posted videos with them on her Instagram account. She never spoke about their father, not even in interviews. In 2012, Maria Luisa had been married for some time to Carlos Gomez Ibarra, a seemingly unassuming man. She was the primary caregiver for their 2 children, and to outsiders their life seemed calm. In truth, their home life was turbulent and frightening due to Carlos's extreme physical and emotional violence. The couple often fought, with Carlos regularly resorting to hitting her. Concerned friends and family urged Maria Luisa to take action, fearing Carlos might do something even worse. In response, she filed a domestic violence complaint, but unfortunately, it resulted in no substantial legal repercussions. The marriage continued without legal intervention to protect Maria Luisa until she decided she had enough and began divorce proceedings. Carlos reacted with his typical fury to the news, but Maria Luisa was resolute, choosing to focus on rebuilding her life and looking forward to a future without him. By 2023, the model was enjoying her days going out with friends, having lunch with her girlfriends, and participating in her children's school activities. She also maintained her faith, attending church every morning. In February of that year, she appeared on the cover of a major magazine under the title The Queen and the subtitle The Most Fashionable, with a feature detailing her significance as a model and entrepreneur. Life seemed relatively well for her. On May 30th, she experienced a liberating moment as she signed her divorce papers from Carlos. On June 6th, Maria Luisa made a post on her Instagram account. It was a picture of Wednesday Addams from the Addams Family with the overlaid text, "If I'm strong, with all the things they've done to me, I must be immortal." The caption read, "I've learned that every moment has its value, just like the people who were part of them. You must learn and understand that this is how people are. You can only love them as they are, and look after your mental and spiritual peace." This post hinted at her tough experiences, but suggested that what she had endured had only made her stronger. Unbeknownst to anyone, this would be her last post. Later that day, as was her routine, she dropped her 2 children off at school in the Las Brisas neighborhood of Tijuana, Baja California at 7 a.m. After bidding them goodbye with a kiss and a strong hug, promising to pick them up later, she greeted other parents with her characteristic charisma, got into her car, and returned home ready to start her workday. Hours later, she stopped responding to her phone. Friends, family, and colleagues tried to reach her, but to no avail. Concerned, they went to the police station to report her missing. That afternoon, her acquaintances shared a missing person alert on social media, stating they had not heard from her since 7 a.m. that day and urging anyone with information about her whereabouts to contact them to aid the search. At 5 p.m., the police were granted permission to enter Maria Luisa's residence, located in Casablanca Alley in the Guanajuato neighborhood. At first glance, the inside of the property appeared completely normal. Everything was orderly with no signs of forced entry. The officers checked each room, finding nothing until they reached an unused bathroom with a dusty jacuzzi. There, shockingly, lay the lifeless body of Maria Luisa. The worst was yet to be discovered. The detectives quickly noticed she had clear signs of violence. Having been beaten and stabbed, the state prosecutor's office quickly informed the family of the deceased, who went to the property to identify the body. Her face was unmistakably hers. There were no doubts about her identity. The severe injuries found on the model's body led forensic experts to conclude that this was not a case of suicide. They also determined that the time of death was around 7:30 a.m. Curiously, around the same time, and not far from the scene, a horrific accident occurred at 8 o'clock and 1 second a.m. A vehicle had crashed into a wall on Via Rapida Orient and caught fire. The driver was declared dead at the scene due to severe burns, making it impossible to identify him by physical features or clothing until forensic tests could be conducted. Meanwhile, as the police investigation into Maria Luisa's murder began, detectives noted the absence of Carlos, her ex-husband. The news of the model's murder shocked the entire Mexican community. Maria Luisa was beloved nationwide for her charisma and philanthropic efforts. There was a clamor for thorough investigations to find her killer or killers. Her family also posted a message on her official account urging people to remember her for all the good she had done and the people she had helped. Just hours after her body was discovered, the Baja California State Prosecutor's Office held a press conference announcing a significant breakthrough in the investigation. They had identified a suspect. Surveillance footage from the street showed a man arriving at Maria Luisa's home around 7:30 a.m. This man was none other than Carlos Gomez Ibarra. After parking his bicycle at the entrance, Carlos entered through the front door without any signs of forced entry. Inside, he brutally attacked his ex-wife with a stabbing weapon, leading to her death. He then hid her body in the most secluded room of the house, the old jacuzzi room, clumsily covering it with various items and clothes in a poor attempt to conceal it. Merely 15 minutes later, as if completing a routine errand, Carlos left the building and loaded his bicycle onto a black Ford F-150 pickup truck parked at the entrance, which was registered in the model's name. He fled the scene cowardly. However, minutes after leaving Maria Luisa's house, Carlos began to feel overwhelming guilt. The anxiety escalated to the point where, while driving, he decided to call one of his stepsons. "I'm a bad father," was all the young man heard before Carlos hung up, not wanting to hear a response, only seeking to alleviate his torment. It wasn't enough. Within seconds, he called another relative, implying he wanted to apologize for something he had done, claiming remorse, but not elaborating further. He then drove to Simon Bolivar Boulevard and on to Via Rápida Oriente, in the third stage of the Rio Tijuana. Growing increasingly nervous, he exceeded the speed limit and, fully resigned to his fate, Carlos accelerated until he crashed into a pedestrian bridge pillar in front of the Queer car dealership. The vehicle burst into flames, and Carlos died, burned beyond recognition. It was 8 a.m. when the Tijuana Fire Department reported the incident. Initially, police on the scene thought the crash was an accident, but the escalating speed suggested it might have been intentional. After forensic confirmation that the deceased was indeed the woman's ex-husband, a strong theory emerged. He had committed suicide. Ultimately, the crash was deemed intentional. That afternoon, Carlos had committed 2 acts: the vehicular crash and, far more critically, the murder of the model. The victim's family strongly supported the theory that Carlos was the primary suspect in the murder, citing his past violent behavior towards her and a previous complaint filed against him. The fact that the crashed vehicle was registered in the model's name only reinforced the theory that Carlos had stolen it that day to flee the scene. The fire department's call at 8 a.m. and the body's discovery at 5 p.m. fit the timeline perfectly. The fact that they had signed the divorce papers the day before further supported the family's view of Carlos as a violent man reacting poorly to his ex-wife's actions. The Baja California State Prosecutor's Office held a press conference revealing the intricate details of their investigation. There was no doubt Carlos Gomez was the sole suspect in the murder of Maria Luisa. However, the case was far from straightforward. The Attorney General of Baja California, Ivan Carpio Sanchez, pointed out that the case needed further review as there were no concrete proofs. The complaint Maria Luisa had filed nearly 3 years earlier testified to Carlos's violent nature, capable of horrendous acts. The fact that this complaint was overlooked and is even now questioned demonstrates that the authorities often turn a blind eye when called upon for help. The Federal Penal Code stipulates that a murder qualifies as femicide when a woman is killed on the basis of her gender. Several factors are considered in determining this, including whether there are degrading injuries or mutilations, a history of violence in the family, workplace, or school by the perpetrator against the victim, and whether there was an intimate, affectionate, or trusting relationship between the killer and the victim. All these elements were present in the crime against Maria Luisa, which is why it is imperative that this event is recognized not as a crime of passion, but as the femicide it was. Had the system designed to protect women acted when she sought help, she might still be alive. Now all that remains is sorrow and desolation for her family. Her 2 children, aged 15-17, are left orphaned. The elder has vowed to care for the younger, but this is not enough. They need their mother. It is vital to remember such cases to foster societal awareness, encouraging women to seek help. Yet all this is meaningless if the authorities they turn to for protection choose to ignore them. Maria Luisa's case gained media attention primarily because she was a well-known model and businesswoman throughout Mexico and nearby countries. But cases like hers occur daily, and the stories of these women rarely reach the mainstream media. In January 2023 alone, there were 228 reported femicides in Mexico, 128 in February, and another 228 in March, marking a 7% increase from the previous year. However, the violence and number of women murdered extend to an additional 674 cases categorized as malicious homicide, meaning that, like in the model's case, hundreds of cases are classified differently to manipulate the real numbers. This would not happen if the state were not complicit. In this particular instance, no trial can be held to convict the criminal since he took his own life. But it is still possible to keep the public informed, to fight for the safety of millions of women who face daily violence, and to help them before it is too late. In a country where over 78% of the population uses smartphones, such as South Korea, a free KTV platform has emerged as a beloved interactive space, hosting about 5,000 regular broadcasters. The pay-per-view model has become a significant income source for many prominent figures on the platform, especially the glamorous broadcast jockeys or BJs. Among them is Byun Ah-young, born in 1990, who gained fame for her beautiful looks, nearly flawless proportions, and a sweet, captivating voice that draws numerous fans. Skilled at creating memorable moments during her live streams, she often wears captivating costumes, like a nurse or police officer. Ah-young is also part of a tight-knit group of female streamers who broadcast together, playing popular games. Her fame soared further when rumors circulated about her being the ex-girlfriend of someone named Mark, sparking public interest in all aspects of her life. Despite her early fame, Ah-young has always valued self-sufficiency and takes pride in earning her way. To her, authenticity in life holds the highest value. Yet, the entertainment industry brings its own challenges and temptations. Perhaps that's why, after a long run as a BJ, she felt it was time to return to a quieter life, away from public scrutiny. Byun Ah-young announced her retirement, deciding to travel and return to a normal life. In a heartfelt social media message, she shared, "I have fully lived the life of a streamer and will now return to living as an ordinary person. Upon my return to my career, I'll upload a video to YouTube sharing my sincere reflections. I have seen, heard, and experienced much. Please view it simply as Ah-young's perspective." Now, Ah-young is set to begin her new chapter as an ordinary person, committed to living well after sharing her final message. On September 2023, she continued her journey by visiting Cambodia with a friend. Everything seemed normal until 4 days later, on June 6, 2023, when Ah-young's body was shockingly discovered wrapped in a red blanket at a construction site in Kandal province near Phnom Penh, Cambodia. The tragic death of Ah-young left her followers and the public stunned. As no one expected the beautiful girl, they adored to meet such a sudden and mysterious end in a foreign land. Immediately after the incident was reported, local police and even the Cambodian National Police sprang into action to investigate. Tracing her last days, they discovered that Ah-young had visited a hospital in the Bunjong area of Phnom Penh on June 4th, run by a Chinese couple to receive some sort of infusion or serum. CCTV footage of Ah-young before her death was released, showing her walking alone into the building, wearing a black t-shirt and sports pants. The authorities quickly moved on the hospital, arresting its owners, a Chinese couple named Lai Wenxiao, age 30, and Chai Hujian, age 39. By June 13th, Cambodian prosecutors had indicted the Chinese couple for intentional murder. However, while the suspects admitted to disposing of Ah-young's body in a ditch, they denied deliberately killing her. They claimed that on June 4th, Ah-young did visit their hospital for a serum infusion, but inexplicably began convulsing and then stopped breathing soon after. Overwhelmed by fear, the couple then used their own vehicle to transport Ah-young's body to Kandal province near Phnom Penh, Cambodia, in an attempt to dispose of it. Despite their denials in Cambodian court on June 19th, the Chosun Ilbo reported that the Chinese couple could be subjected to South Korean law for their crimes against Ah-young. According to Section 6 of the Criminal Act, the law applies to foreigners who commit crimes against South Korean citizens outside the country's borders. Thus, the South Korean Ministry of Justice, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, could request extradition of the criminals from Cambodia for trial. This means the South Korean investigative authorities have jurisdiction over the criminal aspects of BJ Ah-young's death. Just when it seemed the case might close with the punishment of the two negligent perpetrators, new suspicions arose. Ah-young's death was not due to medical mishap, but rather physical assault. Witnesses who first discovered Ah-young's body reported bruises and signs of physical abuse on her face and body, suggesting she may have been attacked due to personal disputes. This revelation added layers of mystery and sorrow to the unfortunate young woman's demise. prompting numerous questions about the circumstances surrounding BJ Ayong's date in Cambodia. One of the first mysteries is the peculiar choice of location. Typically, tourists visit Siem Reap to see Angkor Wat, Rat Hath, and Phnom Penh, which lacks major resort destinations and is not usually a primary choice for visitors. Additionally, Ayong, an active Instagram user, did not post any social media updates during her trip, breaking her usual pattern. Furthermore, if Ayong urgently needed a beauty treatment like a serum injection, why didn't she visit a South Korean hospital in Phnom Penh, which would have been more familiar and easier to communicate with instead of the hospital operated by the Chinese couple? Another perplexing aspect is why Ayong would travel alone to a remote suburb like Kandal for the injection, which is highly unusual, especially in a foreign place where language barriers exist. This suggests she might have had prior knowledge or connections with the hospital. The identity of the friend who accompanied Ayong to Cambodia has also drawn attention, as this person was the closest contact Ayong had in the unfamiliar country. Yet after Ayong disappeared on June 4th and was not seen for 2 more days until her body was found, this friend did not contact the police or the embassy. The friend was questioned by Cambodian police, but later released without any suspicion, and their identity was kept confidential due to possible post-traumatic stress disorder. As for the cause of Ayong's injuries, while local police suggested that the swelling and bruising might be due to the body being submerged for an extended period and the previous serum injection, this has only added to the public's confusion. With contradictory statements between the police and the public, the true cause of the visible injuries on Ayong's body remains unclear. The case grows more complicated with differing expert opinions on the nature of Ayong's injuries. Some forensic experts believe the injuries seen in leaked photos do not match those typically associated with physical assault or drug side effects, leading to further speculation about the true cause of death. Ayong's family initially opposed the autopsy. In a mysterious move, they arrived in Phnom Penh from the United States on June 11th, 5 days after Ayong was found. When Cambodian authorities wanted to perform an autopsy to ascertain the cause of death, Ayong's family, who visited the embassy, expressed that they wished to avoid the autopsy and hoped for the case to be quickly resolved without public knowledge. This stance sparked controversy and raised questions about the family's motives, obstructing the clarification of the circumstances leading to the streamer's demise. Refusal to perform an autopsy could potentially halt the investigation, leaving the demise of the famous streamer shrouded in mystery. This decision baffled many, as it suggested a possible rift or undisclosed issues within the family. However, speculation about their relationship was inaccurate. In fact, Ayong and her family shared a strong bond. They moved to the United States when she was in middle school and lived a content life there. Ayong returned to South Korea alone to pursue her career passions, while her parents remained in Colorado. The family was affluent. Her father enjoyed golfing, and her mother owned considerable real estate in Suncheon and throughout South Korea. Ayong herself had acquired properties through her own efforts. Her father, particularly close to her, communicated daily with Ayong via KakaoTalk and reached out to her friends when he couldn't contact her directly. Given such a close-knit family dynamic, their opposition to the autopsy was even more perplexing. A theory emerged that the family might have encountered Ayong's friend from Cambodia and learned something unsettling, choosing to avoid the autopsy to protect Ayong's honor. However, after being persuaded by local police and the South Korean embassy, the family changed their stance and informed Cambodian authorities of their agreement to proceed with the autopsy to determine the cause of death. Yet another hurdle appeared. Within the Cambodian judicial system, an autopsy requires an investigative judge's order, which, for unknown reasons, had not yet been granted for Ayong. Another suspicion arose regarding Ayong's visit to Phnom Penh, suggesting she was involved with adult entertainment, but local officials dismissed this notion. While some South Korean women do travel to Phnom Penh for adult film work, they typically stay for at least a month, making Ayong's 4-day trip implausible for such purposes. Additionally, considering the high costs associated with Cambodian tourist visas, airfare, and accommodations, the idea of her engaging in such activities during a brief visit seemed far-fetched. This pessimistic speculation lacked credibility. Ayong's mysterious death has alarmed locals in Cambodia and South Koreans alike. Public opinion fluctuates daily, with some insisting the case may be misrepresented as a medical accident to lessen the sentence, while others speculate it may be framed as a murder to divert investigation from a potential medical mishap. Yet the truth remains elusive until an investigative judge approves the autopsy of Ah Young's body, which could finally unveil the truth and potentially bring justice for the beautiful BJ. Days have passed, and as the case awaits further developments, the silence from the embassy and the opacity surrounding the incident have amplified public fear and urgency for a more determined investigation. When will the veil be lifted on all these mysteries? That's the information and hypotheses surrounding the mysterious case of the beautiful BJ Ah Young. Daisy Winnows was a cornerstone of the Torrington community, recognized for her lively spirit and captivating smile. After the loss of her cherished husband, Carl, the previous year, Daisy devoted herself to managing a thriving flower shop aptly named Petals and Blooms. Before this entrepreneurial journey, she spent many years nurturing young minds as a beloved kindergarten teacher at Torrington Elementary School. Despite her professional achievements, Daisy's personal life was marred by estrangement from her adult children, who lived in various states. The details of their fractured relationship remained unclear to the townsfolk, but Daisy clung to a hope that reconciliation was possible. She longed to witness the growth of their future families, a dream that motivated her every day. In January 1982, as the harsh winter enveloped Torrington, Daisy's life was tragically cut short. The news of her murder sent shockwaves through the close-knit community, where such violent acts were rare. Residents who once felt secure strolling through the night began to clutch their loved ones tighter, unsettled by the frightening realization that danger could exist in their own neighborhood. It was a bitterly cold morning on January 12, 1982, in Torrington, Connecticut. The temperature had plummeted to -4 degrees Fahrenheit overnight, and a blanket of snow covered the town. Most residents remained indoors, trying to keep warm and catch up on news. But for one young man, the day would forever be marked by a horrific discovery. Wally Nathaniel, a 17-year-old high school senior, worked part-time as a delivery boy for the local newspaper, the Register Citizen. He had been with the paper since he was 14 and was well acquainted with the town and its residents. One of his favorite stops was Petals and Blooms, a charming shop owned by Daisy Winnows, a 67-year-old widow and former kindergarten teacher. Wally admired Daisy for her upbeat nature and warmth, often chatting with her during his paper deliveries. That morning, he arrived at Daisy's shop around 9:35 a.m. As usual, he noticed that the shop's door was slightly ajar, which was unusual for Daisy, especially given the cold weather. Wally knocked but received no reply. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, calling out Daisy's name. What he encountered next caused him to scream and drop his papers. Daisy lay on the floor behind the counter, surrounded by a pool of blood. Her arms were almost cut off, and her face was unrecognizable. She had been brutally murdered, apparently with a large knife or a matchet. Wally ran out of the shop, terrified, and called the police from a nearby payphone. The murder of Daisy Winnows would become a mystery that baffled authorities. Who would kill a harmless old lady in such a barbaric way? What was the motive behind this senseless crime? And where was the killer? These questions remained unanswered for months until a surprising twist in the case revealed the shocking truth behind Daisy's death. As soon as Wally Nathaniel reported his grisly discovery, the Torrington Police Department sprang into action. Within minutes, several patrol cars and an ambulance arrived at Petals and Blooms, followed by a forensic team and 2 homicide detectives. The shop was quickly sealed off with yellow tape, and curious bystanders were kept at a distance. The detectives in charge of the case were Michael Harrison and Sarah Jones-Levy, both seasoned veterans with impressive track records. They had worked together for over 5 years and had solved some of the most challenging cases in the state. They were known for their thoroughness, professionalism, and dedication. But even they were not prepared for the horror that awaited them inside the shop. As they entered, they were greeted by a scene of carnage that made them gasp. Daisy Winnows, the victim, was lying on the floor behind the counter, her body mutilated beyond recognition. Her arms were almost severed from her torso, and her face was slashed beyond repair. She had suffered multiple stab wounds to her chest, abdomen, and neck. Blood was everywhere, staining the floor, the walls, and the flowers. The detectives quickly surveyed the scene, looking for clues. They noticed that the shop was in a state of disarray, as if a struggle had taken place. Flower pots were broken, vases were smashed, and petals were scattered. A trail of bloody footprints led from the counter to the back door, indicating that the killer had fled that way. The back door was unlocked and there were no signs of forced entry. The detectives also spotted the murder weapon, a large cleaver, lying on a table near the door. It was covered in blood and fingerprints. The detectives wondered how the killer had obtained such a weapon and why he had left it behind. They proceeded to collect evidence, taking photos, measurements, and samples. They also interviewed Wally Nathaniel, the delivery boy who had found the body. He was still shaken by the ordeal and could not provide much information. He said he had arrived at the shop around 9:35 a.m. and had found the door slightly open. He had entered calling out Daisy's name and had seen her body. He had run out screaming and had called the police from a nearby payphone. He said he had not seen anyone else around the shop and that he had no idea who would want to kill Daisy. The detectives thanked him for his cooperation and told him they would be in touch. They then contacted the coroner, who arrived shortly after. He examined the body and confirmed that Daisy had died from blood loss due to the multiple stab wounds. He estimated that the time of death was between 9 o'clock and 9:30 a.m., based on the body temperature and rigor mortis. He also noted that Daisy had defensive wounds on her hands, suggesting that she had tried to fight off her attacker. The detectives were puzzled by the motive behind the murder. Daisy Winos was a well-liked and respected member of the community, with no known enemies or problems. The detectives decided to look into Daisy's personal life, hoping to find some clues. They also hoped to find some witnesses who might have seen or heard something suspicious around the shop that morning. They knew they had a tough case ahead of them, and that time was of the essence. They had to catch the killer before he struck again. The first person that Detectives Harrison and Jones Levy wanted to talk to was Nick Selby, Daisy's boyfriend. Nick was a 41-year-old plumber who had met Daisy 6 months ago, when he had fixed a leak in her shop. They had hit it off and had started dating soon after. Nick was a handsome and charming man who had a reputation for being a ladies' man. He had been married twice before and had several girlfriends in between. He was also 26 years younger than Daisy, which raised some eyebrows in the town. The detectives wondered if Nick had any motive to kill Daisy. Could he have been after her money or her shop? Could he have been jealous of her relationship with her children or someone else? Could he have been involved in some shady business or had a secret enemy? They decided to find out. They tracked down Nick at his apartment, where he lived alone. They knocked on the door, and Nick opened it. He looked surprised to see them and asked them what they wanted. They told him they were investigating Daisy's murder and asked him if he could come with them to the station for some questions. Nick agreed and followed them to their car. At the station, they took Nick to an interrogation room where they asked him about his relationship with Daisy. Nick said he loved Daisy and that they were very happy together. He said he had no idea who would want to kill her or why. He said he had nothing to do with her death and that he was heartbroken by the news. He said he had last seen her the night before, when they had dinner at a local Italian restaurant and then went back to her place. He said he had left around 11 o'clock p.m. and had gone straight home. He said he had an alibi, his neighbor, who had seen him arrive and leave his apartment. The detectives asked him if he had any problems with Daisy or anyone else. Nick said he had not and that he got along well with everyone. He said he had no enemies, no debts, no secrets. He said he had a good job and a good life. He said he had nothing to hide. The detectives were not convinced. They pressed him harder, trying to find any inconsistencies or contradictions in his story. They asked him about his past marriages, his previous girlfriends, his financial situation, his hobbies, his friends. They asked him if he had ever been violent or had a criminal record. They asked him if he had ever cheated on Daisy or had any other lovers. They asked him if he had ever argued with Daisy or had any disagreements. They asked him if he knew anyone who might have a grudge against him or Daisy. Nick denied everything. He said he was faithful, honest, and peaceful. He said he had never hurt anyone or done anything wrong. He said he had no enemies, no rivals, no conflicts. He said he only loved Daisy and wanted to be with her. He said he was innocent and begged them to believe him. The detectives were not sure what to think. Nick seemed sincere but also suspicious. His story was consistent but also convenient. His alibi was solid but also shaky. His motive was unclear but also possible. They decided to keep him under surveillance and to check his background. They also decided to look for other suspects who might have a stronger connection to the crime. While Nick Selby remained a prime suspect, the detectives did not rule out other possibilities. They decided to look into the last person who had seen Daisy alive according to the shop's records. That person was Danny Waters, a 24-year-old man who had bought a bouquet of roses from Daisy at 9:15 a.m., just 20 minutes before her body was found. Danny Waters was an odd and lonely figure in the town. He lived with his mother Carla, who ran a car wash on the outskirts of Torrington. He had no job, no friends, no hobbies. He rarely left his house except to run errands for his mother or to visit Daisy's shop. He was also illiterate, having never attended school or learned to read or write. The detectives were curious about Danny's relationship with Daisy. Why did he buy roses from her that morning? Who were they for? What did they talk about? Did he notice anything unusual or suspicious? They decided to pay him a visit. They drove to the car wash where they found Carla Waters working. She was a 49-year-old woman with a stern and weary face. She greeted them coldly and asked them what they wanted. They told her they were investigating Daisy's murder and that they wanted to talk to Danny. Carla said Danny was not home and that he had nothing to do with Daisy's death. She said Danny was a good boy who never hurt anyone. She said Daisy was a nice lady who was kind to Danny. She said they had no reason to kill her. The detectives asked Carla if they could search her house, and she reluctantly agreed. They followed her to a small and shabby house next to the car wash. They entered and were struck by the smell of dirt and decay. They searched the house, looking for any clues or evidence. They found nothing of interest, except for a cardboard box in the attic where Danny slept. Inside the box, they found a pile of books, magazines, and newspapers. They were puzzled by this, since Danny was illiterate. They asked Carla about it, and she said Danny liked to look at the pictures and that he collected them as a hobby. The detectives were not satisfied with this explanation. They took some of the books and magazines with them and left. They took them to the station where they examined them more closely. They were shocked by what they found. The books and magazines were all about flowers, gardening, and nature. They were all marked with notes written in a childish and clumsy handwriting. The notes were simple words, such as rose, sun, love. The detectives realized that these were not just pictures, but lessons. Someone had been teaching Danny to read. They wondered who that someone was, and they had a hunch. They checked the dates and titles of the books and magazines and compared them with Daisy's shop's records. They found a match. Every time Danny had bought flowers from Daisy, he had also received a book or a magazine from her. The detectives had discovered a surprising connection. Daisy, moved by Danny's illiteracy, had been secretly tutoring him in her spare time. She had been giving him books and magazines, along with notes and instructions, to help him learn to read. She had been doing this for months, without anyone's knowledge. The detectives were amazed by this revelation. They wondered what Daisy's motive was and what Danny's feelings were. They wondered if this was a platonic or a romantic relationship and how Carla felt about it. They wondered if this had anything to do with Daisy's murder. They decided to talk to Danny again and to find out more. The case seemed to hit a dead end, as the detectives ran out of leads and suspects. Nick Selby and Danny Waters had solid alibis, and no other person had a clear motive or opportunity to kill Daisy. The detectives were frustrated and desperate, as the media and the public demanded answers. Then, a ray of hope. A forensic technician working on the fingerprint analysis found a match. A single print, left on the cleaver that was used as the murder weapon, belonged to none other than Carla Waters, Danny's mother. The detectives were stunned by this discovery. Carla Waters had not been on their radar as she had no apparent connection to Daisy, except for being Danny's mother. She had also cooperated with the police and had allowed them to search her house. She had seemed indifferent rather than suspicious. The detectives wondered what Carla's motive was and how and why she had pulled off the crime. They decided to confront her and to get some answers. The fingerprint match was a game changer for the detectives. They had a new suspect and a new lead. They decided to dig deeper into Carla Waters' background and to find out what she was hiding. Carla Waters was a 49-year-old woman who had lived in Torrington all her life. She had never married and had raised Danny on her own. She ran a car wash on the edge of town, which she had inherited from her father. She was a quiet and reserved person who kept to herself and rarely socialized. She was also fiercely protective of Danny, whom she considered her only reason for living. The detectives also learned that Carla had a troubled past, marked by trauma and abuse. She had become pregnant with Danny at 15. She had never told anyone about it and had given birth to Danny in secret. Carla had developed a twisted form of maternal obsession, bordering on abuse. She had isolated Danny from the world and had denied him any education, socialization, or normalcy. She had forced him to eat only raw barley, like a horse, and had made him sleep naked in a cardboard box in the attic. She had controlled every aspect of his life and had convinced him that she was the only person who loved him and cared for him. The detectives also learned that Carla had a paranoid and delusional personality, fueled by her guilt and fear. She had believed that Danny and Daisy were having sex and that they were plotting to kill her. She had spied on them and had seen them exchanging books and notes. She had misinterpreted their innocent gestures as signs of betrayal and conspiracy. She had become consumed by an irrational jealousy and had decided to take matters into her own hands. The detectives had enough evidence to arrest Carla and to confront her with the truth. They went to her house where they found her sitting on the couch, watching a replay of Donahue. She looked calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. She greeted them politely and asked them what they wanted. They told her they had a warrant for her arrest and that they knew she had killed Daisy. They showed her the fingerprint match and the books and notes they had found in Danny's box. Carla's demeanor changed instantly. She became agitated and defensive and denied everything. She said they had no proof and that they were lying. She said she had nothing to do with Daisy's death and that she loved Danny more than anything. She said Danny and Daisy were the ones who had killed her and that they were trying to frame her. She said they were evil and that she deserved to die. The detectives were shocked by Carla's reaction. They realized that she was mentally unstable and that she had no remorse or regret. They handcuffed her and took her to their car. They also called Danny and told him what had happened. Danny was speechless and could not believe that his mother was the killer. He said he was sorry for Daisy and that he had no idea what his mother had done. The detectives had solved the case, but they had also uncovered a dark and tragic story. A story of a mother's love gone wrong and a son's life ruined. A story of a woman's madness and a town's horror. A story of a flower's beauty and a murder's brutality. The trial of Carla Waters began on March 15, 1982, at the Litchfield County Courthouse. The judge presiding over the case was William Bowles, a respected and experienced jurist. The prosecutor was Emily Carter, a young and ambitious assistant district attorney. The defense attorney was Thomas Hines, a seasoned and skillful public defender. The prosecution's case was built on the fingerprint evidence, the books and notes found in Danny's box, and the testimony of Danny and the detectives. Emily Carter portrayed Carla as a cold-blooded and calculating killer who had planned and executed the murder of Daisy Winnows out of a twisted sense of control over her son. She argued that Carla had acted with premeditation and malice, and that she deserved the maximum penalty, life imprisonment without parole. The defense's case was based on Carla's mental state, her abusive past, and her lack of criminal record. Thomas Hines argued that Carla was a mentally ill and traumatized woman who had suffered from a psychotic break and had acted under the influence of a delusion. He pleaded for the jury's mercy and compassion and asked them to consider a lesser charge, manslaughter. The trial lasted for 2 weeks and was filled with dramatic and emotional moments. Daisy's friends and colleagues testified about her kindness and generosity and expressed to their grief and outrage. Danny testified about his mother's abuse and his relationship with Daisy, and broke down in tears. Carla testified in her own defense and maintained her innocence and her delusion, and showed no remorse or empathy. The jury, composed of 6 men and 6 women, deliberated for 3 days. They reviewed the evidence, the testimonies, and the arguments. They weighed the facts, the emotions, and the law. They debated, argued, and voted. Finally, they reached a unanimous verdict: guilty of first-degree murder. The verdict was announced on March 29, 1982, at 4:15 p.m. The courtroom was silent as the jury foreman read the verdict. Then a wave of reactions swept the room. Some gasped, some sobbed, some cheered. Carla Waters showed no reaction and remained expressionless. Judge Bowles thanked the jury for their service and pronounced the sentence: life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. He ordered Carla to be taken away and adjourned the court. For Daisy's family, the verdict was a bittersweet closure. They finally learned the truth about their mother's final days and saw justice done, but they also felt the pain of their estrangement and the loss of their chance to reconcile. They hugged each other and vowed to stay in touch. The trial of Carla Waters was over, but the aftermath of her crime was not. The lives of those affected by her actions were forever changed, and they had to find a way to move on. Danny Waters, the son of the killer and the friend of the victim, faced the most challenges. He had been freed from his mother's tyranny, but he had also lost the only person who had shown him kindness and compassion. He had to deal with the trauma of his past and the uncertainty of his future. He had to learn to read, to work, to live. He did not have to do it alone, though. He received extensive therapy and support from the community who rallied around him and offered him help and hope. He also received a generous donation from Daisy's family, who forgave him and wished him well. He eventually found a job at a local bookstore, where he developed a passion for reading and learning. He also found love and married a young woman who accepted him for who he was. He had a son, whom he named Carl, after Daisy's late husband. He never forgot Daisy and kept a picture of her in his wallet. He visited her grave every year and thanked her for changing his life. Detectives Harrison and Jones Levy, the heroes of the case, also faced some challenges. They had witnessed one of the most tragic and twisted stories of human nature. They had seen the best and the worst of humanity, and they had been affected by it. They continued their careers, but they also sought counseling and support. They vowed to bring justice to victims and closure to their families, but they also learned to cope with their own emotions and stress. They remained partners and became friends. The town of Torrington, the scene of the crime, also faced some challenges. It had been shaken by the events of that winter and had lost some of its innocence and security. It had to deal with the stigma and the sorrow, and to rebuild its reputation and its spirit. It did not have to do it alone, though. It received support and sympathy from neighboring towns and cities, who offered their condolences and assistance. It also received recognition and praise from the state and the nation, who applauded its resilience and courage. It gradually healed and regained its peace and harmony. Daisy's flower shop, now owned by a young couple who had admired her work, remained a landmark, a silent reminder of the vibrant life cut short and the enduring complexities of the human condition. The case of Daisy Winnow serves as a chilling reminder that appearances can be deceiving, and the darkness within the human heart can manifest in unexpected forms. It is a story of love, loss, twisted obsession, and the lengths some are willing to go to in the name of a warped perception of control. It is a story that leaves a lasting impact, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of tragedy, and the enduring search for truth and justice. Melanie Varela, a 20-year-old from Sherbrooke, Quebec, found herself at the University of Virginia, working as a nanny during her summer break. This determined and ambitious young woman was fueled by her aspirations to become a successful lawyer. Back in Canada, she had a loving family and was known for her kind and caring nature. It was the summer of 1999, and Charlottesville, Virginia, was alive with excitement as the city prepared for a concert at the University of Virginia's Scott Stadium. The event was eagerly anticipated, drawing fans from across the nation to experience the renowned musical extravaganza. Amid this vibrant atmosphere, Melanie was employed by the affluent Hartsfeld family, well-respected members of the community living in a grand mansion on the town's outskirts, surrounded by lush gardens and a white picket fence. Melanie's days were filled with caring for the Hartsfeld's child, Mei Ling, who was adopted from China. Each morning, she would rise early to prepare breakfast, assist with school assignments, and engage in various outdoor activities. Mei Ling adored Melanie, and she quickly became a cherished part of their lives. However, beneath the surface of this seemingly idyllic family, whispers of tension and secrets lingered. Rumors circulated among local gossipers, suggesting marital discord and financial troubles within the household. As weeks passed, Melanie's curiosity intensified. She couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. Determined to uncover the truth, she began discreetly snooping around the house, searching for any clues that might illuminate the Hartsfeld's hidden struggles. Little did Melanie realize, her quest for the truth would lead her down a dark and perilous path, forever altering the course of her life. On the foreboding afternoon of June 2, 1999, the quiet town of Charlottesville was enveloped in an unsettling atmosphere. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, reflecting the impending tragedy that was about to unfold. As the day progressed, tension escalated within the Hartsfeld residence. The once peaceful home now held a sinister secret unbeknownst to Emily Varela, a diligent and driven 20-year-old student from Sherbrooke, Quebec, who had been working as a nanny for the affluent Hartsell family during her summer break from the University of Virginia. Little did she know that her life was about to take a tragic turn, forever altering the lives of those around her. It was in the dimly lit basement of the Hartsfield family's opulent mansion that Melanie's lifeless body was discovered. The shocking find was made by Janela Salvador, a Brazilian maid employed by the family. Startled and trembling, Janela wasted no time in alerting the authorities, her voice quivering with fear as she recounted the horrifying scene she had stumbled upon. Gossip about Melanie's untimely demise spread like wildfire through the tight-knit community of Charlottesville. As the investigation unfolded, details would emerge. The basement, once a place of storage and solace, had become a haunting crime scene. The authorities meticulously combed through the area, searching for any clues that would shed light on the events leading to Melanie's tragic demise. In this small town, where everyone seemed to know each other, the tragic death of Melanie Varela shattered the illusion of safety. The once peaceful streets now felt haunted, as the community grappled with the chilling reality that a dark secret had been lurking within their midst. On June 2, 1999, Charlottesville, Virginia, a city usually steeped in the idyllic charm of Southern history and academia, was rocked by a grisly discovery. In the basement of a stately home on the prestigious Maplewood Drive, the lifeless body of Millie Varela, a 20-year-old University of Virginia student and part-time nanny, was found. The scene was one of unmitigated horror. Varela had been savagely murdered, her throat slit in a violent act that left the community reeling. The Charlottesville Police Department, led by seasoned detectives Smith and Ramirez, descended upon the Hartsfield residence with a sense of urgency that matched the gravity of the crime. The family, prominent in local academic circles, was now at the center of a murder investigation that would grip the city for months to come. As the detectives navigated the blood-spattered basement, the evidence of a struggle was undeniable. Amidst the chaos, a picture of the victim began to emerge. Varela, known for her academic ambition and compassionate nature, had been living a double life with members of the Hartsell family. As the investigation unfolded, local media outlets like the Daily Progress and Dahlia Radio provided coverage, drawing parallels to the infamous Ramsey case that had captivated the nation just a few years prior. The community, still reeling from the shock, could hardly believe that such a crime could occur in their midst. In a city where the biggest concerns were often which historical tour to take or whether the Cavaliers would win their next game. The case of Melanie Varela, with its blend of academic prestige and sordid secrets, would become a fixture in the annals of true crime in Charlottesville, a stark reminder that no place, no matter how picturesque, is immune to the darker aspects of human nature. In the quiet college town of Charlottesville, Virginia, a scandalous liaison turned deadly when Melanie Varela, a 20-year-old University of Virginia student, was found murdered. The prime suspect, James Hartsfeld, a 44-year-old physics professor renowned for his academic prowess, but now under scrutiny for his clandestine affairs. Hartsfeld, who had been nurturing a secret sexual relationship with Varela while she nannied his adopted daughter, Mailing, became the focal point of a sensational investigation. As detectives delved into the professor's private life, they uncovered a web of deceit that extended far beyond the ivy-covered walls of academia. The case, which unfolded in the summer of 1999, captivated the nation. It was a time when the world was gripped by the fear of the impending Y2KS bug, and the media was still reeling from the sensational coverage of the Clinton-Lewinsky scandal. Amidst this backdrop, the Hartsfeld case emerged as a stark reminder of the dark underbelly of seemingly idyllic university life. Detectives Smith and Ramirez, seasoned investigators with the Charlottesville Police Department, interrogated Hartsfeld with a calculated intensity. They probed his alibis, dissected his interactions with Varela, and scrutinized every facet of his personal life. Hartsfeld's reactions, a volatile cocktail of anger and denial, only served to heighten suspicions. As the interrogation wore on, the evidence against Hartsfeld mounted. A torn ticket stub from the hit movie The Matrix hinted at a premeditated alibi, and whispers of Hartsfeld's affinity for the then-popular Tommy Hilfiger at Hager painted a picture of a man caught between the facade of respectability and the allure of forbidden pleasures. The case against James Hartsfeld was quickly becoming irrefutable, and the once respected professor found himself ensnared in a narrative that seemed straight out of a Dateline mystery. As the investigation continued, the question on everyone's mind was whether justice would be served in the court of law or if the court of public opinion had already sealed Hartsfeld's fate. In the serene town of Charlottesville, a veneer of tranquility was shattered by a heinous crime that gripped the community. Paula Hartsfeld, a prominent figure in the literary circles of Charlottesville, Virginia, found herself entangled in a scandalous investigation following the brutal murder of Melanie Varela, a young nanny employed by the Hartsfeld family. Paula, known for her roommate literary symposiums that often featured esteemed authors and captivated Charlottesville's intellectual elite, seemed an unlikely participant in such a sordid affair. Yet, beneath the surface of her cultivated exterior, a different narrative was unfolding, one that would challenge the public's perception of her. The police, delving into the intricacies of Melanie's life, uncovered a clandestine sexual relationship between Paula and the victim. This revelation came as a shock to those who knew Paula as the wife of James Hartsfeld, a respected physics professor, and the mother to Mainling, their adopted daughter from China. During the interrogation, Paula's composure wavered under the weight of the detectives' probing questions. Her unease was palpable, her answers laced with defensiveness. The detectives, seasoned in the art of discernment, noted the subtle shifts in her demeanor, her fleeting glances, the nervous tapping of her fingers, and the inconsistency in her recounting of the events leading up to Melanie's death. As the investigation deepened, the media frenzy intensified. Local news outlets like the Daily Progress began to speculate on the dynamics within the Hartsfeld household. The community watched, riveted, as the case unfolded, bearing witness to a tragedy that would leave an indelible mark on the town's history. The scrutiny of Paula Hartsfeld's role in this grim saga continued, with the authorities piecing together a timeline that suggested a motive rooted in jealousy and betrayal. The question on everyone's mind: could a woman of Paula's stature be capable of such a crime? Or was there more to the story than met the eye? In the investigation of Melanie Varela's murder, a pivotal discovery was made that would cast a new light on the case. The Charlottesville Police Department, in a meticulous search of the Hartsfeld residence, uncovered a diary belonging to the victim. This personal journal, filled with sexually explicit details and confessions, became a key piece of evidence, revealing the complex web of relationships Mooney had entwined with each member of the Hartsfeld family. The diary entries painted a vivid picture of Melanie's life and her interactions with each member of the family. It chronicled her secret sexual liaisons and the emotional turmoil that accompanied them. The police, combing through the pages, found references to clandestine meetings, sexual acts, and a growing sense of fear as Melanie became aware of the precariousness of her situation. Detectives Smith and Ramirez, leading the investigation, approached the diary with the precision of forensic analysts. They crossed for forensic states, events, and encounters, corroborating the diary's accounts with other collected evidence. The diary's revelations were damning, implicating not just one, but all members of the Hartzfeld family in a sordid saga of manipulation and deceit. The media, including local outlets like WVR NBC29, were quick to pick up on the story. The diary's contents became fodder for speculation and analysis, as reporters dissected its entries, seeking to understand the motives behind the murder. As the diary's secrets unfolded, the community of Charlottesville watched in disbelief. The University of Virginia, an institution known for its honor code and academic integrity, was now at the center of a scandal that defied comprehension. The Hartzfeld family, once respected members of the academic and literary community, were now suspects in a crime that had shattered the peace of this quiet college town. The investigation into the brutal murder of Melanie Varela took a dramatic turn as attention shifted to Kevin Hartzfeld, the 22-year-old son of James and Paula Hartzfeld. A recent graduate from the University of Virginia, Kevin's involvement with Maloney was as complex as it was secretive. Detectives Smith and Ramirez, experienced in the psychological nuances of interrogation, sat across from Kevin in the sterile room at the Charlottesville Police Department. The air was thick with tension as they began their questioning, seeking to peel back the layers of Kevin's relationship with Melanie. Kevin, his face a canvas of conflicting emotions, oscillated between anger and palpable fear. His voice, when he spoke, betrayed the turmoil within. The detectives pressed on, their questions sharp and unyielding, cutting to the heart of the matter. They probed for details about his illicit affair with Mooney, an affair that had been kept hidden from the prying eyes of the public. The interrogation revealed a disturbing pattern of behavior. Kevin, like his parents, had been ensnared in a web of sexual deceit with Monique. The police uncovered evidence of their sexual encounters, each one meticulously documented in a perverse scorecard the family maintained. The Hartzfeld residence, once a symbol of academic achievement and cultural sophistication, was now the epicenter of a scandalous murder investigation. The family's dark secret, once confined to the pages of Melanie's diary, was now laid bare for the world to see. With each passing moment, the walls closed in on Kevin Hartzfeld. The evidence mounted and the reality of his situation became increasingly clear. The young man, who had once walked the halls of academia with pride, now faced the possibility of a life behind bars. In the quiet college town of Charlottesville, Virginia, a sinister plot unraveled within the walls of the Hartzfeld home, culminating in the tragic demise of Melanie Varela. The investigation into her murder took a dramatic turn when detectives uncovered the involvement of not one, but all three members of the Hartzfeld family. James Hartzfeld, a respected physics professor, his wife Paula, known for her literary gatherings, and their son Kevin, a recent college graduate, were all implicated in the crime. The trio had been entangled in a web of illicit sexual relationships, with Melanie each seeking to have secret sex with her in turn. Their clandestine sex was meticulously recorded in a scorecard of their sexual encounters with her, a chilling testament to the twisted sexual competition that had developed among them. The discovery of this scorecard was a pivotal moment in the case, as it exposed the lengths to which the Hartzfelds would go to maintain their facade of normalcy. Each point on the scorecard represented a sexual encounter with Melanie, reducing her to a mere object in their grotesque sex game. It was this dehumanizing treatment that ultimately led to her silence permanently. As the community of Charlottesville grappled with the shock of such a heinous act occurring in their midst, the public watched in horror as the details of the case were laid bare, from the bloodstains in the basement to the disturbing entries in Melanie's diary. The Hartzfelds' motive was clear: to protect their secret at all costs. Their fear of exposure drove them to conspire against Maloney, leading to a brutal act of violence that would end her life and shatter the tranquility of Charlottesville. As the trial approached, legal experts weighed in on the case, speculating on the outcome and the potential sentences. The Hartzfelds faced the possibility of life in prison, a stark contrast to their previous lives of prestige and privilege. The case served as a grim reminder of the darkness that can lurk behind closed doors, even in the most seemingly idyllic of settings. The police, after a meticulous investigation, pieced together the evidence that pointed unequivocally to the family's guilt in the murder of Melanie Varela. The day of reckoning came when law enforcement officials, armed with irrefutable proof, arrested James, Paula, and Kevin Hartsfeld. The scene was one of stark reality, as the family, once respected members of the community, were handcuffed and taken into custody. The surprise and resignation on their faces were palpable, a stark contrast to their previous academic and social standing. As the news of the arrest spread, local media outlets prepared to broadcast the story, drawing parallels to other infamous family crime sagas. The coverage was thorough, with journalists providing in-depth analysis of the case's impact on the small Virginia town. The victim's family, who had held on to hope from their home in Sherbrooke, Quebec, were now faced with a mix of relief and sorrow. The truth brought closure, but also a deep sense of loss for Melanie, whose aspirations and kindness were remembered by all who knew her. In the solemn halls of the Charlottesville courthouse, the trial of the Hartsfeld family unfolded like a narrative ripped from the pages of a crime thriller, capturing the rapt attention of the area, ensuring that not a single detail of the proceedings would escape the public eye. District Attorney Tina Arundel, known for her prosecutorial acumen, presented the case against the Hartsfelds with precision and clarity. The courtroom hung on every word as she recounted the sordid details of the relationships between Melanie Varela and each member of the family, painting a picture of a household ensnared in its own web of deceit. Defense attorney Anne-Marie Gooseneck, renowned for her tenacious courtroom strategies, mounted a vigorous defense. She challenged the prosecution's narrative, suggesting that the evidence was circumstantial and the investigation flawed. Her arguments were crafted to sow doubt in the minds of the jurors, but the weight of the evidence was formidable. The prosecution's case was bolstered by the discovery of Melanie's diary, which became the silent witness to the tragedy. It revealed the intimate and exploitative nature of her relationships with James, Paula, and Kevin Hartsfeld, and the existence of a macabre scorecard that documented their encounters. As the trial progressed, the media coverage intensified. Local news outlets like NBC 29 featured nightly segments, dissecting each day's testimony and offering expert legal analysis. The case had all the elements of a prime-time drama: passion, betrayal, and a quest for justice. The victim's family, who had traveled from Sherbrooke, Quebec, sat in dignified grief, their presence a constant reminder of the life so brutally taken. They listened intently as the prosecution spoke of Millie's aspirations and her vibrant spirit, now forever silenced. After days of testimony and deliberation, the moment of truth arrived. The jury, having weighed the evidence, found the Hartsfelds guilty on all counts. The sentence was swift and severe, reflecting the gravity of their crimes. The courtroom erupted in a cacophony of emotion as the verdict was read. The trial's conclusion brought closure to some, but for others, questions lingered. Had justice been served? Could anything compensate for the loss of a young woman with such promise? The Hartsfeld case would remain a topic of discussion in law schools, on social media platforms like Twitter, and in the quiet conversations of those who call Charlottesville home. As the gables struck for the last time, the case of Melanie Varela closed, leaving behind a legacy of cautionary tales about the dangers of secrets and the pursuit of truth. The trial, a stark tableau of the consequences of unchecked desire and duplicity, left an indelible mark on all who witnessed it. The aftermath of the Hartsville trial left an indelible mark on the community of Charlottesville. The once respected family faced the stark reality of their actions, as the Gables' final echo signified the end of their saga of a world where the pursuit of truth met the darkest human deeds. The police, lauded for their unwavering dedication, continued to serve as guardians of justice, their resolve strengthened by the case's outcome. The victim's family, hailing from the serene town of Cherbourg, Quebec, embarked on a painful journey toward healing, their quest for closure intertwined with the memory of Melanie's vibrant life and tragic end. As the Hartsfellows began their sentences, the ripple effects of the trial extended beyond the courtroom. In Charlottesville, life slowly resumed its rhythm, but the shadows cast by the trial lingered. The case became a fixture in the town's lore, a cautionary tale of how secrets can unravel the fabric of a family and a community. The story of Melanie Varela and the Hartsfelds would not be forgotten, serving as a somber reminder of the fragility of trust and the price of deception. The case of Melanie Varela's murder sent shockwaves through Charlottesville, Virginia in June of 1999. This true crime story exposed the depths of human deception and the tragic consequences that ensued. As we conclude this episode of True Crime Case Files, we reflect on the lives shattered by this heinous act and the enduring impact it had on the community. The victim in this narrative is Henry Lillane, a 57-year-old successful CFO of Blue Shield, one of the largest insurance companies in North Carolina. Henry was a pillar of the community, residing in a $1.2 million colonial-style mansion in the affluent Governor's Club neighborhood of Chapel Hill. Married to Audrey Lillane, a former Miss Massachusetts, for 30 years, Henry took great pride in being a devoted father. He raised 3 children, Alex, Ben, and Claire, all of whom attended prestigious Ivy League colleges. Known for his steadfast dedication to family and his exceptional work ethic, Henry was a devout Catholic, a generous philanthropist, and a respected leader in his industry. At 57, he was in the prime of his life. However, in January 2009, Henry's life would take a tragic turn. He would be found dead in his own home under circumstances that baffled investigators. The once idyllic image of his life began to unravel, revealing hidden secrets and intricate relationships. Who killed Henry Lillane and why? How did the killer gain access to his secure home? And how did they escape without leaving any traces? What secrets lay behind Henry's seemingly perfect facade? And what clues did he leave behind? This is the story of Henry Lillane, a man who had it all and lost everything in an instant. The morning of January 19, 2009, was meant to be an ordinary day for Henry Lillane. He awoke early, as was his routine, and headed to his home office to check emails and prepare for a conference call. With a busy day ahead, he looked forward to spending the weekend with his wife, Audrey, who was returning from a trip to Boston to visit her sister. However, Henry's plans were abruptly shattered by a deadly intruder. Sometime between 8 and 9 a.m., someone entered Henry's office through a broken window on the ground floor. The intruder ascended the stairs to the second floor, where Henry's office was located, and shot him once in the chest with a 9mm handgun. The bullet struck Henry's heart, killing him instantly. The intruder then fled the scene, leaving no clues or apparent motive behind. Henry's body was discovered by Audrey, who arrived home around 9:30 a.m. She had taken a taxi from the airport, as Henry had informed her he would be busy and couldn't pick her up. Entering the house through the front door with her spare key, she called out for Henry. When she received no response, she went upstairs to his office, thinking he might be on a call. She opened the door to find him slumped in his chair, his shirt stained with blood. His computer was still on, displaying a Word document filled with financial figures. She screamed and dialed 911. The police would arrive within minutes and cordoned off the crime scene, baffled by the motiveless murder of Henry Lane. Who would want to kill such a successful and beloved person? Was it a random act of violence or a carefully planned assassination? And how did the killer manage to escape without being seen or heard? These were the questions that haunted everyone as they tried to unravel the mystery of Henry's death. As the news of Henry Lillane's death spread, the Chapel Hill community was stunned and saddened. Henry was a respected and successful CFO of a major insurance company, as well as a loving husband and father of 3. He had no known enemies or troubles, and his life seemed perfect. Who would want to kill him and why? The police, led by Detective George Drankless, were determined to find out. They arrived at Henry's house shortly after his wife, Audrey, called 911. She had found him dead in his home office, shot in the chest with his computer still on. She had just returned from a trip to Boston, where she had visited her sister. She told the police that Henry had stayed behind to work and that they had spoken on the phone the night before. She said he sounded normal and happy and that he had no plans to meet anyone that morning. The police searched the house and the office, looking for clues. They found no signs of forced entry, except for a broken window on the ground floor near the back door. The window was covered by a curtain, and the police speculated that the killer had used it to enter and exit the building. However, nothing was missing or disturbed. Henry's wallet, laptop, cell phone, and other valuables were all in place. The police also found no fingerprints, DNA, or other traces of the killer. The only piece of evidence they had was the bullet that had killed Henry. It was a 9mm round fired from a handgun. The police ran a ballistics test, hoping to match it to a registered weapon, but the results came back negative. The gun was either unregistered or had been modified to avoid detection. The police interviewed Henry's co-workers, neighbors, friends, and family, hoping to find a motive or a suspect. They learned that Henry was a hard-working and honest businessman who had worked for the same insurance company for over 20 years. He had risen through the ranks to become the CFO, earning a six-figure salary and a reputation for integrity. He had no conflicts or disputes with anyone at work, as far as anyone knew. He was also a devoted family man who had raised 3 children with Audrey, his wife of 30 years. All of his children had graduated from Ivy League colleges and were pursuing their own careers. Henry had a close relationship with all of them and was proud of their achievements. He also had a large circle of friends who described him as generous, kind, and fun-loving. He had no vices or secrets as far as anyone knew. He was a model citizen who had everything to live for. The police were baffled by the seemingly motiveless murder of Henry Lelaine. They had no leads, no suspects, no witnesses. Just a dead body, a bullet, and a broken window. They had a mystery that defied explanation and a case that would haunt them until it was solved. As the police searched for clues and motives in the murder of Henry Lelaine, they turned their attention to his wife, Audrey Lelaine. Audrey, a 52-year-old homemaker and mother of 3, had been married to Henry for 30 years. Audrey had supported Henry's career while raising their 3 children, who had all followed in their father's footsteps and attended Ivy League colleges. Audrey and Henry seemed to have a happy and stable marriage, with no signs of trouble or infidelity. Audrey had an alibi for the morning of the murder. She had been in Boston, visiting her sister, who had recently undergone surgery for cancer. She had flown back to Chapel Hill on the same day, taking a taxi from the airport to her house. She had found Henry's body in his home office and had immediately called 911. She had been hysterical and inconsolable, according to the first responders. She had cooperated with the police and had given them access to her phone, laptop, and bank accounts. She had nothing to hide, she had said. But the police had a nagging suspicion that Audrey was not telling the whole truth. They had learned that Henry had a life insurance policy worth $1 million and that Audrey was the sole beneficiary. They had also discovered that Audrey had secretly taken out a second mortgage on their house, without Henry's knowledge. She had accumulated a large debt due to her addiction to online gambling. She had been playing poker and slots on various websites, such as PokerStars and Full Tilt Poker, using fake names and credit cards. She had lost $1,000 and had been unable to pay back her loans. She had been desperate for money, a way out of her financial troubles. The police confronted Audrey with their findings and asked her to take a polygraph test. Audrey agreed but failed the test miserably. She had lied about her gambling problem and her debt. Audrey Lelaine, the seemingly devoted wife and mother, had turned out to be a troubled addict. She had shocked and devastated her family, friends, and community. She can become the prime suspect in the case of Henry Lelaine's murder. The police were puzzled by the murder of Henry Lelaine, a successful and respected CFO of a large insurance company in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. They had only a dead body, a bullet, a broken window, and a mystery that seemed unsolvable. But then a breakthrough. The police discovered a hidden folder on Henry's computer containing a trove of emails, photos, and documents. The folder revealed a shocking secret. Henry had another wife whom he had married 10 years ago and whom he had kept hidden from his first wife, Audrey. The other wife was Jill Miller Lane, a 51-year-old manager of a kindergarten in Raleigh, a city about 30 miles away from Chapel Hill. The police tracked down Jill and confronted her with their findings. Jill was shocked and devastated, not only by Henry's death, but also by his deception. She had no idea that he had another wife and family, whom he had never mentioned to her. She had believed that he was divorced and that she was his only wife. She entrusted him and loved him and had no reason to doubt him. She had no involvement in his murder, she swore. According to Jill, she had met Henry online on a dating website called Harmony, where they had both lied about their marital status. They had fallen in love and had eloped in Las Vegas. Without telling anyone, they had rented an apartment in Raleigh where they had lived together on weekends, while Henry worked in Chapel Hill during the week. Jill had 2 children from a previous marriage, whom Henry had treated as his own. He had paid for their education, their hobbies, and their vacations. He had been a loving husband and a caring stepfather. According to Jill, the police interrogated Jill and searched her apartment. They found no evidence of foul play or any connection to the killer. They also verified her alibi for the morning of the murder. She had been at work at the kindergarten where she had several witnesses. She had a clean record and no criminal history. She had no motive or means to kill Henry. Jill Miller Lillane, the second wife of Henry Lillane, had turned out to be an innocent victim of his lies. She had been duped and betrayed by the man she loved, who had led a double life. She had shocked and confused the investigators, who had to look elsewhere for answers. She had added a new twist to the case of Henry Lillane's murder. As the investigation into Henry Lillane's murder continued, the police uncovered another shocking revelation. Henry had a third wife, Tanya Sanchez, a 22-year-old nursing student at the University of North Carolina. Tanya and Henry had met at a Starbucks near the campus in September 2008 and had a whirlwind romance. Henry proposed to Tanya in December and they eloped to Las Vegas on New Year's Eve. Tanya was blissfully unaware of Henry's other marriages and believed she was his one and only love. According to her, she had lived in a small apartment, while Henry had visited her sporadically, telling her he was busy with work. Tanya had believed that Henry was divorced and that she was his only wife. She had also believed that he was wealthy and that she would inherit his fortune. The police interrogated Tanya at the Chapel Hill Police Department. They asked her about her relationship with Henry, her whereabouts on the day of the murder, and her knowledge of Henry's finances. Tanya was visibly shaken and emotional during the questioning. She insisted that she loved Henry and had nothing to do with his death. She said she had been at school attending a biology class where she had several witnesses. She said she had no clue about Henry's other wives or his money. She said she was shocked and devastated by the news. The police checked Tanya's alibi and found it to be true. They also searched her apartment and found no evidence of any involvement in the murder. They could not find any connection between Tanya and the killer. Tanya was released from custody, but remained under suspicion. The police wondered if Tanya was telling the truth, or if she was a clever liar who had orchestrated a perfect crime. The case of Henry Lillane's murder took a surprising twist when the police uncovered a shocking secret on Tanya Sanchez's phone. Tanya, a 22-year-old student at the University of North Carolina, was Henry's third and youngest wife. She had eloped with him to Las Vegas on New Year's Eve, unaware of his other marriages. But Tanya was not the faithful spouse she claimed to be. She was cheating on Henry with another man. The police found a series of sexually explicit text messages between Tanya and a lover. The lover was Danny Bolton, a 23-year-old college student and Tanya's classmate. The messages revealed that Tanya and Danny had been having a passionate affair since November 2008, when they met at a local gym. The messages also showed that Tanya and Danny had a plan to get rid of Henry and run away with his money. One of the messages, dated January 15, 2009, read, "Babe, I can't wait to be with you. Just a few more days and we'll be free. Henry is leaving for a business trip tomorrow. He'll be gone for a week. This is our chance. We have to do it now." Another message, dated January 16, 2009, read, "I love you, Tanya. I'm ready to do this. I have the gun. I'll be at your place tonight. We'll make it look like a robbery. No one will suspect us. Trust me, baby. We'll be rich and happy." The police were stunned by this discovery. They realized that Tanya and Danny were the prime suspects in Henry's murder. They had conspired to kill him and make it look like a break-in. They had hoped to cash in on his life insurance policy and his estate and had underestimated the police's ability to trace their phone records and expose their plot. The case of Henry Lelane's murder was about to take a dramatic turn. The police had uncovered a shocking secret on Tanya Sanchez's phone. She was having an affair with another man, and they had planned to kill Henry for his money. But who was this man, and how did he execute the murder? The police traced the phone number of Tanya's lover and identified him as Danny Bolton, a 23-year-old UNC student. Danny was a handsome and charming young man who had met Tanya in November 2008 when they met at a local gym. They had hit it off instantly and soon began a passionate affair. Danny was also a greedy and ruthless schemer who had learned about Henry's wealth and decided to get his hands on it. He had also manipulated Tanya with love of lies and greed. Danny had convinced Tanya to marry Henry, telling her it was the only way to secure his fortune. He had also persuaded Tanya to help him kill Henry and claim his money. He had told her that Henry was cheating on her and that he deserved to die. He had also told her that he loved her and that they would run away together after the murder. On January 19, 2009, Danny put the plan into action. He drove to Henry's house in Chapel Hill, armed with a gun he had bought online. He found Henry in his home office working on his computer. He shot him once in the chest, killing him instantly. Then he left the scene, making sure to leave no traces behind. Afterwards, he called Tanya and told her it was done. They celebrated their success and looked forward to their wealthy future together. But their future was short-lived. The police traced Danny's phone and found him at his dorm room. They arrested him and searched his room. They found the 9mm handgun that had killed Henry hidden under his bed. They also found a plane ticket to Colombia, booked for the next day. Danny had planned to escape with Tanya after killing Henry, but his plan had failed and he had been caught. The police had solved the case of Henry Lelane's murder, but the victim's family was left with a bitter taste. They had learned that Henry had betrayed them with his bigamy, and that he had been killed by his greedy and unfaithful wife and her lover. They felt a mix of relief and anguish as they tried to cope with the loss of their father and husband. The case of Henry Lelane's murder reached its climax in the courtroom. The prosecution, led by District Attorney Isabel Mears, a seasoned and respected lawyer, built a strong case against Danny Bolton, the 23-year-old UNC student who had killed Henry for his money. Mears presented the evidence of Danny's affair with Tanya Sanchez, Henry's bigamous third wife, and their plan to murder him and inherit his fortune. Mears also showed the jury the sexually explicit text messages between Danny and Tanya, which revealed their motive and their method. Mears argued that Danny was a cold-blooded and greedy killer who had no remorse for his actions. The defense, represented by Stephen McPherson, a renowned and aggressive attorney, trying to cast doubt on the prosecution's case. McPherson challenged the validity of the phone records, claiming they could have been tampered with. McPherson also suggested that Tanya was the real mastermind behind the murder, and that Danny was a knave and manipulated lover who had been coerced into killing Henry. McPherson appealed to the jury's sympathy, portraying Danny as a young and impressionable man who had made a terrible mistake. The trial lasted for 2 weeks and was closely followed by the public. The victim's family attended every day of the trial, hoping for justice. They had to endure the painful details of Henry's death and the shocking revelations of his bigamy. They also had to face the accused killer, who showed no signs of remorse or guilt. The jury deliberated for 3 hours and returned with a verdict of guilty. Danny Bolton was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge said that Danny had committed a heinous and premeditated crime and that he deserved the maximum penalty. The victim's family felt a sense of relief and closure as they saw Danny being escorted out of the courtroom. They also felt a mix of anguish and confusion as they tried to make sense of Henry's life and death. The case of Henry Lelane's murder had a profound impact on the lives of all those involved, especially his wife and family, his mistress and accomplice, and his victim's family. Audrey Lelane, Henry's first and legal wife, who had been married to him for 30 years, tried to cope with the grief and the shock of learning about his double life. She sought comfort in her children, who had also been devastated by their father's death and deception. She also sought counseling for her gambling addiction and joined a support group for widows. She hoped to find peace and forgiveness and to move on with her life. Jill Miller, Elaine Henry's second wife, who had been married to him for 10 years, also struggled to deal with the pain and the anger of being lied to and cheated on. She focused on her children, who had lost their stepfather, whom they had loved and respected. She also focused on her work as the manager of a kindergarten in Raleigh, where she found joy and purpose in helping young children. She hoped to heal and to find love again, and to put the past behind her. Tanya Sanchez, Henry's third and youngest wife, who had been married to him for 6 months, faced the consequences of her actions and her choices. She had been an accomplice to murder and had betrayed and killed the man she had married. She had also been betrayed and used by her lover, Danny Bolton, who had manipulated her into helping to kill Henry. She returned to her home country of Colombia without a degree from UNC. She had only regret and remorse, and the knowledge that she had wasted her life. The community, which had been shocked and saddened by the murder, tried to recover and to learn from the tragedy. They realized that appearances can be deceiving, and that people can have dark and hidden sides. They also realized that greed and lust can lead to violence and death. They hoped to find wisdom and compassion, and to prevent such crimes from happening again. Thanks for diving into another mystery with us. If you enjoyed unraveling the clues and chasing the truth, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and give us a thumbs up. Your support helps us bring you more thrilling cases and deep dives into the unknown.